Down and Out in Paris and London by George Orwell. Read by Jeremy Northam. The Rue de Coq d'Or, Paris, 7 in the morning. A succession of furious, choking yells from the street. Madame Mons, who kept the little hotel opposite mine, had come out onto the pavement to address a lodger on the 3rd floor. Her bare feet were stuck into sabots, and her grey hair was streaming down. Madame Mons, "Sacré salope! How many times have I told you not to squash bugs on the wallpaper? Do you think you've bought the hotel, eh? Why can't you throw them out of the window like everyone else? Espèce de traînée!" The woman on the 3rd floor, "Va donc, vieille vache!" Thereupon a whole variegated chorus of yells, as windows were flung open on every side, and half the street joined in the quarrel. They shut up abruptly 10 minutes later, when a squadron of cavalry rode past, and people stopped shouting to look at them. I sketched this scene just to convey something of the spirit of the Rue de Coq d'Or. Not that quarrels were the only thing that happened there, but still, we seldom got through the morning without at least one outburst of this description. Quarrels, and the desolate cries of street hawkers, and the shouts of children chasing orange peel over the cobbles, and at night loud singing and the sour reek of the refuse carts made up the atmosphere of the street. It was a very narrow street, a ravine of tall, leprous houses lurching towards one another in queer attitudes, as though they had all been frozen in the act of collapse. All the houses were hotels and packed to the tiles with lodgers, mostly Poles, Arabs and Italians. At the foot of the hotels were tiny bistros, where you could be drunk for the equivalent of a shilling. On Saturday nights, about a third of the male population of the quarter was drunk. There was fighting over women, and the Arab navvies who lived in the cheapest hotels used to conduct mysterious feuds and fight them out with chairs, and occasionally revolvers. At night, the policemen would only come through the street 2 together. It was a fairly rackety place, and yet, amid the noise and dirt, lived the usual respectable French shopkeepers, bakers and laundresses and the like, keeping themselves to themselves and quietly piling up small fortunes. It was quite a representative Paris slum. My hotel was called the Hôtel des Trois Moineaux. It was a dark, rickety warren of 5 stories, cut up by wooden partitions into 40 rooms. The rooms were small and inveterately dirty, for there was no maid, and Madame F., the patronne, had no time to do any sweeping. The walls were as thin as matchwood, and to hide the cracks they had been covered with layer after layer of pink paper, which had come loose and housed innumerable bugs. Near the ceiling, long lines of bugs marched all day like columns of soldiers, and at night came down ravenously hungry, so that one had to get up every few hours and kill them in hecatombs. Sometimes when the bugs got too bad, one used to burn sulphur and drive them into the next room, whereupon the lodger next door would retort by having his room sulphured and drive the bugs back. It was a dirty place, but homelike, for Madame F. and her husband were good sorts. The rent of the rooms varied between 30 and 50 francs a week. The lodgers were a floating population, largely foreigners, who used to turn up without luggage, stay a week, and then disappear again. They were of every trade: cobblers, bricklayers, stonemasons, navvies, students, prostitutes, rag-pickers. Some of them were fantastically poor. In one of the attics there was a Bulgarian student who made fancy shoes for the American market. From 6 to 12 he sat on his bed, making a dozen pairs of shoes, and earning 35 francs. The rest of the day he attended lectures at the Sorbonne. He was studying for the church, and books of theology lay face down on his leather-strewn floor. In another room lived a Russian woman and her son, who called himself an artist. The mother worked 16 hours a day, darning socks at 25 centimes a sock, while the son, decently dressed, loafed in the Montparnasse cafes. One room was let to 2 different lodgers, one a day worker and the other a night worker. In another room a widower shared the same bed with his 2 grown-up daughters, both consumptive. There were eccentric characters in the hotel. The Paris slums are a gathering place for eccentric people, people who have fallen into solitary, half-mad grooves of life and given up trying to be normal or decent. Poverty frees them from ordinary standards of behavior, just as money frees people from work. Some of the lodgers in our hotel lived lives that were curious beyond words. There were the Rougiers, for instance, an old ragged, dwarfish couple who plied an extraordinary trade. They used to sell postcards on the Boulevard Saint-Michel. The curious thing was that the postcards were sold in sealed packets as pornographic ones, but were actually photographs of chateaux on the Loire. The buyers did not discover this till too late, and, of course, never complained. The Rougiers earned about 100 francs a week, and by strict economy managed to be always half-starved and half-drunk. The filth of their room was such that one could smell it on the floor below. According to Madame F., neither of the Rougiers had taken off their clothes for 4 years. Or there was Henri, who worked in the sewers. He was a tall, melancholy man with curly hair, rather romantic-looking in his long sewerman's boots. Henri's peculiarity was that he did not speak, except for the purposes of work, literally for days together. Only a year before he had been a chauffeur, in good employ and saving money. One day he fell in love, and when the girl refused him, he lost his temper and kicked her. On being kicked, the girl fell desperately in love with Henri, and for a fortnight they lived together and spent 1,000 francs of Henri's money. Then the girl was unfaithful. Henri planted a knife in her upper arm and was sent to prison for 6 months. As soon as she'd been stabbed, the girl fell more in love with Henri than ever, and the two made up their quarrel and agreed that when Henri came out of jail, he should buy a taxi, and they would marry and settle down. But a fortnight later the girl was unfaithful again, and when Henri came out, she was with child. Henri did not stab her again. He drew out all his savings and went on a drinking bout that ended in another month's imprisonment. After that, he went to work in the sewers. Nothing would induce Henri to talk. If you asked him why he worked in the sewers, he never answered, but simply crossed his wrists to signify handcuffs, and jerked his head southward towards the prison. Bad luck seemed to have turned him half-witted in a single day. Or there was R., an Englishman, who lived 6 months of the year in Putney with his parents and 6 months in France. During his time in France, he drank 4 litres of wine a day and 6 litres on Saturdays. He had once travelled as far as the Azores, because the wine there is cheaper than anywhere in Europe. He was a gentle, domesticated creature, never rowdy or quarrelsome, and never sober. He would lie in bed till midday, and from then till midnight he was in his corner of the bistro, quietly and methodically soaking. While he soaked, he talked, in a refined, womanish voice, about antique furniture. Except myself, R. was the only Englishman in the quarter. There were plenty of other people who lived lives just as eccentric as these. Monsieur Jules, the Romanian, who had a glass eye and would not admit it. Fourreur, the Limousin stonemason. Roucault, the miser. He died before my time, though. Old Laurent, the rag merchant, who used to copy his signature from a slip of paper he carried in his pocket. It would be fun to write some of their biographies if one had time. I am trying to describe the people in our quarter not for the mere curiosity, but because they are all part of the story. Poverty is what I am writing about, and I had my first contact with poverty in this slum. The slum, with its dirt and its queer lives, was first an object lesson in poverty, and then the background of my own experiences. It is for that reason that I try to give some idea of what life was like there. Life in the quarter. Our bistro, for instance, at the foot of the Hôtel des Trois Moineaux, a tiny brick-floored room half underground with wine-sodden tables, and a photograph of a funeral inscribed Crédit et Mort. and red-sashed workmen carving sausage with big jackknives, and Madame F., a splendid Auvergnat peasant woman, with the face of a strong-minded cow, drinking Malaga all day, for her stomach, and games of dice, for aperitif, and songs about les fraises et les framboises, and about Madelon, who said, "Comment épouser un soldat, moi qui aime tous les régiments," and extraordinarily public love-making. Half the hotel used to meet in the bistro in the evenings. I wish one could find a pub in London a quarter as cheery. One heard queer conversations in the bistro. As a sample, I give you Charlie, one of the local curiosities, talking. Charlie was a youth of family and education who had run away from home and lived on occasional remittances. Picture him very pink and young, with the fresh cheeks and soft brown hair of a nice little boy, and lips excessively red and wet, like cherries. His feet are tiny, his arms abnormally short, his hands dimpled like a baby's. He has a way of dancing and capering while he talks, as though he were too happy and too full of life to keep still for an instant. It is 3 in the afternoon, and there is no one in the bistro except Madame F., and 1 or 2 men who are out of work. But it is all the same to Charlie whom he talks to, so long as he can talk about himself. He declaims like an orator on a barricade, rolling the words on his tongue and gesticulating with his short arms. His small, rather piggy eyes glitter with enthusiasm. He is somehow profoundly disgusting to see. He is talking of love, his favourite subject. Ah, l'amour que les femmes m'ont tué, hélas, monsieur et dame, women have been my ruin beyond all hope, my ruin. At 22, I am utterly worn out and finished. But what things I have learned, what abysses of wisdom have I not plumbed? How great a thing it is to have acquired the true wisdom, to have become, in the highest sense of the word, a civilized man, to have become raffiné, vicieux, etc., etc. Messieurs et dames, I perceive that you are sad. Ah, mais la vie est belle, you must not be sad, be more gay, I beseech you. Fill I the bowl with Semyon wine, we will not think of themes like these. Ah, que la vie est belle. Listen, messieurs et dames, out of the fullness of my experience I will discourse to you of love. I will explain to you what is the true meaning of love, what is the true sensibility, the higher, more refined pleasure which is known to civilized men alone. I will tell you of the happiest day of my life. Alas, but I am past the time when I could know such happiness as that. It is gone forever. The very possibility, even the desire for it, are gone. Listen, then. It was 2 years ago. My brother was in Paris, he is a lawyer, and my parents had told him to find me and take me out to dinner. We ate each other, my brother and I, but he preferred not to disobey my parents. We dined, and at dinner he grew very drunk upon 3 bottles of Bordeaux. I took him back to his hotel, and on the way I bought a bottle of brandy, and when we had arrived, I made my brother drink a tumblerful of it. I told him it was something to make him sober. He drank it, and immediately he fell down like somebody in a fit dead drunk. I lifted him up and propped his back against the bed. Then I went through his pockets. I found 1,100 francs, and with that I hurried down the stairs, jumped into a taxi, and escaped. My brother did not know my address. I was safe. Where does a man go when he has money? To the bordel, naturally. But you do not suppose that I was going to waste my time on some vulgar debauchery fit only for navvies. Confounded, one is a civilized man. I was fastidious, exigeant, you understand, with 1,000 francs in my pocket. It was midnight before I found what I was looking for. I had fallen in
with a very smart youth of 18, dressed en smoking, and with his hair cut à l'américaine, and we were talking in a quiet bistro away from the boulevard. We understood one another well, that youth and I. We talked of this and that, and discussed ways of diverting oneself. Presently, we took a taxi together, and were driven away. The taxi stopped in a narrow, solitary street with a single gas lamp flaring at the end. There were dark puddles among the stones. Down one side ran the eye-blank wall of a convent. My guide led me to a tall, ruinous house with shuttered windows, and knocked several times at the door. Presently there was a sound of footsteps, and a shooting of bolts, and the door opened a little. A hand came round the edge of it. It was a large, crooked hand that held itself palm upwards under our noses, demanding money. My guide put his foot between the door and the step. "How much do you want?" he said. 1,000 francs, said a woman's voice. "Pay up at once, or you don't come in." I put 1,000 francs into the hand and gave the remaining 100 to my guide. He said good night and left me. I could hear the voice inside counting the notes, and then a thin old crow of a woman in a black dress put her nose out and regarded me suspiciously before letting me in. It was very dark inside. I could see nothing except a flaring gas jet that illuminated a patch of plaster wall, throwing everything else into deeper shadow. There was a smell of rats and dust. Without speaking, the old woman lighted a candle at the gas jet, then hobbled in front of me down a stone passage to the top of a flight of stone steps. "Voila!" she said. "Go down into the cellar there, and do what you like. I shall see nothing, hear nothing, know nothing. You are free, you understand? Perfectly free." "Ah, monsieur, need I describe to you forcément? You know it yourselves, that shiver, half of terror and half of joy, that goes through one at these moments." I crept down, feeling my way. I could hear my breathing and the scraping of my feet on the stones. Otherwise, all was silence. At the bottom of the stairs my hand met an electric switch. I turned it, and a great electrolier of 12 red globes flooded the cellar with a red light. And behold, I was not in a cellar, but in a bedroom, a great, rich, garish bedroom, colored blood red from top to bottom. Figure it to yourselves, messieurs et dames. Red carpet on the floor, red paper on the walls, red plush on the chairs, even the ceiling red, everywhere, red, burning into the eyes. It was a heavy, stifling red, as though the light was shining through bowls of blood. At the far end stood a huge, square bed, with quilts red like the rest, and on it a girl was lying, dressed in a frock of red velvet. At the sight of me she shrank away and tried to hide her knees under the short dress. I had halted by the door. "Come here, my chicken," I called to her. She gave a whimper of fright. With a bound, I was beside the bed. She tried to elude me, but I seized her by the throat, like this, you see, tight. She struggled. She began to cry out for mercy, but I held her fast, forcing back her head and staring down into her face. She was 20 years old, perhaps. Her face was the broad, dull face of a stupid child, but it was coated with paint and powder, and her blue, stupid eyes, shining in the red light, wore that shocked, distorted look that one sees nowhere save in the eyes of these women.
She was some peasant girl, doubtless, whom her parents had sold into slavery. Without another word, I pulled her off the bed and threw her onto the floor. And then I fell upon her, like a tiger. Ah, the joy, the incomparable rapture of that time. There, monsieur et dame, here is what I would expound to you. Voilà l'amour. There is the true love. There is the only thing in the world worth striving for. There is the thing beside which all your arts and ideals, all your philosophies and creeds, all your fine words and high attitudes are as pale and profitless as ashes. When one has experienced love, the true love, what is there in the world that seems more than a mere ghost of joy? More and more savagely I renewed the attack. Again and again the girl tried to escape. She cried out for mercy anew, but I laughed at her. "Mercy?" I said. "Do you suppose I have come here to show mercy? Do you suppose I have paid 8,000 francs for that? I swear to you, monsieur et dame, that if it were not for that accursed law that robs us of our liberty, I would have murdered her at that moment." Ah, how she screamed, with what bitter cries of agony! But there was no one to hear them. Down there, under the streets of Paris, we were as secure as at the heart of a pyramid. Tears streamed down the girl's face, washing away the powder in long, dirty smears. Ah, that irrecoverable time! You, monsieur et dame, you who have not cultivated the finer sensibilities of love, for you such pleasure is almost beyond conception. And I, too, now that my youth is gone, youth, shall never again see life so beautiful as that. It is finished. Ah, yes, it is gone forever. Ah, the poverty, the shortness, the disappointment of human joy. For in reality, car en réalité, what is the duration of the supreme moment of love? It is nothing. An instant, a second, perhaps, a second of ecstasy, and after that, dust, ashes, nothingness. And so, just for one instant, I captured the supreme happiness, the highest and most refined emotion to which human beings can attain. And in the same moment it was finished, and I was left... to what? All my savagery, my passion, were scattered like the petals of a rose. I was left cold and languid, full of vain regrets. In my revulsion I even felt a kind of pity for the weeping girl on the floor. Is it not nauseous that we should be the prey of such mean emotions? I did not look at the girl again. My sole thought was to get away. I hastened up the steps of the vault and out into the street. It was dark and bitterly cold. The streets were empty. The stones echoed under my heels with a hollow, lonely ring. All my money was gone. I had not even the price of a taxi fare. I walked back alone to my cold, solitary room. But there, monsieur et dame, that is what I promised to expound to you. That is love. That was the happiest day of my life. He was a curious specimen, Charlie. I describe him just to show what diverse characters could be found flourishing in the Cocktail Quarter. I lived in the Cocktail Quarter for about 1.5 years. One day, in summer, I found that I had just 450 francs left, and beyond this nothing but 36 francs a week, which I earned by giving English lessons. Hitherto I had not thought about the future, but I now realized that I must do something at once. I decided to start looking for a job, and, very luckily as it turned out, I took the precaution of paying 200 francs for a month's rent in advance. With the other 250 francs, besides the English lessons, I could live a month, and in a month I should probably find work. I aimed at becoming a guide to one of the tourist companies, or perhaps an interpreter. However, a piece of bad luck prevented this. One day there turned up at the hotel a young Italian who called himself a compositor. He was rather an ambiguous person, for he wore side whiskers, which are the mark either of an Apache or an intellectual, and nobody was quite certain in which class to put him. Madame F. did not like the look of him, and made him pay a week's rent in advance. The Italian paid the rent, and stayed 6 nights at the hotel. During this time he managed to prepare some duplicate keys, and on the last night he robbed a dozen rooms, including mine. Luckily he did not find the money that was in my pockets, so I was not left penniless. I was left with just 47 francs, that is, 7 and 10 pence. This put an end to my plans of looking for work. I had now got to live at the rate of about 6 francs a day, and from the start it was too difficult to leave much thought for anything else. It was now that my experiences of poverty began, for 6 francs a day, if not actual poverty, is on the fringe of it. 6 francs is a shilling, and you can live on a shilling a day in Paris if you know how, but it is a complicated business. It is altogether curious, your first contact with poverty. You have thought so much about poverty. It is the thing you have feared all your life, the thing you knew would happen to you sooner or later, and it is all so utterly and prosaically different. You thought it would be quite simple. It is extraordinarily complicated. You thought it would be terrible. It is merely squalid and boring. It is the peculiar lowness of poverty that you discover first, the shifts that it puts you to, the complicated meanness, the crust-wiping. You discover, for instance, the secrecy attaching to poverty. At a sudden stroke, you have been reduced to an income of 6 francs a day, but of course you dare not admit it. You've got to pretend that you are living quite as usual. From the start it tangles you in a net of lies, and even with the lies you can hardly manage it. You stop sending clothes to the laundry, and the laundress catches you in the street and asks you why. You mumble something, and she, thinking you are sending the clothes elsewhere, is your enemy for life. The tobacconist keeps asking why you have cut down your smoking. There are letters you want to answer, and cannot because stamps are too expensive. And then there are your meals. Meals are the worst difficulty of all. Every day at mealtimes you go out ostensibly to a restaurant, and loaf an hour in the Luxembourg Gardens, watching the pigeons. Afterwards you smuggle your food home in your pockets. Your food is bread and margarine, or bread and wine, and even the nature of the food is governed by lies. You have to buy rye bread instead of household bread because the rye loaves, though dearer, are round and can be smuggled in your pockets. This wastes you 1 franc a day. Sometimes, to keep up appearances, you have to spend 60 centimes on a drink, and go correspondingly short of food. Your linen gets filthy, and you run out of soap and razor blades. Your hair wants cutting, and you try to cut it yourself with such fearful results that you have to go to the barber after all, and spend the equivalent of a day's food. All day you are telling lies, and expensive lies. You discover the extreme precariousness of your 6 francs a day. Mean disasters happen and rob you of food. You've spent your last 80 centimes on a half-litre of milk and are boiling it over the spirit lamp. While it boils, a bug runs down your forearm. You give the bug a flick with your nail, and it falls, plop, straight into the milk. There is nothing for it but to throw the milk away and go foodless. You go to the baker's to buy a pound of bread, and you wait while the girl cuts a pound for another customer. She is clumsy, and cuts more than a pound. "Pardon, monsieur," she says, "I suppose you don't mind paying 2 sous extra?" Bread is a franc a pound, and you have exactly a franc. When you think that you too might be asked to pay 2 sous extra, and would have to confess that you could not, you bolt in panic. It is hours before you dare venture into a baker's shop again. You go to the greengrocer's to spend a franc on a kilogram of potatoes, but one of the pieces that make up the franc is a Belgian piece, and the shopman refuses it. You slink out of the shop and can never go there again. You have strayed into a respectable quarter, and you see a prosperous friend coming. To avoid him, you dodge into the nearest cafe. Once in the cafe, you must buy something, so you spend your last 50 centimes on a glass of black coffee with a dead fly in it. One could multiply these disasters by the 100. They are part of the process of being hard up. You discover what it is like to be hungry. With bread and margarine in your belly, you go out and look into the shop windows. Everywhere there is food insulting you in huge, wasteful piles. Whole dead pigs, baskets of hot loaves, great yellow blocks of butter, strings of sausages, mountains of potatoes, vast Gruyere cheeses like grindstones. A snivelling self-pity comes over you at the sight of so much food. You plan to grab a loaf and run, swallowing it before they catch you, and you refrain from pure funk. You discover the boredom which is inseparable from poverty. The times when you have nothing to do, and being underfed can interest yourself in nothing. For half a day at a time you lie on your bed, feeling like the jeune squelette in Baudelaire's poem. Only food could rouse you. You discover that a man who has gone even a week on bread and margarine is not a man any longer, only a belly with a few accessory organs. This, one could describe it further, but it is all in the same style, is life on 6 francs a day. Thousands of people in Paris live it, struggling artists and students, prostitutes when their luck is out-of-work people of all kinds. It is the suburbs, as it were, of poverty. I continued in this style for about 3 weeks. The 47 francs were soon gone, and I had to do what I could on 36 francs a week from the English lessons. Being inexperienced, I handled the money badly, and sometimes I was a day without food. When this happened, I used to sell a few of my clothes, smuggling them out of the hotel in small packets, and taking them to a second-hand shop in the Rue de la Montagne, Sainte-Geneviève. The shopman was a red-haired Jew, an extraordinarily disagreeable man who used to fall into furious rages at the sight of a client. From his manner, one could have supposed that we had done him some injury by coming to him. "Merde!" he used to shout. "You here again? What do you think this is, a soup kitchen?" And he paid incredibly low prices. For a hat, which I had bought for 25 shillings and scarcely worn, he gave me 5 francs. For a good pair of shoes, 5 francs. For shirts, a franc each. He always preferred to exchange rather than buy, and he had a trick of thrusting some useless article into one's hand and then pretending that one had accepted it. Once I saw him take a good overcoat from an old woman, put 2 white billiard balls in her hand, and then push her rapidly out of the shop before she could protest. It would have been a pleasure to flatten the Jew's nose, if only one could have afforded it. These 3 weeks were squalid and uncomfortable, and evidently there was worse coming, for my rent would be due before long. Nevertheless, things were not a quarter as bad as I had expected. For when you are approaching poverty, you make one discovery which outweighs some of the others. You discover boredom and mean complications and the beginnings of hunger, but you also discover the great redeeming feature of poverty, the fact that it annihilates the future. Within certain limits, it is actually true that the less money you have, the less you worry. When you have 100 francs in the world, you are liable to the most craven panics. When you have only 3 francs, you are quite indifferent, for 3 francs will feed you till tomorrow, and you cannot think further than that. You are bored, but you are not afraid. You think vaguely, I shall be starving in a day or two. Shocking, isn't it? And then the mind wanders to other topics. A bread and margarine diet does, to some extent, provide its own anodyne. And there is another feeling that is a great consolation in poverty. I believe everyone who has been hard up has experienced it. It is a feeling of relief, almost of pleasure, at knowing yourself at last genuinely down and out. You have talked so often of going to the dogs, and well, here are the dogs, and you have reached them, and you can stand it. It takes off a lot of anxiety. One day, my English lessons ceased abruptly. The weather was getting hot, and one of my pupils, feeling too lazy to go on with his lessons, dismissed me. The other disappeared from his lodgings without notice, owing me 12 francs. I was left with only 30 centimes, and no tobacco. For a day and a half I had nothing to eat or smoke, and then, too hungry to put it off any longer, I packed my remaining clothes into my suitcase and took them to the pawn shop. This put an end to all pretence of being in funds, for I could not take my clothes out of the hotel without asking Madame F's leave. I remember, however, how surprised she was at my asking her instead of removing the clothes on the sly, shooting the moon being a common trick in our quarter. It was the first time that I had been into a French pawn shop. One went through grandiose stone portals, marked, of course, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, they write that even over the police stations in France, into a large, bare room like a school classroom, with a counter and rows of benches. 40 or 50 people were waiting. One handed one's pledge over the counter and sat down. Presently, when the clerk had assessed its value, he would call out, "Numero such and such, will you take 50 francs? Sometimes it was only 15 francs, or 10, or 5, whatever it was, the whole room knew it. As I came in, the clerk called with an air of offence, "Numero 83 here," and gave a little whistle and a beckon, as though calling a dog. Numero 83 stepped to the counter. He was an old, bearded man, with an overcoat buttoned up at the neck and frayed trouser ends. Without a word, the clerk shot the bundle across the counter. Evidently it was worth nothing. It fell to the ground and came open, displaying 4 pairs of men's woolen pants. No one could help laughing. Poor Numero 83 gathered up his pants and shambled out, muttering to himself. The clothes I was pawning, together with the suitcase, had cost over £20, and were in good condition. I thought they must be worth £10, and a quarter of this, one expects a quarter value at a pawn shop, was 250 or 300 francs. I waited without anxiety, expecting 200 francs at the worst. At last, the clerk called my number. Numero 97. "Yes," I said, standing up. 70 francs. 70 francs for £10 worth of clothes. But it was no use arguing. I had seen someone else attempt to argue, and the clerk had instantly refused the pledge. I took the money and the pawn ticket and walked out. I had now no clothes except what I stood up in, the coat badly out at elbow, an overcoat moderately pawnable, and one spare shirt. Afterwards, when it is too late, I learned that it is wiser to go to a pawn shop in the afternoon. The clerks are French, and like most French people, are in a bad temper till they have eaten their lunch. When I got home, Madame F. was sweeping the bistro floor. She came up the steps to meet me. I could see in her eye that she was uneasy about my rent. "Well," she said, "what did you get for your clothes? Not much, eh?" 200 francs, I said promptly. "Tiens," she said, surprised. "Well, that's not bad. How expensive those English clothes must be." The lie saved a lot of trouble, and, strangely enough, it came true. A few days later I did receive exactly 200 francs due to me for a newspaper article, and though it hurt to do it, I at once paid every penny of it in rent. So though I came near to starving in the following weeks, I was hardly ever without a roof. It was now absolutely necessary to find work, and I remembered a friend of mine, a Russian waiter named Boris, who might be able to help me. I'd first met him in the public ward of a hospital, where he was being treated for arthritis in the left leg. He had told me to come to him if I were ever in difficulties. I must say something about Boris, for he was a curious character and my close friend for a long time. He was a big, soldierly man of about 35, and had been good-looking, but since his illness he had grown immensely fat from lying in bed. Like most Russian refugees, he had had an adventurous life. His parents, killed in the revolution, had been rich people, and he had served through the war in the 2nd Siberian Rifles, which, according to him, was the best regiment in the Russian army. After the war, he had first worked in a brush factory, then as a porter at Les Halles, then had become a dishwasher, and had finally worked his way up to be a waiter. When he fell ill, he was at the Hotel Scribe, and was taking 100 francs a day in tips. His ambition was to become a maître d'hôtel, save 50,000 francs, and set up a small select restaurant on the right bank. Boris always talked of the war as the happiest time of his life. War and soldiering were his passion. He had read innumerable books of strategy and military history, and could tell you all about the theories of Napoleon, Kutuzov, Clausewitz, Moltke, and Foch. Anything to do with soldiers pleased him. His favourite café was the Closerie des Lilas in Montparnasse, simply because the statue of Marshal Ney stands outside it. Later on, Boris and I sometimes went to the Rue de Commerce together. If we went by metro, Boris always got out at Cambronne station instead of Commerce, though Commerce was nearer. He liked the association with General Cambronne, who was called on to surrender at Waterloo, and answered simply, "Merde." The only things left to Boris by the revolution were his medals and some photographs of his old regiment. He'd kept these when everything else went to the pawn shop. Almost every day he would spread the photographs out on the bed and talk about them. "Voilà, mon ami, there you see me at the head of my company, big fine man, eh? Not like these little rats of Frenchmen. A captain at 20, not bad, eh? Yes, a captain in the 2nd Siberian Rifles, and my father was a colonel. Ah, me, mon ami, the ups and downs of life. A captain in the Russian army, and then, piff, the revolution, every penny gone. In 1916, I stayed a week at the Hotel Edward Set. In 1920, I was trying for a job as night watchman there. I have been night watchman, cellarman, floor scrubber, dishwasher, porter, lavatory attendant. I have tipped waiters, and I have been tipped by waiters. But I have known what it is to live like a gentleman, mon ami. I do not say it to boast, but the other day I was trying to compute how many mistresses I have had in my life, and I made it out to be over 200. Yes, at least 200. Ah, well, ça reviendra. Victory is to him who fights the longest. Courage, etc., etc. Boris had a queer, changeable nature. He always wished himself back in the army, but he had also been a waiter long enough to acquire the waiter's outlook. Though he had never saved more than a few thousand francs, he took it for granted that in the end he would be able to set up his own restaurant and grow rich. All waiters, I afterwards found, talk and think of this. It is what reconciles them to being waiters. Boris used to talk interestingly about hotel life. "Waiting is a gamble," he used to say. "You may die poor, you may make your fortune in a year. You are not paid wages, you depend on tips, 10% of the bill, and the commission from the wine companies on champagne corks. Sometimes the tips are enormous. The barman at Maxim's, for instance, makes 500 francs a day. More than 500 in a season. I have made 200 francs a day myself. It was at a hotel in Biarritz in the season. The whole staff, from the manager down to the plongeurs, was working 21 hours a day. 21 hours work and 2.5 hours in bed for a month on end. Still, it was worth it, at 200 francs a day. You never know when the stroke of luck is coming. Once, when I was at the Hotel Royal,
An American customer sent for me before dinner and ordered 24 brandy cocktails. I brought them all together on a tray in 24 glasses. "Now, garçon," said the customer, he was drunk, "I'll drink 12 and you drink 12, and if you can walk to the door afterwards, you get 100 francs. I walked to the door, and he gave me 100 francs, and every night, for 6 days, he did the same thing. 12 brandy cocktails, then 100 francs. A few months later, I heard he had been extradited by the American government, embezzlement. There is something fine, do you not think, about these Americans?" I liked Boris, and we had interesting times together playing chess and talking about war and hotels. Boris used often to suggest that I should become a waiter. "The life would suit you," he used to say. "When you are in work with 100 francs a day and a nice mistress, is not bad. You say you'll go in for writing. Writing is bosh. There is only one way to make money at writing, and that is to marry a publisher's daughter. But you would make a good waiter if you shaved that moustache off. You are tall, and you speak English. Those are the chief things a waiter needs. Wait till I can bend this accursed leg, mon ami, and then, if you are ever out of a job, come to me." Now that I was short of my rent and getting hungry, I remembered Boris's promise, and decided to look him up at once. I did not hope to become a waiter so easily as he had promised, but of course I knew how to scrub dishes, and no doubt he could get me a job in the kitchen. He had said that dishwashing jobs were to be had for the asking during the summer. It was a great relief to remember that I had, after all, one influential friend to fall back on. A short time before, Boris had given me an address in the Rue du Marché des Blancs-Manteaux. All he had said in his letter was that things were not marching too badly, and I assumed that he was back at the Hotel Scribe, touching his 100 francs a day. I was full of hope, and wondered why I'd been fool enough not to go to Boris before. I saw myself in a cosy restaurant, with jolly cooks singing love songs as they broke eggs into the pan, and 5 solid meals a day. I even squandered 2 francs 50 on a packet of Gauloise Bleu, in anticipation of my wages. In the morning I walked down to the Rue du Marché des Blancs-Manteaux. With a shock, I found it a slummy back street, as bad as my own. Boris's hotel was the dirtiest hotel in the street. From its dark doorway there came out a vile, sour odour, a mixture of slops and synthetic soup. It was bouillon zip, 25 centimes a packet. A misgiving came over me. People who drink bouillon zip are starving, or near it. Could Boris possibly be earning 100 francs a day? A surly patron sitting in the office said to me, yes, the Russian was at home in the attic. I went up 6 flights of narrow, winding stairs, the bouillon zip growing stronger as one got higher. Boris did not answer when I knocked at his door, so I opened it and went in. The room was an attic 10 feet square, lighted only by a skylight, its sole furniture a narrow iron bedstead, a chair, and a wash-hand stand with 1 game leg. A long S-shaped chain of bugs marched slowly across the wall above the bed. Boris was lying asleep, naked, his large belly making a mound under the grimy sheet. His chest was spotted with insect bites. As I came in, he woke up, rubbed his eyes, and groaned deeply. "Name of Jesus Christ," he exclaimed. "Oh, name of Jesus Christ, my back! Curse it! I believe my back is broken." "What's the matter?" I exclaimed. "My back is broken, that is all. I'll spend the night on the floor. Oh, name of Jesus Christ! If you knew what my back feels like." "My dear Boris, are you ill?" "Not ill, only starving. Yes, starving to death if this goes on much longer. Besides sleeping on the floor, I have lived on 2 francs a day for weeks past. It is fearful. You have come at a bad moment, mon ami." It did not seem much use to ask whether Boris still had his job at the Hotel Scribe. I hurried downstairs and bought a loaf of bread. Boris threw himself on the bread
and ate half of it, after which he felt better, sat up in bed, and told me what was the matter with him. He'd failed to get a job after leaving the hospital because he was still very lame, and he had spent all his money and pawned everything, and finally starved for several days. He had slept a week on the quay, under the Pont d'Austerlitz, among some empty wine barrels. For the past fortnight he had been living in this room together with a Jew, a mechanic. It appeared, there was some complicated explanation, that the Jew owed Boris 300 francs, and was repaying this by letting him sleep on the floor and allowing him 2 francs a day for food. 2 francs would buy a bowl of coffee and 3 rolls. The Jew went to work at 7 in the mornings, and after that Boris would leave his sleeping place, it was beneath the skylight which let in the rain, and get into the bed. He could not sleep much even there, owing to the bugs, but it rested his back after the floor. It was a great disappointment when I'd come to Boris for help to find him even worse off than myself. I explained that I had only about 60 francs left, and must get a job immediately. By this time, however, Boris had eaten the rest of the bread, and was feeling cheerful and talkative. He said carelessly, "Good heavens, what are you worrying about? 60 francs? Why, it's a fortune. Please hand me that shoe, mon ami. I'm going to smash one of those bugs if they come within reach." "But do you think there's any chance of getting a job?" "Chance? It's a certainty. In fact, I have got something already. There is a new Russian restaurant which is to open in a few days in the Rue du Commerce. It is une chose entendue that I am to be maître d'hôtel. I can easily get you a job in the kitchen. 500 francs a month, and your food. Tips, too, if you're lucky." "But in the meantime, I've got to pay my rent before long."
"Oh, we shall find something. I've got a few cards up my sleeve. There are people who owe me money. For instance, Paris is full of them. One of them is bound to pay up before long. Then, think of all the women who have been my mistress. A woman never forgets, you know. I have only to ask, and they will help me. Besides, the Jew tells me he is going to steal some magnetos from the garage where he works, and he will pay us 5 francs a day to clean them before he sells them. That alone would keep us. Never worry, mon ami. Nothing is easier to get than money."
"Well, let's go out now and look for a job."
"Presently, mon ami. We shan't starve, don't you fear. This is only the fortune of war. I've been in a worse hole scores of times. It is only a question of persisting. Remember Fox's maxim, attaque, attaque, attaque."
It was midday before Boris decided to get up. All the clothes he now had left were one suit, with one shirt, collar and tie, a pair of shoes almost worn out, and a pair of socks, all holes. He had also an overcoat which was to be pawned in the last extremity. He had a suitcase, a wretched 20-franc cardboard thing, but very important, because the patron of the hotel believed that it was full of clothes. Without that, he would probably have turned Boris out of doors. What it actually contained were the medals and photographs, various odds and ends, and huge bundles of love letters. In spite of all this, Boris managed to keep a fairly smart appearance. He shaved without soap and with a razor blade 2 months old, tied his tie so that the holes did not show, and carefully stuffed the soles of his shoes with newspaper. Finally, when he was dressed, he produced an ink bottle and inked the skin of his ankles where it showed through his socks. You would never have thought, when it was finished, that he had recently been sleeping under the Seine bridges. We went to a small café off the Rue de Rivoli, a well-known rendezvous of hotel managers and employees. At the back was a dark, cave-like room where all kinds of hotel workers were sitting, smart young waiters, others not so smart and clearly hungry, fat pink cooks, greasy dishwashers, battered old scrubbing women. Everyone had an untouched glass of black coffee in front of him. The place was, in effect, an employment bureau, and the money spent on drinks was the patron's commission. Sometimes a stout, important-looking man, obviously a restaurateur, would come in and speak to the barman, and the barman would call to one of the people at the back of the café. But he never called to Boris or me, and we left after 2 hours, as the etiquette was that you could only stay 2 hours for one drink. We learned afterwards, when it was too late, that the dodge was to bribe the barman. If you could afford 20 francs, he would generally get you a job. We went to the Hotel Scribe and waited an hour on the pavement, hoping that the manager would come out, but he never did. Then we dragged ourselves down to the Rue de Commerce, only to find that the new restaurant, which was being redecorated, was shut up and the patron away. It was now night. We had walked 14 kilometres over pavement, and we were so tired that we had to waste 1 franc 50 on going home by metro. Walking was agony to Boris with his game leg, and his optimism wore thinner and thinner as the day went on. When we got out of the metro at the Place d'Italie, he was in despair. He began to say that it was no use looking for work. There was nothing for it but to try crime. "Sooner rob than starve, mon ami. I've often planned it. A fat, rich American, some dark corner down Montparnasse way, a cobblestone in a stocking, bang! And then you go through his pockets and bolt. It is feasible, do you not think? I would not flinch. I've been a soldier, remember." He decided against the plan in the end, because we were both foreigners and easily recognized. When we had got back to my room, we spent another 1 franc 50 on bread and chocolate. Boris devoured his share, and at once cheered up, like magic. Food seemed to act on his system as rapidly as a cocktail. He took out a pencil and began making a list of the people who would probably give us jobs. There were dozens of them, he said. "Tomorrow we shall find something, mon ami. I know it in my bones. The luck always changes. Besides, we both have brains. A man with brains can't starve." "What things a man can do with brains will make money out of anything. I had a friend once, a Pole, a real man of genius. And what do you think he used to do? He would buy a gold ring and pawn it for 15 francs. Then, you know how carelessly the clocks fill up the tickets. Where the clock had written en or, he would add a diamant, and he would change 15 francs to 15,000. Neat, eh? Then, you see, he could borrow 1,000 francs on the security of the ticket. That is what I mean by brains. For the rest of the evening, Boris was in a hopeful mood, talking of the times we should have together when we were waiters together at Nice or Biarritz, with smart rooms and enough money to set up mistresses. He was too tired to walk the 3 kilometres back to his hotel, and slept the night on the floor of my room, with his coat rolled round his shoes for a pillow. We again failed to find work the next day, and it was 3 weeks before the luck changed. My 200 francs saved me from trouble about the rent, but everything else went as badly as possible. Day after day, Boris and I went up and down Paris, drifting at 2 miles an hour through the crowds, bored and hungry, and finding nothing. One day, I remember, we crossed the Seine 11 times. We loitered for hours outside service doorways, and when the manager came out, we would go up to him ingratiatingly, cap in hand. We always got the same answer. They did not want a lame man, nor a man without experience. Once we were very nearly engaged. While he spoke to the manager, Boris stood straight upright, not supporting himself with his stick, and the manager did not see that he was lame. "Yes," he said, "we want 2 men in the cellars. Perhaps you would come inside." Then Boris moved, and the game was up. "Ah," said the manager, "you limp. Malheureusement." We enrolled our names at agencies and answered advertisements, but walking everywhere made us slow, and we seemed to miss every job by half an hour. Once we very nearly got a job swabbing out railway trucks, but at the last moment they rejected us in favour of Frenchmen. Once we answered an advertisement calling for hands at a circus. You had to shift benches and clean up litter, and during the performance stand on 2 tubs and let a lion jump through your legs. When we got to the place, an hour before the time named, we found a queue of 50 men already waiting. There is some attraction in lions, evidently. Once an agency to which I had applied months earlier sent me a petit bleu, telling me of an Italian gentleman who wanted English lessons. The petit bleu said, "Come at once," and promised 20 francs an hour. Boris and I were in despair. Here was a splendid chance, and I could not take it, for it was impossible to go to the agency with my coat out at elbow. Then it occurred to us that I could wear Boris's coat. It did not match my trousers, but the trousers were grey and might pass for flannel at a short distance. The coat was so much too big for me that I had to wear it unbuttoned and keep one hand in my pocket. I hurried out and wasted 75 centimes on a bus fare to get to the agency. When I got there, I found that the Italian had changed his mind and left Paris. Once Boris suggested that I should go to Les Halles and try for a job as a porter. I arrived at 4:30 in the morning, when the work was getting into its swing. Seeing a short, fat man in a bowler hat directing some porters, I went up to him and asked for work. Before answering, he seized my right hand and felt the palm. "You're strong, eh?" he said. "Very strong," I said untruly. "Bien, let me see you lift that crate." It was a huge wicker basket full of potatoes. I took hold of it and found that, so far from lifting it, I could not even move it. The man in the bowler hat watched me, then shrugged his shoulders and turned away. I made off. When I had gone some distance, I looked back and saw 4 men lifting the basket onto a cart. It weighed 300 weight, possibly. The man had seen that I was no use and taken this way of getting rid of me. Sometimes, in his hopeful moments, Boris spent 50 centimes on a stamp and wrote to one of his ex-mistresses asking for money. Only one of them ever replied. It was a woman who, besides having been his mistress, owed him 200 francs. When Boris saw the letter waiting and recognized the handwriting, he was wild with hope. We seized the letter and rushed up to Boris's room to read it, like a child with stolen sweets. Boris read the letter, then handed it silently to me. It ran, "My little cherished wolf, with what delight did I open thy charming letter, reminding me of the days of our perfect love, and of the so dear kisses which I have received from thy lips. Such memories linger forever in the heart, like the perfume of a flower that is dead. As to thy request for 200 francs, alas, it is impossible. Thou dost not know, my dear one, how I am desolated to hear of thy embarrassments. But what wouldst thou? In this life which is so sad, trouble comes to everyone. I too have had my share. My little sister has been ill. Ah, the poor little one, how she suffered, and we are obliged to pay I know not what to the doctor. All our money is gone, and we are passing, I assure thee, very difficult days. Courage, my little wolf, always, the courage. Remember that the bad days are not forever, and the trouble which seems so terrible will disappear at last. Rest assured, my dear one, that I will remember thee always, and receive the most sincere embraces of her who has never ceased to love thee, thy Yvonne." This letter disappointed Boris so much that he went straight to bed, and would not look for work again that day. My 60 francs lasted about a fortnight. I had given up the pretence of going out to restaurants, and we used to eat in my room, one of us sitting on the bed and the other on the chair. Boris would contribute his 2 francs, and I 3 or 4 francs, and we would buy bread, potatoes, milk and cheese, and make soup over my spirit lamp. We had a saucepan and a coffee bowl and 1 spoon. Every day there was a polite squabble as to who should eat out of the saucepan and who out of the coffee bowl. The saucepan held more, and every day, to my secret anger, Boris gave in first and had the saucepan. Sometimes we had more bread in the evening, sometimes not. Our linen was getting filthy, and it was 3 weeks since I had had a bath. Boris, so he said, had not had a bath for months. It was tobacco that made everything tolerable. We had plenty of tobacco, for some time before Boris had met a soldier. The soldiers are given their tobacco free, and bought 20 or 30 packets at 50 centimes each. All this was far worse for Boris than for me. The walking and sleeping on the floor kept his leg and back in constant pain, and with his vast Russian appetite he suffered torments of hunger, though he never seemed to grow thinner. On the whole, he was surprisingly gay, and he had vast capacities for hope. He used to say seriously that he had a patron saint who watched over him, and when things were very bad, he would search the gutter for money, saying that the saint often dropped a 2-franc piece there. One day, we were waiting in the Rue Royale. There was a Russian restaurant nearby, and we were going to ask for a job there. Suddenly, Boris made up his mind to go into the Madeleine and burn a 50-centime candle to his patron saint. Then, coming out, he said that he would be on the safe side, and solemnly put a match to a 50-centime stamp, as a sacrifice to the immortal gods. Perhaps the gods and the saints did not get on together. At any rate, we missed the job. On some mornings, Boris collapsed in the most utter despair. He would lie in bed almost weeping, cursing the Jew with whom he lived. Of late, the Jew had become restive about paying the daily 2 francs, and what was worse, had begun putting on intolerable airs of patronage. Boris said that I, as an Englishman, could not conceive what torture it was to a Russian of family to be at the mercy of a Jew. "A Jew, mon ami, a veritable Jew, and he hasn't even the decency to be ashamed of it. To think that I, a captain in the Russian army— have I ever told you, mon ami, that I was a captain in the 2nd Siberian Rifles? Yes, a captain, and my father was a colonel, and here I am, eating the bread of a Jew. A Jew. I will tell you what the Jews are like. Once, in the early months of the war, we were on the march, and we had halted at a village for the night. A horrible old Jew with a red beard like Judas Iscariot came sneaking up to my billet. I asked him what he wanted. "Your Honor," he said, "I have brought a girl for you, a beautiful young girl, only 17. It will only be 50 francs. "Thank you," I said. "You can take her away again. I don't want to catch any diseases." "Diseases?" cried the Jew. "Mais, monsieur le capitaine, there's no fear of that. It's my own daughter." That is the Jewish national character for you. Have I ever told you, mon ami, that in the old Russian army it was considered bad form to spit on a Jew? Yes. We thought a Russian officer's spittle was too precious to be wasted on Jews, etc., etc. On these days, Boris usually declared himself too ill to go out and look for work. He would lie till evening in the greyish, verminous sheets, smoking and reading old newspapers. Sometimes we played chess. We had no board, but we wrote down the moves on a piece of paper, and afterwards we made a board from the side of a packing case, had a set of men from Buttons, Belgian coins, and the like. Boris, like many Russians, had a passion for chess. It was a saying of his that the rules of chess are the same as the rules of love and war, and that if you can win at one, you can win at the others. But he also said that if you have a chessboard, you do not mind being hungry, which was certainly not true in my case. My money oozed away, to 8 francs, to 4 francs, to 1 franc, to 25 centimes. And 25 centimes is useless, for it will buy nothing except a newspaper. We went several days on dry bread, and then I was 2.5 days with nothing to eat whatever. This was an ugly experience. There are people who do fasting cures of 3 weeks or more, and they say that fasting is quite pleasant after the 4th day. I do not know, never having gone beyond the 3rd day. Probably it seems different when one is doing it voluntarily and is not underfed at the start. The first day, too inert to look for work, I borrowed a rod and went fishing in the Seine, baiting with bluebottles. I hoped to catch enough for a meal, but of course I did not. The Seine is full of dace, but they grew cunning during the siege of Paris, and none of them has been caught since, except in nets. On the second day I thought of pawning my overcoat, but it seemed too far to walk to the pawn shop, and I spent the day in bed, reading the memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. It was all that I felt equal to, without food. Hunger reduces one to an utterly spineless, brainless condition, more like the after-effects of influenza than anything else. It is as though one had been turned into a jellyfish, or as though all one's blood had been pumped out and lukewarm water substituted. Complete inertia is my chief memory of hunger, that and being obliged to spit very frequently, and the spittle being curiously white and flocculent, like a cuckoo spit. I do not know the reason for this, but everyone who has gone hungry several days has noticed it. On the third morning I felt very much better. I realized that I must do something at once, and I decided to go and ask Boris to let me share his 2 francs, at any rate for a day or two. When I arrived, I found Boris in bed and furiously angry. As soon as I came in, he burst out, almost choking. "He has taken it back, the dirty thief! He has taken it back!" "Who's taken what?" I said.
"The Jew. Taken my 2 francs, the dog, the thief. He robbed me in my sleep."
It appeared that on the previous night the Jew had flatly refused to pay the daily 2 francs. They had argued, and at last the Jew had consented to hand over the money. He had done it, Boris said, in the most offensive manner, making a little speech about how kind he was and extorting abject gratitude. And then, in the morning, he had stolen the money back before Boris was awake. This was a blow. I was horribly disappointed, for I had allowed my belly to expect food, a great mistake when one is hungry. However, rather to my surprise, Boris was far from despairing. He sat up in bed, lighted his pipe, and reviewed the situation.
"Now, listen, mon ami, this is a tight corner. We have only 25 centimes between us, and I don't suppose the Jew will ever pay my 2 francs again. In any case, his behavior is becoming intolerable. Will you believe it? The other night he had the indecency to bring a woman in here while I was there on the floor, the low animal. And I have a worse thing to tell you. The Jew intends clearing out of here. He owes a week's rent, and his idea is to avoid paying that and give me the slip at the same time. If the Jew shoots the moon, I shall be left without a roof, and the patron will take my suitcase in lieu of rent, curse him. We have got to make a vigorous move."
"All right, but what can we do? It seems to me that the only thing is to pawn our overcoats and get some food."
"We'll do that, of course, but I must get my possessions out of this house first. To think of my photographs being seized. Well, my plan is ready. I am going to forestall the Jew and shoot the moon myself. Foutre le camp. Retreat, you understand? I think that is the correct move, huh?"
"But, my dear Boris, how can you in daytime? You're bound to be caught."
Well, it will need strategy, of course. Our patron is on the watch for people slipping out without paying their rent. He's been had that way before. He and his wife take it in turns all day to sit in the office. What misers, these Frenchmen! But I have thought of a way to do it, if you will help."
I did not feel in a very helpful mood, but I asked Boris what his plan was. He explained it carefully.
"Now, listen. We must start by pawning our overcoats. First, go back to your room and fetch your overcoat, then come back here and fetch mine, and smuggle it out under cover of yours. Take them to the pawn shop in the Rue de Franc-Bourgeois. You ought to get 20 francs for 2, with luck. Then go down to the Seine bank and fill your pockets with stones, and bring them back and put them in my suitcase. You see the idea? I shall wrap as many of my things as I can carry in a newspaper, and go down and ask the patron the way to the nearest laundry. I shall be very brazen and casual, you understand? And of course the patron will think the bundle is nothing but dirty linen. Or, if he does suspect anything, he will do what he always does, the mean sneak. He will go up to my room and feel the weight of my suitcase, and when he feels the weight of stones, he will think it is still full. Strategy, eh? Then afterwards I can come back and carry my other things out in my pockets.
But what about the suitcase?
Oh, that we shall have to abandon it. The miserable thing only cost 20 francs. Besides, one always abandons something in a retreat. Look at Napoleon at Beresina. He abandoned his whole army.
Boris was so pleased with this scheme, he called it une ruse de guerre, that he almost forgot being hungry. Its main weakness, that he would have nowhere to sleep after shooting the moon, he ignored. At first, the ruse de guerre worked well. I went home and fetched my overcoat, that made already 9 kilometers on an empty belly, and smuggled Boris's coat out successfully. Then a hitch occurred. The receiver at the pawn-shop, a nasty, sour-faced, interfering little man, a typical French official, refused the coats on the ground that they were not wrapped up in anything. He said that they must be put either in a valise or a cardboard box. This spoiled everything, for we had no box of any kind, and with only 25 centimes between us, we could not buy one. I went back and told Boris the bad news.
"Merde," he said. "That makes it awkward. Well, no matter. There's always a way. We'll put the overcoats in my suitcase."
But how are we to get the suitcase past the patron? He's sitting almost in the door of the office. It's impossible.
"How easily you despair, mon ami. Where is that English obstinacy that I have read of? Courage! We'll manage it."
Boris thought for a little while, and then produced another cunning plan. The essential difficulty was to hold the patron's attention for perhaps 5 seconds, while we could slip past with the suitcase. But as it happened, the patron had just one weak spot, that he was interested in le sport, and was ready to talk if you approached him on this subject. Boris read an article about bicycle races in an old copy of the Petit Parisien, and then, when we had reconnoitred the stairs, went down and managed to set the patron talking. Meanwhile, I waited at the foot of the stairs with the overcoats under one arm and the suitcase under the other. Boris was to give a cough when he thought the moment favourable. I waited trembling, for at any moment the patron's wife might come out of the door opposite the office, and then the game was up. However, presently Boris coughed. I sneaked rapidly past the office and out into the street, rejoicing that my shoes did not creak. The plan might have failed if Boris had been thinner, for his big shoulders blocked the doorway of the office. His nerve was splendid, too. He went on laughing and talking in the most casual way, and so loud that he quite covered any noise I made. When I was well away, he came and joined me round the corner, and we bolted. And then, after all our trouble, the receiver at the pawn-shop again refused the overcoats. He told me, one could see his French soul revelling in the pedantry of it, that I had not sufficient papers of identification. My carte d'identité was not enough, and I must show a passport or addressed envelopes. Boris had addressed envelopes by the score, but his carte d'identité was out of order. He never renewed it, so as to avoid the tax, so we could not pawn the overcoats in his name. All we could do was to trudge up to my room, get the necessary papers, and take the coats to the pawn-shop in the Boulevard Port-Royal. I left Boris at my room and went down to the pawn-shop. When I got there, I found that it was shut, and would not open till 4 in the afternoon. It was now about 1:30, and I had walked 12 kilometers, and had had no food for 60 hours. Fate seemed to be playing a series of extraordinarily unamusing jokes. Then the luck changed as though by a miracle. I was walking home through the Rue Broca, when suddenly, glittering on the cobbles, I saw a 5-sou piece. I pounced on it, hurried home, got our other 5-sou piece, and bought a pound of potatoes. There was only enough alcohol in the stove to parboil them, and we had no salt, but we wolfed them, skins and all. After that we felt like new men, and sat playing chess till the pawn-shop opened. At 4 o'clock, I went back to the pawn-shop. I was not hopeful, for if I had only got 70 francs before, what could I expect for 2 shabby overcoats and a cardboard suitcase? Boris had said 20 francs, but I thought it would be 10 francs, or even 5. Worse yet, I might be refused altogether, like poor numero 83 on the previous occasion. I sat on the front bench so as not to see people laughing when the clerk said 5 francs. At last the clerk called my number. Numero 117. Yes, I said, standing up. 50 francs. It was almost as great a shock as the 70 francs had been the time before. I believe now that the clerk had mixed my number up with someone else's, for one could not have sold the coats outright for 50 francs. I hurried home and walked into my room with my hands behind my back, saying nothing. Boris was playing with the chessboard. He looked up eagerly. "What did you get?" he exclaimed. "What, not 20 francs? Surely you got 10 francs anyway." "Nom de Dieu! 5 francs? That is a bit too thick. Mon ami, don't say it was 5 francs. If you say it was 5 francs, I shall really begin to think of suicide." I threw the 50-franc note onto the table. Boris turned white as chalk, and then, springing up, seized my hand and gave it a grip that almost broke the bones. We ran out, bought bread and wine, a piece of meat and alcohol for the stove, and gorged. After eating, Boris became more optimistic than I had ever known him. "What did I tell you?" he said. "The fortune of war, this morning with 5 sous, and now look at us. I have always said it, there is nothing easier to get than money, and that reminds me. I have a friend in the Rue Fonderie, whom we might go and see. He has cheated me of 4,000 francs, the thief. He is the greatest thief alive when he is sober. But it is a curious thing. He is quite honest when he is drunk. I should think he would be drunk by 6 in the evening. Let's go and find him. Very likely he will pay up 100 on account. Merde, he might pay 200. Allons-y!" We went to the Rue Fonderie and found the man, and he was drunk, but we did not get our 100 francs. As soon as he and Boris met, there was a terrible altercation on the pavement. The other man declared that he did not owe Boris a penny, but that on the contrary Boris owed him 4,000 francs, and both of them kept appealing to me for my opinion. I never understood the rights of the matter. The two argued and argued, first in the street, then in a bistro, then in a prefix restaurant, where we went for dinner, then in another bistro. Finally, having called one another thieves for 2 hours, they went off together on a drinking bout that finished up the last sou of Boris's money. Boris slept the night at the house of a cobbler, another Russian refugee, in the Commerce Quarter. Meanwhile, I had 8 francs left, and plenty of cigarettes, and was stuffed to the eyes with food and drink. It was a marvellous change for the better after 2 bad days. We had now 28 francs in hand, and could start looking for work once more. Boris was still sleeping on some mysterious terms at the house of the cobbler, and he had managed to borrow another 20 francs from a Russian friend. He had friends, mostly ex-officers like himself here and there, all over Paris. Some were waiters or dishwashers, some drove taxis, a few lived on women, some had managed to bring money away from Russia, and owned garages or dancing halls. In general, the Russian refugees in Paris are hard-working people, and have put up with their bad luck far better than one can imagine Englishmen of the same class doing. There are exceptions, of course. Boris told me of an exiled Russian duke whom he had once met, who frequented expensive restaurants. The duke would find out if there was a Russian officer among the waiters, and after he had dined, call him in a friendly way to his table. "Ah," the Duke would say, "so you are an old soldier like myself. These are bad days, eh? Well, the Russian soldier fears nothing. And what was your regiment?
"The so-and-so, sir," the waiter would answer. "A very gallant regiment. I inspected them in 1912. Oh, by the way, I have, unfortunately, left my note-case at home. A Russian officer will, I know, oblige me with 300 francs. If the waiter had 300 francs, he would hand it over, and, of course, never see it again. The Duke made quite a lot in this way. Probably the waiters did not mind being swindled. A duke is a duke, even in exile. It was through one of these Russian refugees that Boris heard of something which seemed to promise money. 2 days after we had pawned the overcoats, Boris said to me rather mysteriously, "Tell me, mon ami, have you any political opinions?" "No," I said. "Neither have I. Of course, one is always a patriot, but still, did not Moses say something about spoiling the Egyptians? As an Englishman, you will have read the Bible. What I mean is, would you object to earning money from communists?" "No, of course not." "Well, it appears that there is a Russian secret society in Paris who might do something for us. They are communists. In fact, they are agents for the Bolsheviks. They act as a friendly society, get in touch with exiled Russians and try to get them to turn Bolshevik. My friend has joined their society, and he thinks they would help us if we went to them." "But what can they do for us? In any case, they won't help me, as I'm not Russian." "That is just the point. It seems that they are correspondents for a Moscow paper, and they want some articles on English politics. If we go to them at once, they may commission you to write the articles." "Me? But I don't know anything about politics." "Merde. Neither do they. Who does know anything about politics? It's easy. All you have to do is to copy it out of the English papers. Isn't there a Paris Daily Mail? Copy it from that." "But the Daily Mail is a conservative paper. They loathe the communists." "Well, say the opposite of what the Daily Mail says, then you can't be wrong. We mustn't throw this chance away, mon ami. It might mean hundreds of francs." I did not at all like the idea, for the Paris police are very hard on communists, especially if they are foreigners, and I was already under suspicion. Some months before, a detective had seen me come out of the office of a communist weekly paper, and I had had a great deal of trouble with the police. If they caught me going to this secret society, it might mean deportation. However, the chance seemed too good to be missed. That afternoon, Boris's friend, another waiter, came to take us to the rendezvous. I cannot remember the name of the street. It was a shabby street running south from the Seine Bank, somewhere near the Chamber of Deputies. Boris's friend insisted on great caution. We loitered casually down the street, marked the doorway we were to enter, it was a laundry, and then strolled back again, keeping an eye on all the windows and cafes. If the place were known as a haunt of communists, it was probably watched, and we intended to go home if we saw anyone at all like a detective. I was frightened, but Boris enjoyed these conspiratorial proceedings, and quite forgot that he was about to trade with the slayers of his parents. When we were certain that the coast was clear, we dived quickly into the doorway. In the laundry was a Frenchwoman ironing clothes who told us that the Russian gentleman lived up a staircase across the courtyard. We went up several flights of dark stairs and emerged onto a landing. A strong, surly-looking young man with hair growing low on his head was standing at the top of the stairs. As I came up, he looked at me suspiciously, barred the way with his arm, and said something in Russian. "Mot d'ordre," he said sharply when I did not answer. I stopped, startled. I had not expected passwords. "Mot d'ordre," repeated the Russian. Boris's friend, who was walking behind, now came forward and said something in Russian, either the password or an explanation. At this, the surly young man seemed satisfied, and led us into a small, shabby room with frosted windows. It was like a very poverty-stricken office with propaganda posters in Russian lettering and a huge, crude picture of Lenin tacked on the walls. At the table sat an unshaven Russian in shirt-sleeves, addressing newspaper wrappers from a pile in front of him. As I came in, he spoke to me in French, with a bad accent. "This is very careless," he exclaimed fussily. "Why have you come here without a parcel of washing?" "Washing?" "Everybody who comes here brings washing. It Looks as though they were going to the laundry downstairs. Bring a good large bundle next time. We don't want police on our tracks." This was even more conspiratorial than I had expected. Boris sat down in the only vacant chair, and there was a great deal of talking, in Russian. Only the unshaven man talked. The surly one leaned against the wall with his eyes on me, as though he still suspected me. It was queer standing in the little secret room with its revolutionary posters, listening to a conversation of which I did not understand a word. The Russians talked quickly and eagerly, with smiles and shrugs of the shoulders. I wondered what it was all about. They would be calling each other Little Father, I thought, and Little Dove, and Ivan Alexandrovitch, like the characters in Russian novels, and the talk would be of revolutions. The unshaven man would be saying firmly, "We never argue, controversy is a bourgeois pastime, deeds are our arguments." Then I gathered that it was not this exactly. 20 francs was being demanded, for an entrance fee apparently, and Boris was promising to pay it. We had just 17 francs in the world. Finally Boris produced our precious store of money, and paid 5 francs on account. At this the surly man looked less suspicious and sat down on the edge of the table. The unshaven one began to question me in French, making notes on a slip of paper. Was I a communist, he asked. By sympathy I answered. I had never joined any organization. Did I understand the political situation in England? Oh, of course, of course. I mentioned the names of various ministers and made some contemptuous remarks about the Labour Party. And what about Le Sport? Could I do articles on Le Sport? Football and socialism have some mysterious connection on the continent. Oh, of course, again. Both men nodded gravely. The unshaven one said, "Wiedemann, you have a thorough knowledge of conditions in England. Could you undertake to write a series of articles for a Moscow weekly paper? We will give you the particulars." "Certainly. Then, comrade, you will hear from us by the first post tomorrow, or possibly the second post. Our rate of pay is 150 francs an article. Remember to bring a parcel of washing next time you come. Au revoir, comrade." We went downstairs, looked carefully out of the laundry to see that there was no one in the street, and slipped out. Boris was wild with joy. In a sort of sacrificial ecstasy he rushed into the nearest tobacconist's and spent 50 centimes on a cigar. He came out thumping his stick on the pavement and beaming. At last! Now, mon ami, a fortune really is made. You took them in finally. Did you hear him call you comrade? 150 francs an article. Nom de Dieu, what luck!" Next morning, when I heard the postman, I rushed down to the bistro for my letter. To my disappointment, it had not come. I stayed at home for the second post. Still no letter. When 3 days had gone by, and I had not heard from the secret society, we gave up hope, deciding that they must have found somebody else to do their articles. 10 days later, we made another visit to the office of the secret society, taking care to bring a parcel that looked like washing. And the secret society had vanished. The woman in the laundry knew nothing. She simply said that "ces messieurs" had left some days ago, after trouble about the rent. What fools we looked, standing there with our parcel. But it was a consolation that we had paid only 5 francs instead of 20. And that was the last we ever heard of the secret society. Who or what they really were, nobody knew. Personally, I do not think they had anything to do with the Communist Party. I think they were simply swindlers, who preyed upon Russian refugees by extracting entrance fees to an imaginary society. It was quite safe, and no doubt they are still doing it in some other city. They were clever fellows, and played their part admirably. Their office looked exactly as a secret communist office should look, and as for that touch about bringing a parcel of washing, it was genius. For 3 more days we continued traipsing about looking for work, coming home for diminishing meals of soup and bread in my bedroom. There were now 2 gleams of hope. In the first place, Boris had heard of a possible job at the Hotel X, near the Place de la Concorde, and in the second, the patron of the new restaurant in the Rue de Commerce had at last come back.
We went down in the afternoon and saw him. On the way, Boris talked of the vast fortunes we should make if we got this job, and of the importance of making a good impression on the patron.
Appearance is everything, mon ami. Give me a new suit, and I will borrow 1,000 francs by dinner time. What a pity I did not buy a collar when we had money. I turned my collar inside out this morning, but what is the use? One side is as dirty as the other. Do you think I look hungry, mon ami?
You look pale.
Curse it. What can one do on bread and potatoes? It is fatal to look hungry. It makes people want to kick you. Wait.
He stopped at a jeweller's window and smacked his cheeks sharply to bring the blood into them. Then, before the flush had faded, we hurried into the restaurant and introduced ourselves to the patron. The patron was a short, fattish, very dignified man with wavy grey hair, dressed in a smart double-breasted flannel suit and smelling of scent. Boris told me that he was an ex-colonel of the Russian army. His wife was there, too, a horrid, fat Frenchwoman with a dead-white face and scarlet lips, reminding me of cold veal and tomatoes. The patron greeted Boris genially, and they talked together in Russian for a few minutes. I stood in the background, preparing to tell some big lies about my experience as a dishwasher. Then the patron came over towards me. I shuffled uneasily, trying to look servile. Boris had rubbed it into me that a plongeur is a slave's slave, and I expected the patron to treat me like dirt. To my astonishment, he seized me warmly by the hand.
"So you are an Englishman," he exclaimed. "But how charming! I need not ask, then, whether you are a golfer."
"Mais certainement," I said, seeing that this was expected of me.
"All my life I have wanted to play golf. Will you, my dear monsieur, be so kind as to show me a few of the principal strokes?"
Apparently this was the Russian way of doing business. The patron listened attentively while I explained the difference between a driver and an iron, and then suddenly informed me that it was all entendu. Boris was to be maître d'hôtel when the restaurant opened, and I, plongeur, with a chance of rising to lavatory attendant if trade was good. When would the restaurant open, I asked.
"Exactly a fortnight from today," the patron answered grandly.
He had a manner of waving his hand and flicking off his cigarette ash at the same time, which looked very grand.
"Exactly a fortnight from today, in time for lunch."
Then, with obvious pride, he showed us over the restaurant. It was a smallish place, consisting of a bar, a dining room, and a kitchen no bigger than the average bathroom. The patron was decorating it in a trumpery, picturesque style. He called it Normand. It was a matter of sham beams stuck on the plaster and the like, and proposed to call it the Auberge de Jean Cottard, to give a medieval effect. He'd had a leaflet printed, full of lies about the historical associations of the quarter, and this leaflet actually claimed, among other things, that there had once been an inn on the site of the restaurant, which was frequented by Charlemagne. The patron was very pleased with this touch. He was also having the bar decorated with indecent pictures by an artist from the salon. Finally, he gave us each an expensive cigarette, and after some more talk, we went home. I felt strongly that we should never get any good from this restaurant. The patron had looked to me like a cheat, and what was worse, an incompetent cheat, and I had seen 2 unmistakable duns hanging about the back door. But Boris, seeing himself a maître d'hôtel once more, would not be discouraged.
"We've brought it off only a fortnight to hold out. What is a fortnight? Food? Je m'en fous. To think that in only 3 weeks I shall have my mistress. Will she be dark or fair? I wonder. I don't mind so long as she is not too thin."
2 bad days followed. We had only 60 centimes left, and we spent it on half a pound of bread with a piece of garlic to rub it with. The point of rubbing garlic on bread is that the taste lingers and gives one the illusion of having fed recently. We sat most of that day in the Jardin des Plantes. Boris had shots with stones at the tame pigeons, but always missed them, and after that we wrote dinner menus on the backs of envelopes.
We were too hungry even to try and think of anything except food. I remember the dinner Boris finally selected for himself. It was a dozen oysters, borscht soup, the red sweet beetroot soup with cream on top, crayfishes, a young chicken en casserole, beef with stewed plums, new potatoes, a salad, suet pudding and Roquefort cheese, with a litre of Burgundy and some old brandy. Boris had international tastes in food. Later on, when we were prosperous, I occasionally saw him eat meals almost as large without difficulty. When our money came to an end, I stopped looking for work, and was another day without food. I did not believe that the Auberge de Géant Cottard was really going to open, and I could see no other prospect, but I was too lazy to do anything but lie in bed. Then the luck changed abruptly. At night, at about 10 o'clock, I heard an eager shout from the street. I got up and went to the window. Boris was there, waving his stick and beaming. Before speaking, he dragged a bent loaf from his pocket and threw it up to me.
"Mon ami, mon cher ami, we're saved. What do you think?"
"Surely you haven't got a job?"
"At the Hotel X, near the Place de la Concorde, 500 francs a month, and food. I have been working there today. Name of Jesus Christ, how I have eaten!"
After 10 or 12 hours' work, and with his game leg, his first thought had been to walk 3 kilometres to my hotel and tell me the good news. What was more, he told me to meet him in the Tuileries the next day during his afternoon interval, in case he should be able to steal some food for me. At the appointed time, I met Boris on a public bench. He undid his waistcoat and produced a large crushed newspaper packet. In it was some minced veal, a wedge of camembert cheese, bread, and an eclair, all jumbled together.
"Voila," said Boris. "That's all I could smuggle out for you. The doorkeeper is a cunning swine."
It is disagreeable to eat out of a newspaper on a public seat, especially in the Tuileries, which are generally full of pretty girls, but I was too hungry to care. While I ate, Boris explained that he was working in the cafeteria of the hotel, that is, in English, the still room. It appeared that the cafeteria was the very lowest post in the hotel, and a dreadful come-down for a waiter, but it would do until the Auberge de Géant Cottard opened. Meanwhile, I was to meet Boris every day in the Tuileries, and he would smuggle out as much food as he dared. For 3 days we continued with this arrangement, and I lived entirely on the stolen food. Then all our troubles came to an end, for one of the plongeurs left the Hotel X, and on Boris's recommendation, I was given a job there myself. The Hotel X was a vast, grandiose place with a classical facade, and at one side a little dark doorway like a rat-hole, which was the service entrance. I arrived at 6:45 in the morning. A stream of men with greasy trousers were hurrying in and being checked by a doorkeeper who sat in a tiny office. I waited, and presently the chef de personnel, a sort of assistant manager, arrived and began to question me. He was an Italian, with a round, pale face, haggard from overwork. He asked whether I was an experienced dishwasher, and I said that I was. He glanced at my hands and saw that I was lying, but on hearing that I was an Englishman, he changed his tone and engaged me. "We have been looking for someone to practice our English on," he said. "Our clients are all Americans, and the only English we know is—" He repeated something that little boys write on the walls in London. "You may be useful. Come downstairs." He led me down a winding staircase into a narrow passage deep underground, and so low that I had to stoop in places. It was stiflingly hot and very dark, with only dim yellow bulbs several yards apart. There seemed to be miles of dark labyrinthine passages, actually I suppose a few 100 yards in all, that reminded one queerly of the lower decks of a liner. There were the same heat and cramped space, and warm reek of food, and a humming, whirring noise. It came from the kitchen furnaces, just like the whir of engines. We passed doorways which let out sometimes a shouting of oaths, sometimes the red glare of a fire, once a shuddering draught from an ice chamber. As we went along, something struck me violently in the back. It was 100-pound block of ice, carried by a blue-aproned porter. After him came a boy with a great slab of veal on his shoulder, his cheek pressed into the damp, spongy flesh. They shoved me aside with a cry of, "Range-toi, idiot!" and rushed on. On the wall, under one of the lights, someone had written in a very neat hand, "Sooner will you find a cloudless sky in winter than a woman at the Hotel X who has her maidenhead." It seemed a queer sort of place. One of the passages branched off into a laundry, where an old skull-faced woman gave me a blue apron and a pile of dishcloths. Then the chef du personnel took me to a tiny underground den, a cellar, below a cellar, as it were, where there were a sink and some gas ovens. It was too low for me to stand quite upright, and the temperature was perhaps 110 degrees Fahrenheit. The chef de personnel explained that my job was to fetch meals for the higher hotel employees, who fed in a small dining room above, clean their room, and wash their crockery. When he had gone, a waiter, another Italian, thrust a fierce fuzzy head into the doorway and looked down at me. "English, eh?" he said. "Well, I'm in charge here. If you work well—" he made the motion of upending a bottle and sucked noisily. "If you don't—" he gave the doorpost several vigorous kicks. "To me, twisting your neck would be no more than spitting on the floor, and if there's any trouble, they'll believe me, not you. So, be careful." After this, I set to work rather hurriedly. Except for about an hour, I was at work from 7 in the morning till 9:15 at night, first at washing crockery, then at scrubbing the tables and floors of the employees' dining room, then at polishing glasses and knives, then at fetching meals, then at washing crockery again, then at fetching more meals and washing more crockery. It was easy work, and I got on well with it except when I went to the kitchen to fetch meals. The kitchen was like nothing I had ever seen or imagined. A stifling, low-ceilinged inferno of a cellar, red-lit from the fires, and deafening with oaths and the clanging of pots and pans. It was so hot that all the metalwork except the stoves had to be covered with cloth. In the middle were furnaces, where 12 cooks skipped to and fro, their faces dripping sweat in spite of their white caps. Round that were counters where a mob of waiters and plongeurs clamoured with trays. Scullions, naked to the waist, were stoking the fires and scouring huge copper saucepans with sand. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry and a rage. The head cook, a fine scarlet man with big mustachios, stood in the middle booming continuously, "Ça marche, 2 œufs brouillés, ça marche, un chateaubriand pomme sautée," except when he broke off to curse at a plongeur. There were 3 counters, and the first time I went to the kitchen, I took my tray unknowingly to the wrong one. The head cook walked up to me, twisted his moustaches, and looked me up and down. Then he beckoned to the breakfast cook and pointed at me. "You see that? That is the type of plongeur they send us nowadays. Where do you come from, idiot? From Charenton, I suppose." There is a large lunatic asylum at Charenton. "From England," I said. "I might have known it. Well, mon cher Monsieur l'Anglais, may I inform you that you are the son of a whore, and now fous-moi le camp to the other counter, where you belong." I got this kind of reception every time I went to the kitchen, for I always made some mistake. I was expected to know the work and was cursed accordingly. From curiosity, I counted the number of times I was called maquereau during the day, and it was 39. At 4:30, the Italian told me that I could stop working, but that it was not worth going out as we began again at 5. I went to the lavatory for a smoke. Smoking was strictly forbidden, and Boris had warned me that the lavatory was the only safe place. After that, I worked again till 9:15, when the waiter put his head into the doorway and told me to leave the rest of the crockery. To my astonishment, after calling me pig, mackerel, etc. all day, he had suddenly grown quite friendly. I realized that the curses I had met with were only a kind of probation. "That'll do, mon petit," said the waiter. "Tu n'es pas débrouillard, but you work all right. Come up and have your dinner.
The hotel allows us 2 liters of wine each, and I've stolen another bottle. We'll have a fine booze." We had an excellent dinner from the leavings of the higher employees. The waiter, grown mellow, told me stories about his love affairs, and about 2 men whom he had stabbed in Italy, and about how he had dodged his military service. He was a good fellow when one got to know him. He reminded me of Benvenuto Cellini, somehow. I was tired and drenched with sweat, but I felt a new man after a day's solid food. The work did not seem difficult, and I felt that this job would suit me. It was not certain, however, that it would continue, for I had been engaged as an extra for the day only, at 25 francs. The sour-faced doorkeeper counted out the money, less 50 centimes, which he said was for insurance, a lie, I discovered afterwards. Then he stepped out into the passage, made me take off my coat, and carefully prodded me all over, searching for stolen food. After this, the chef de personnel appeared and spoke to me. Like the waiter, he had grown more genial on seeing that I was willing to work. "We will give you a permanent job if you like," he said. "The head waiter says he would enjoy calling an Englishman names. Will you sign on for a month?" Here was a job at last, and I was ready to jump at it. Then I remembered the Russian restaurant, due to open in a fortnight. It seemed hardly fair to promise working a month and then leave in the middle. I said that I had other work in prospect. Could I be engaged for a fortnight? But at that the chef de personnel shrugged his shoulders and said that the hotel only engaged men by the month. Evidently, I had lost my chance of a job. Boris, by arrangement, was waiting for me in the arcade of the Rue de Rivoli. When I told him what had happened, he was furious. For the first time since I had known him, he forgot his manners and called me a fool. "Idiot! Species of idiot! What's the good of my finding you a job when you'll go and chuck it up the next moment? How could you be such a fool as to mention the other restaurant? You don't need to promise you would work for a month." It seemed more honest to say I might have to leave, I objected. "Honest? Honest? Who ever heard of a plongeur being honest, mon ami?" Suddenly he seized my lapel and spoke very earnestly. "Mon ami, you have worked here all day. You see what hotel work is like. Do you think a plongeur can afford a sense of honor?" "No, perhaps not." "Well then, go back quickly and tell the chef de personnel you are quite ready to work for a month. Say you will throw the other job over. Then, when our restaurant opens, we have only to walk out." "But what about my wages if I break my contract?" Boris banged his stick on the pavement and cried out at such stupidity. "Ask to be paid by the day, and you won't lose a sou. Do you suppose they would prosecute a plongeur for breaking his contract? A plongeur is too low to be prosecuted." I hurried back, found the chef de personnel, and told him that I would work for a month, whereat he signed me on. This was my first lesson in plongeur morality. Later, I realized how foolish it had been to have any scruples, for the big hotels are quite merciless towards their employees. They engage or discharge men as the work demands, and they all sack 10% or more of their staff when the season is over. Nor have they any difficulty in replacing a man who leaves at short notice, for Paris is thronged by hotel employees out of work. As it turned out, I did not break my contract, for it was 6 weeks before the Auberge de Géant-Cottard even showed signs of opening. In the meantime, I worked at the Hotel X 4 days a week in the cafeterie, one day helping the waiter on the 4th floor, and one day replacing the woman who washed up for the dining room. My day off, luckily, was Sunday, but sometimes another man was ill and I had to work that day as well. The hours were from 7 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, and from 5 in the evening till 9, 11 hours. But it was a 14-hour day when I washed up for the dining room. By the ordinary standards of a Paris plongeur, these are exceptionally short hours. The only hardship of the life was the fearful heat and stuffiness of those labyrinthine cellars. Apart from this, the hotel, which was large and well organized,
was considered a comfortable one. Our cafeteria was a murky cellar, measuring 20 feet by 7 by 8 high, and so crowded with coffee urns, bread cutters, and the like, that one could hardly move without banging against something. It was lighted by one dim electric bulb, and 4 or 5 gas fires that sent out a fierce red breath. There was a thermometer there, and the temperature never fell below 110 degrees Fahrenheit. It neared 130 at some times of the day. At one end were 5 service lifts, and at the other an ice cupboard, where we stored milk and butter. When you went into the ice cupboard, you dropped 100 degrees of temperature at a single step. It used to remind me of the hymn about Greenland's icy mountains and India's coral strand. 2 men worked in the cafeteria besides Boris and myself. One was Mario, a huge, excitable Italian. He was like a city policeman with operatic gestures. And the other, a hairy, uncouth animal whom we called the Magyar. I think he was a Transylvanian, or something even more remote. Except the Magyar, we were all big men, and at the rush hours we collided incessantly. The work in the cafeteria was spasmodic. We were never idle, but the real work only came in bursts of 2 hours at a time. We called each burst un coup de feu. The first coup de feu came at 8, when the guests upstairs began to wake up and demand breakfast. At 8, a sudden banging and yelling would break out all through the basement. Bells rang on all sides, blue-aproned men rushed through the passages, our service lifts came down with a simultaneous crash, and the waiters on all 5 floors began shouting Italian oaths down the shafts. I don't remember all our duties, but they included making tea, coffee and chocolate, fetching meals from the kitchen, wines from the cellar, and fruit and so forth from the dining room, slicing bread, making toast, rolling pats of butter, measuring jam, opening milk cans, counting lumps of sugar, boiling eggs, cooking porridge, pounding ice, grinding coffee, all this for from 100 to 200 customers. The kitchen was 30 yards away, and the dining room 60 or 70 yards. Everything we sent up in the service lifts had to be covered by a voucher, and the vouchers had to be carefully filed, and there was trouble if even a lump of sugar was lost. Besides this, we had to supply the staff with bread and coffee, and fetch the meals for the waiters upstairs. All in all, it was a complicated job. I calculated that one had to walk and run about 15 miles during the day, and yet the strain of the work was more mental than physical. Nothing could be easier on the face of it than this stupid scullion work, but it is astonishingly hard when one is in a hurry. One has to leap to and fro between a multitude of jobs. It is like sorting a pack of cards against the clock. You are, for example, making toast when bang, down comes a service lift with an order for tea, rolls, and 3 different kinds of jam, and simultaneously bang, down comes another, demanding scrambled eggs, coffee, and grapefruit. You run to the kitchen for the eggs and to the dining room for the fruit, going like lightning so as to be back before your toast burns, and having to remember about the tea and coffee, besides 6 other orders that are still pending. And at the same time some waiter is following you and making trouble about a lost bottle of soda water, and you are arguing with him. It needs more brains than one might think. Mario said, no doubt truly, that it took a year to make a reliable cafetier. The time between 8 and 10:30 was a sort of delirium. Sometimes we were going as though we had only 5 minutes to live. Sometimes there were sudden lulls, when the orders stopped and everything seemed quiet for a moment. Then we swept up the litter from the floor, threw down fresh sawdust, and swallowed gallipots of wine or coffee or water, anything, so long as it was wet. Very often we used to break off chunks of ice and suck them while we worked. The heat among the gas fires was nauseating. We swallowed quarts of drink during the day, and after a few hours even our aprons were drenched with sweat. At times we were hopelessly behind with the work, and some of the customers would have gone without their breakfast, but Mario always pulled us through. He had worked 14 years in the cafeteria, and he had the skill that never wastes a second between jobs. The Magyar was very stupid, and I was inexperienced, and Boris was inclined to shirk, partly because of his lame leg, partly because he was ashamed of working in the cafeteria after being a waiter. But Mario was wonderful. The way he would stretch his great arms right across the cafeteria to fill a coffee pot with one hand and boil an egg with the other, at the same time watching toast and shouting directions to the Magyar, and between whiles singing snatches from Rigoletto, was beyond all praise. The patron knew his value, and he was paid 1,000 francs a month, instead of 500 like the rest of us. The breakfast pandemonium stopped at 10:30. Then we scrubbed the cafeteria tables, swept the floor and polished the brasswork, and on good mornings went one at a time to the lavatory for a smoke. This was our slack time. Only relatively slack, however, for we had only 10 minutes for lunch, and we never got through it uninterrupted. The customers' luncheon hour between 12 and 2 was another period of turmoil like the breakfast hour. Most of our work was fetching meals from the kitchen, which meant constant engueulade from the cooks. By this time the cooks had sweated in front of their furnaces for 4 or 5 hours, and their tempers were all warmed up. At 2, we were suddenly free men. We threw off our aprons and put on our coats, hurried out of doors, and when we had money, dived into the nearest bistro. It was strange, coming up into the street from those firelit cellars. The air seemed blindingly clear and cold, like Arctic summer, and how sweet the petrol did smell after the stenches of sweat and food. Sometimes we met some of our cooks and waiters in the bistros, and they were friendly and stood us drinks. Indoors we were their slaves, but it is an etiquette in hotel life that between hours everyone is equal, and the engueulade do not count. At 5:15 we went back to the hotel. Till 6:30 there were no orders, and we used this time to polish silver, clean out the coffee urns, and do other odd jobs. Then the grand turmoil of the day started, the dinner hour. I wish I could be Zola for a little while, just to describe that dinner hour. The essence of the situation was that 100 or 200 people were demanding individually different meals of 5 or 6 courses, and that 50 or 60 people had to cook and serve them, and clean up the mess afterwards. Anyone with experience of catering will know what that means. And at this time, when the work was doubled, the whole staff were tired out, and a number of them were drunk. I could write pages about the scene without giving a true idea of it. The chargings to and fro in the narrow passages, the collisions, the yells, the struggling with crates and trays and blocks of ice, the heat, the darkness, the furious festering quarrels which there was no time to fight out, they passed description. Anyone coming into the basement for the first time would have thought himself in a den of maniacs. It was only later, when I understood the working of the hotel, that I saw order in all this chaos. At 8:30, the work stopped very suddenly. We were not free till 9, but we used to throw ourselves full length on the floor and lie there resting our legs, too lazy even to go to the ice cupboard for a drink. Sometimes the chef de personnel would come in with bottles of beer, for the hotel stood us extra beer when we had had a hard day. The food we were given was no more than eatable, but the patron was not mean about drink. He allowed us 2 litres of wine a day each, knowing that if a plongeur is not given 2 litres, he will steal 3. We had the heel taps of bottles as well, so that we often drank too much, a good thing, for one seemed to work faster when partially drunk. 4 days of the week passed like this. Of the other 2 working days, one was better and one worse. After a week of this life, I felt in need of a holiday. It was Saturday night, so the people in our bistro were busy getting drunk, and with a free day ahead of me, I was ready to join them. We all went to bed, drunk, at 2 in the morning, meaning to sleep till noon. At 5:30 I was suddenly awakened. A night watchman, sent from the hotel, was standing at my bedside. He stripped the clothes back and shook me roughly. "Get up," he said. "Tu t'es bien soleil la gueule, pas vrai? Well, never mind that. The hotel's a man short. You've got to work today." "Why should I work?" I protested. "This is my day off."
Day off, nothing. The work's got to be done. Get up." I got up and went out, feeling as though my back were broken and my skull filled with hot cinders. I did not think that I could possibly do a day's work, and yet, after only an hour in the basement, I found that I was perfectly well. It seemed that in the heat of those cellars, as in a Turkish bath, one could sweat out almost any quantity of drink. Plongeurs know this, and count on it. The power of swallowing quarts of wine and then sweating it out before it can do much damage is one of the compensations of their life. By far my best time at the hotel was when I went to help the waiter on the 4th floor. We worked in a small pantry which communicated with the cafeteria by service lifts. It was delightfully cool after the cellars, and the work was chiefly polishing silver and glasses, which is a humane job. Valenti, the waiter, was a decent sort, and treated me almost as an equal when we were alone, though he had to speak roughly when there was anyone else present, for it does not do for a waiter to be friendly with plongeurs. He used sometimes to tip me 5 francs when he had had a good day. He was a comely youth, aged 24, but looking 18, and like most waiters, he carried himself well and knew how to wear his clothes. With his black tailcoat and white tie, fresh face and sleek brown hair, he looked just like an Eton boy, yet he had earned his living since he was 12, and worked his way up literally from the gutter. Crossing the Italian frontier without a passport, and selling chestnuts from a barrow on the northern boulevards, and being given 50 days' imprisonment in London for working without a permit, and being made love to by a rich old woman in a hotel who gave him a diamond ring and afterwards accused him of stealing it, were among his experiences. I used to enjoy talking to him at slack times when we sat smoking down the lift shaft. My bad day was when I washed up for the dining room. I had not to wash the plates, which were done in the kitchen, but only the other crockery, silver, knives, and glasses, yet even so it meant 13 hours' work, and I used between 30 and 40 dishcloths during the day. The antiquated methods used in France double the work of washing up. Plate racks are unheard of, and there are no soap flakes, only the treacly soft soap, which refuses to lather in the hard Paris water. I worked in a dirty, crowded little den, a pantry and scullery combined, which gave straight on the dining room. Besides washing up, I had to fetch the waiters food and serve them at table. Most of them were intolerably insolent, and I had to use my fists more than once to get common civility. The person who normally washed up was a woman, and they made her life a misery. It was amusing to look round the filthy little scullery and think that only a double door was between us and the dining room. There sat the customers in all their splendour, spotless tablecloths, bowls of flowers, mirrors and gilt cornices and painted cherubim, and here, just a few feet away, we in our disgusting filth. For it really was disgusting filth. There was no time to sweep the floor till evening, and we slithered about in a compound of soapy water, lettuce leaves, torn paper, and trampled food. A dozen waiters with their coats off, showing their sweaty armpits, sat at the table mixing salads and sticking their thumbs into the cream pots. The room had a dirty, mixed smell of food and sweat. Everywhere in the cupboards behind the piles of crockery were squalid stores of food that the waiters had stolen. There were only 2 sinks and no washing basin, and it was nothing unusual for a waiter to wash his face in the water in which clean crockery was rinsing. But the customers saw nothing of this. There were a coconut mat and a mirror outside the dining-room door, and the waiters used to preen themselves up and go in looking the picture of cleanliness. It is an instructive sight to see a waiter going into a hotel dining-room. As he passes the door, a sudden change comes over him. The set of his shoulders alters. All the dirt and hurry and irritation have dropped off in an instant. He glides over the carpet with a solemn, priest-like air. I remember our assistant maître d'hôtel, a fiery Italian, pausing at the dining-room door to address an apprentice who had broken a bottle of wine. Shaking his fist above his head, he yelled,
Luckily the door was more or less soundproof. "Tu me fais chier! You call yourself a waiter, you young bastard! You a waiter? You're not fit to scrub floors in the brothel your mother came from! Maquereau!" Words failing him, he turned to the door, and as he opened it, he farted loudly, a favourite Italian insult. Then he entered the dining-room and sailed across it, dish in hand, graceful as a swan. 10 seconds later he was bowing reverently to a customer, and you could not help thinking, as you saw him bow and smile with that benign smile of the trained waiter, that the customer was put to shame by having such an aristocrat to serve him. This washing up was a thoroughly odious job, not hard, but boring and silly beyond words. It is dreadful to think that some people spend whole decades at such occupations. The woman whom I replaced was quite 60 years old, and she stood at the sink 13 hours a day, 6 days a week, the year round. She was, in addition, horribly bullied by the waiters. She gave out that she had once been an actress. Actually, I imagine a prostitute. Most prostitutes end as charwomen. It was strange to see that in spite of her age and her life, she still wore a bright blonde wig, and darkened her eyes and painted her face like a girl of 20. So apparently, even a 78-hour week can leave one with some vitality. On my third day at the hotel, the chef de personnel, who had generally spoken to me in quite a pleasant tone, called me up and said sharply, "Here, you! Shave that moustache off at once. Nom de Dieu, who ever heard of a plongeur with a moustache?" I began to protest, but he cut me short. "A plongeur with a moustache? Nonsense! Take care I don't see you with it tomorrow." On the way home I asked Boris what this meant. He shrugged his shoulders. "You must do what he says, mon ami. No one in a hotel wears a moustache except the cooks. I should have thought you would have noticed it. Reason? There is no reason. It is the custom." I saw that it was an etiquette, like not wearing a white tie with a dinner jacket, and shaved off my moustache. Afterwards I found out the explanation of the custom, which is this: waiters in good hotels do not wear moustaches, and to show their superiority they decree that plongeurs shall not wear them either, and the cooks wear their moustaches to show their contempt for the waiters. This gives some idea of the elaborate caste system existing in a hotel. Our staff, amounting to about 110, had their prestige graded as accurately as that of soldiers, and a cook or waiter was as much above a plongeur as a captain above a private. Highest of all came the manager, who could sack anybody, even the cooks. We never saw the patron, and all we knew of him was that his meals had to be prepared more carefully than those of the customers. All the discipline of the hotel depended on the manager. He was a conscientious man, and always on the lookout for slackness, but we were too clever for him. A system of service bells ran through the hotel, and the whole staff used these for signalling to one another. A long ring and a short ring, followed by 2 more long rings, meant that the manager was coming, and when we heard it, we took care to look busy. Below the manager came the maître d'hôtel. He did not serve at table, unless to a lord or someone of that kind, but directed the other waiters and helped with the catering. His tips and his bonus from the champagne companies, it was 2 francs for each cork he returned to them, came to 200 francs a day. He was in a position quite apart from the rest of the staff, and took his meals in a private room, with silver on the table and 2 apprentices in clean white jackets to serve him. A little below the head waiter came the head cook, drawing about 5,000 francs a month. He dined in the kitchen, but at a separate table, and one of the apprentice cooks waited on him. Then came the chef de personnel. He drew only 1,500 francs a month, but he wore a black coat and did no manual work, and he could sack plongeurs and fine waiters. Then came the other cooks, drawing anything between 3,000 and 750 francs a month, then the waiters, making about 70 francs a day in tips, besides a small retaining fee, then the laundresses and sewing women,
then the apprentice waiters who received no tips but were paid 750 francs a month, then the plongeurs, also at 750 francs, then the chambermaids at 500 or 600 francs a month, and lastly the cafetier at 500 a month. We of the cafeterie were the very dregs of the hotel, despised and tutoired by everyone. There were various others, the office employees called generally couriers, the storekeeper, the cellarman, some porters and pagers, the iceman, the bakers, the night watchman, the doorkeeper. Different jobs were done by different races. The office employees and the cooks and sewing women were French, the waiters, Italian and Germans. There is hardly such a thing as a French waiter in Paris. The plongeurs of every race in Europe, besides Arabs and Negroes. French was the lingua franca, even the Italians speaking it to one another. All the departments had their special perquisites. In all Paris hotels it is the custom to sell the broken bread to bakers for 8 sous a pound, and the kitchen scraps to pig-keepers for a trifle, and to divide the proceeds of this among the plongeurs. There was much pilfering, too. The waiters all stole food. In fact, I seldom saw a waiter trouble to eat the rations provided for him by the hotel, and the cooks did it on a larger scale in the kitchen, and we in the cafeterie swilled illicit tea and coffee. The cellarmen stole brandy. By a rule of the hotel, the waiters were not allowed to keep stores of spirits, but had to go to the cellarman for each drink as it was ordered. As the cellarman poured out the drinks, he would set aside perhaps a teaspoonful from each glass, and he amassed quantities in this way. He would sell you the stolen brandy for 5 sous a swig, if he thought he could trust you. There were thieves among the staff, and if you left money in your coat pockets it was generally taken. The doorkeeper, who paid our wages and searched us for stolen food, was the greatest thief in the hotel. Out of my 500 francs a month, this man actually managed to cheat me of 114 francs in 6 weeks. I had asked to be paid daily, so the doorkeeper paid me 16 francs each evening, and, by not paying for Sundays, for which of course payment was due, pocketed 64 francs. Also, I sometimes worked on a Sunday, for which, though I did not know it, I was entitled to an extra 25 francs. The doorkeeper never paid this either, and so made away with another 75 francs. I only realized during my last week that I was being cheated, and as I could prove nothing, only 25 francs were refunded. The doorkeeper played similar tricks on any employee who was fool enough to be taken in. He called himself a Greek, but in reality he was an Armenian. After knowing him I saw the force of the proverb, "Trust a snake before a Jew and a Jew before a Greek, but don't trust an Armenian." There were queer characters among the waiters. One was a gentleman, a youth who had been educated at a university and had had a well-paid job in a business office. He had caught a venereal disease, lost his job, drifted, and now considered himself lucky to be a waiter. Many of the waiters had slipped into France without passports, and 1 or 2 of them were spies. It is a common profession for a spy to adopt. One day there was a fearful row in the waiters' dining room between Morandi, a dangerous-looking man with eyes set too far apart, and another Italian. It appeared that Morandi had taken the other man's mistress. The other man, a weakling and obviously frightened of Morandi, was threatening vaguely. Morandi jeered at him. "Well, what are you going to do about it? I've slept with your girl, slept with her 3 times. It was fine. What can you do, eh? I can denounce you to the secret police. You are an Italian spy." Morandi did not deny it. He simply produced a razor from his tail pocket and made 2 swift strokes in the air, as though slashing a man's cheeks open, whereat the other waiter took it back. The queerest type I ever saw in the hotel was an extra. He had been engaged at 25 francs for the day to replace the Magyar who was ill. He was a Serbian, a thick-set, nimble fellow of about 25, speaking 6 languages, including English. He seemed to know all about hotel work, and up till midday he worked like a slave. Then, as soon as it had struck 12, he turned sulky, shirked his work, stole wine, and finally crowned all by loafing about openly with a pipe in his mouth.
Smoking, of course, was forbidden under severe penalties. The manager himself heard of it and came down to interview the Serbian, fuming with rage. "What the devil do you mean by smoking here?" he cried. "What the devil do you mean by having a face like that?" answered the Serbian calmly. I cannot convey the blasphemy of such a remark. The head cook, if a plongeur had spoken to him like that, would have thrown a saucepan of hot soup in his face. The manager said instantly, "You are sacked," and at 2 o'clock the Serbian was given his 25 francs and duly sacked. Before he went out, Boris asked him in Russian what game he was playing. He said the Serbian answered, "Look here, mon vieux, they've got to pay me a day's wages if I work up to midday, haven't they? That's the law, and where's the sense of working after I get my wages? So I tell you what I do. I go to a hotel and get a job as an extra, and up to midday I work hard. Then, the moment it's struck 12, I start raising such hell that they've no choice but to sack me, neat, eh? Most days I'm sacked by 12:30. Today it was 2 o'clock. But I don't care. I've saved 4 hours' work. The only trouble is, one can't do it at the same hotel twice." It appeared that he had played this game at half the hotels and restaurants in Paris. It is probably quite an easy game to play during the summer, though the hotels protect themselves against it, as well as they can, by means of a blacklist. In a few days I had grasped the main principles on which the hotel was run. The thing that would astonish anyone coming for the first time into the service quarters of a hotel would be the fearful noise and disorder during the rush hours. It is something so different from the steady work in a shop or a factory that it looks at first sight like mere bad management, but it is really quite unavoidable, and for this reason. Hotel work is not particularly hard, but by its nature it comes in rushes and cannot be economized. You cannot, for instance, grill a steak 2 hours before it is wanted. You have to wait till the last moment, by which time a mass of other work has accumulated, and then do it all together in frantic haste. The result is that at meal times everyone is doing 2 men's work, which is impossible without noise and quarrelling. Indeed, the quarrels are a necessary part of the process, for the pace would never be kept up if everyone did not accuse everyone else of idling. It was for this reason that during the rush hours the whole staff raged and cursed like demons. At those times there was scarcely a verb in the hotel except foutre. A girl in the bakery, aged 16, used oaths that would have defeated a cabman. Did not Hamlet say cursing like a scullion? No doubt Shakespeare had watched scullions at work. But we were not losing our heads and wasting time. We were just stimulating one another for the effort of packing 4 hours' work into 2 hours. What keeps a hotel going is the fact that the employees take a genuine pride in their work, beastly and silly though it is. If a man idles, the others soon find him out and conspire against him to get him sacked. Cooks, waiters, and plongeurs differ greatly in outlook, but they are all alike in being proud of their efficiency. Undoubtedly, the most workmanlike class and the least servile are the cooks. They do not earn quite so much as the waiters, but their prestige is higher and their employment steadier. The cook does not look upon himself as a servant, but as a skilled workman. He is generally called an ouvrier, which a waiter never is. He knows his power, knows that he alone makes or mars a restaurant, and that if he is 5 minutes late, everything is out of gear. He despises the whole non-cooking staff, and makes it a point of honour to insult everyone below the head waiter. And he takes a genuine artistic pride in his work, which demands very great skill. It is not the cooking that is so difficult, but the doing everything to time. Between breakfast and luncheon, the head cook at the Hotel X would receive orders for several hundred dishes, all to be served at different times.
He cooked few of them himself, but he gave instructions about all of them and inspected them before they were sent up. His memory was wonderful. The vouchers were pinned on a board, but the head cook seldom looked at them. Everything was stored in his mind, and exactly to the minute. As each dish fell due, he would call out, "Faites marcher un côtelette de veau," or whatever it was, unfailingly. He was an insufferable bully, but he was also an artist. It is for their punctuality, and not for any superiority in technique, that men cooks are preferred to women. The waiter's outlook is quite different. He too is proud in a way of his skill, but his skill is chiefly in being servile. His work gives him the mentality not of a workman, but of a snob. He lives perpetually in sight of rich people, stands at their tables, listens to their conversation, sucks up to them with smiles and discreet little jokes. He has the pleasure of spending money by proxy. Moreover, there is always the chance that he may become rich himself, for though most waiters die poor, they have long runs of luck occasionally. At some cafes on the Grand Boulevard, there is so much money to be made that the waiters actually pay the patron for their employment. The result is that between constantly seeing money and hoping to get it, the waiter comes to identify himself to some extent with his employers. He will take pains to serve a meal in style because he feels that he is participating in the meal himself. I remember Valenti telling me of some banquet at Nice at which he had once served, and of how it cost 200,000 francs and was talked of for months afterwards. "It was splendid, mon petit, mais magnifique. Jesus Christ! The champagne, the silver, the orchids. I have never seen anything like them, and I have seen some things. It was glorious." But I said, "You were only there to wait." "Of course, but still, it was splendid." The moral is, never be sorry for a waiter. Sometimes, when you sit in a restaurant, still stuffing yourself half an hour after closing time, you feel that the tired waiter at your side must surely be despising you. But he is not. He is not thinking as he looks at you, "What an overfed lout." He is thinking, "One day, when I have saved enough money, I shall be able to imitate that man." He is ministering to a kind of pleasure he thoroughly understands and admires, and that is why waiters are seldom socialists, have no effective trade union, and will work 12 hours a day. They work 15 hours, 7 days a week in many cafes. They are snobs, and they find the servile nature of their work rather congenial. The plongeurs, again, have a different outlook. Theirs is a job which offers no prospects, is intensely exhausting, and at the same time has not a trace of skill or interest. The sort of job that would always be done by women if women were strong enough. All that is required of them is to be constantly on the run and to put up with long hours and a stuffy atmosphere. They have no way of escaping from this life, for they cannot save a penny from their wages, and working from 60 to 100 hours a week leaves them no time to train for anything else. The best they can hope is to find a slightly softer job as night watchman or lavatory attendant. And yet the plongeurs, low as they are, also have a kind of pride. It is the pride of the drudge, the man who is equal to no matter what quantity of work. At that level, the mere power to go on working like an ox is about the only virtue attainable. Débrouillard is what every plongeur wants to be called. A débrouillard is a man who, even when he is told to do the impossible, will se débrouiller, get it done somehow. One of the kitchen plongeurs at the Hotel X, a German, was well known as a débrouillard. One night an English lord came to the hotel, and the waiters were in despair, for the lord had asked for peaches, and there were none in stock. It was late at night, and the shops would be shut. "Leave it to me," said the German. He went out, and in 10 minutes he was back with 4 peaches. He had gone into a neighbouring restaurant and stolen them. That is what is meant by a débrouillard. The English lord paid for the peaches at 20 francs each. Mario, who was in charge of the cafeteria, had the typical drudge mentality. All he thought of was getting through the boulot, and he defied you to give him too much of it. 14 years underground had left him with about as much natural laziness as a piston rod. "Faut être un dur," he used to say when anyone complained. You will often hear plongeurs boast, "Je suis un dur," as though they were soldiers, not male charwomen. Thus everyone in the hotel had his sense of honour, and when the press of work came, we were all ready for a grand concerted effort to get through it. The constant war between the different departments also made for efficiency, for everyone clung to his own privileges and tried to stop the others idling and pilfering. This is the good side of hotel work. In a hotel, a huge and complicated machine is kept running by an inadequate staff, because every man has a well-defined job and does it scrupulously. But there is a weak point, and it is this, that the job the staff are doing is not necessarily what the customer pays for. The customer pays, as he sees it, for good service. The employee is paid, as he sees it, for the boulot, meaning, as a rule, an imitation of good service. The result is that, though hotels are miracles of punctuality, they are worse than the worst private houses in the things that matter. Take cleanliness, for example. The dirt in the Hotel X, as soon as one penetrated into the service quarters, was revolting. Our cafeteria had year-old filth in all the dark corners, and the bread bin was infested with cockroaches. Once I suggested killing these beasts to Mario. "Why kill the poor animals?" he said reproachfully. The others laughed when I wanted to wash my hands before touching the butter. Yet we were clean where we recognized cleanliness as part of the boulot. We scrubbed the tables and polished the brasswork regularly, because we had orders to do that. But we had no orders to be genuinely clean, and in any case we had no time for it. We were simply carrying out our duties, and as our first duty was punctuality, we saved time by being dirty. In the kitchen the dirt was worse. It is not a figure of speech. It is a mere statement of fact to say that a French cook will spit in the soup, that is, if he is not going to drink it himself. He is an artist, but his art is not cleanliness. To a certain extent, he is even dirty because he is an artist, for food, to look smart, needs dirty treatment. When a steak, for instance, is brought up for the head cook's inspection, he does not handle it with a fork. He picks it up in his fingers and slaps it down, runs his thumb round the dish and licks it to taste the gravy, runs it round and licks it again, then steps back and contemplates the piece of meat like an artist judging a picture, then presses it lovingly into place with his fat, pink fingers, every one of which he has licked 100 times that morning. When he is satisfied, he takes a cloth and wipes his fingerprints from the dish and hands it to the waiter, and the waiter, of course, dips his fingers into the gravy, his nasty, greasy fingers, which he is forever running through his brilliantined hair. Whenever one pays more than, say, 10 francs for a dish of meat in Paris, one may be certain that it has been fingered in this manner. In very cheap restaurants, it is different. There, the same trouble is not taken over the food, and it is just forked out of the pan and flung onto a plate without handling. Roughly speaking, the more one pays for food, the more sweat and spittle one is obliged to eat with it. Dirtiness is inherent in hotels and restaurants because sound food is sacrificed to punctuality and smartness. The hotel employee is too busy getting food ready to remember that it is meant to be eaten. A meal is simply une commande to him, just as a man dying of cancer is simply a case to the doctor. A customer orders, for example, a piece of toast. Somebody pressed with work in a cellar deep underground has to prepare it. How can he stop and say to himself, "This toast is to be eaten, I must make it eatable"? All he knows is that it must look right and must be ready in 3 minutes. Some large drops of sweat fall from his forehead onto the toast. Why should he worry? Presently the toast falls among the filthy sawdust on the floor. Why trouble to make a new piece? It is much quicker to wipe the sawdust off. On the way upstairs the toast falls again, butter side down. Another wipe is all it needs, and so with everything. The only food at the Hotel X which was ever prepared cleanly was the staff's and the patron's. The maxim, repeated by everyone, was, "Look out for the patron, and as for the clients, s'en fout pas mal. Everywhere in the service quarters dirt festered, a secret vein of dirt, running through the great garish hotel like the intestines through a man's body. Apart from the dirt, the patron swindled the customers wholeheartedly. For the most part, the materials of the food were very bad, though the cooks knew how to serve it up in style. The meat was at best ordinary, and as to the vegetables, no good housekeeper would have looked at them in the market. The cream, by a standing order, was diluted with milk. The tea and coffee were of inferior sorts, and the jam was synthetic stuff out of vast unlabelled tins. All the cheaper wines, according to Boris, were corked vin ordinaire. There was a rule that employees must pay for anything they spoiled, and in consequence damaged things were seldom thrown away. Once the waiter on the third floor dropped a roast chicken down the shaft of our service lift, where it fell into a litter of broken bread, torn paper, and so forth at the bottom. We simply wiped it with a cloth and sent it up again. Upstairs there were dirty tales of once-used sheets not being washed, but simply damped, ironed, and put back on the beds. The patron was as mean to us as to the customers. Throughout that vast hotel there was not, for instance, such a thing as a brush and pan. One had to manage with a broom and a piece of cardboard. And the staff lavatory was worthy of Central Asia, and there was no place to wash one's hands, except the sinks used for washing crockery. In spite of all this, the Hotel X was one of the dozen most expensive hotels in Paris, and the customers paid startling prices. The ordinary charge for a night's lodging, not including breakfast, was 200 francs. All wine and tobacco were sold at exactly double shop prices, though of course the patron bought at the wholesale price. If a customer had a title or was reputed to be a millionaire, all his charges went up automatically. One morning on the 4th floor, an American who was on diet wanted only salt and hot water for his breakfast. Valentine was furious. "Jesus Christ," he said, "what about my 10%? 10% of salt and water?" And he charged 25 francs for the breakfast. The customer paid without a murmur. According to Boris, the same kind of thing went on in all Paris hotels, or at least in all the big expensive ones. But I imagine that the customers at the Hotel X were especially easy to swindle, for they were mostly Americans, with a sprinkling of English, no French, and seemed to know nothing whatever about good food. They would stuff themselves with disgusting American cereals, and eat marmalade at tea, and drink vermouth after dinner, and order a poulet à la reine at 100 francs, and then souse it in Worcester sauce. One customer from Pittsburgh dined every night in his bedroom on grape nuts, scrambled eggs, and cocoa. Perhaps it hardly matters whether such people are swindled or not. I heard queer tales in the hotel. There were tales of dope fiends, of old debauchees who frequented hotels in search of pretty page boys, of thefts and blackmail. Mario told me of a hotel in which he had been, where a chambermaid stole a priceless diamond ring from an American lady. For days the staff were searched as they left work, and 2 detectives searched the hotel from top to bottom, but the ring was never found. The chambermaid had a lover in the bakery, and he had baked the ring into a roll, where it lay unsuspected until the search was over. Once Valentine, at a slack time, told me a story about himself. "You know, mon petit, this hotel life is all very well, but it's the devil when you're out of work. I expect you know what it is to go without eating, eh? Forcément, otherwise you wouldn't be scrubbing dishes. Well, I'm not a poor devil of a plongeur. I'm a waiter, and I went 5 days without eating once. 5 days without even a crust of bread. Jesus Christ, I tell you, those 5 days were the devil. The only good thing was I had my rent paid in advance. I was living in a dirty, cheap little hotel in the Rue Saint-Héloïse, up in the Latin Quarter. It was called the Hotel Suzanne May, after some famous prostitute who was born in that quarter, I expect. I was starving, and there was nothing I could do. I couldn't even go to the cafes where the hotel proprietors came to engage waiters, because I hadn't the price of a drink. All I could do was to lie in bed, getting weaker and weaker, and watching the bugs running about the ceiling.
I don't want to go through that again, I can tell you. In the afternoon of the 5th day, I went half mad. At least that's how it seems to be now. There was an old faded print of a woman's head hanging on the wall of my room, and I took to wondering who it could be, and after about an hour I realized that it must be Santa Eloise, who was the patron saint of the quarter. I had never taken any notice of the thing before, but now, as I lay staring at it, a most extraordinary idea came into my head. "Écoute, mon cher," I said to myself, "you'll be starving to death if this goes on much longer. You've got to do something. Why not try a prayer to Saint Eloise? Go down on your knees and ask her to send you some money. After all, it can't do any harm. Try it." Mad, eh? Still, a man will do anything when he's hungry. Besides, as I said, it couldn't do any harm. I got out of bed and began praying. I said, "Dear Saint Eloise, if you exist, please send me some money. I don't ask for much, just enough to buy some bread and a bottle of wine and get my strength back. 3 or 4 francs would do. You don't know how grateful I'll be, Saint Eloise, if you help me this once. And be sure, if you send me anything, the first thing I'll do will be to go and burn a candle for you, at your church, down the street. Amen." I put in that about the candle, because I had heard that saints like having candles burnt in their honor. I meant to keep my promise, of course, but I am an atheist, and I didn't really believe that anything would come of it. Well, I got into bed again, and 5 minutes later there came a bang at the door. It was a girl, called Maria, a big, fat peasant girl who lived at our hotel. She was a very stupid girl, but a good sort, and I didn't much care for her to see me in the state I was in. She cried out at the sight of me. "Nom de Dieu!" She said, "What's the matter with you? What are you doing in bed at this time of day? T'en as une mine. You look more like a corpse than a man." Probably I did look a sight. I had been 5 days without food, most of the time in bed, and it was 3 days since I had had a wash or a shave. The room was a regular pigsty, too. "What's the matter?" said Maria again. "The matter?" I said, "Jesus Christ, I am starving. I haven't eaten for 5 days. That's what's the matter." Maria was horrified. "Not eaten for 5 days?" she said. "But why? Haven't you any money, then?" "Money?" I said. "Do you suppose I should be starving if I had money? I've got just 5 sous in the world, and I pawned everything. Look round the room and see if there's anything more I can sell or pawn. If you can find anything that will fetch 50 centimes, you're cleverer than I am." Maria began looking round the room. She poked here and there among a lot of rubbish that was lying about, and then suddenly she got quite excited. Her great, thick mouth fell open with astonishment. "You idiot!" she cried out. "Imbecile! What's this, then?" I saw that she had picked up an empty oil bidon that had been lying in the corner. I'd bought it weeks before for an oil lamp I had before I sold my things. "That," I said, "that's an oil bidon. What about it?" "Imbecile! Didn't you pay 3 francs 50 deposit on it?" Now, of course, I had paid the 3 francs 50. They always make you pay a deposit on the bidon, and you get it back when the bidon is returned. But I'd forgotten all about it. Yes, I began. "Idiot!" shouted Maria again. She got so excited that she began to dance about until I thought her sabots would go through the floor. "Idiot! T'es louf! T'es louf! What have you got to do but take it back to the shop and get your deposit back? Starving, with 3 francs 50 staring you in the face. Imbecile!" I can hardly believe now that in all those 5 days I had never once thought of taking the bidon back to the shop. As good as 3 francs 50 in hard cash, and it never occurred to me. I sat up in bed. "Quick!" I shouted to Maria. "You take it for me. Take it to the grocer's at the corner. Run like the devil, and bring back food." Maria didn't need to be told. She grabbed the bidon and went clattering down the stairs like a herd of elephants, and in 3 minutes she was back with 2 pounds of bread under one arm and a half-liter bottle of wine under the other. I didn't stop to thank her. I just seized the bread and sank my teeth in it. Have you noticed how bread tastes when you have been hungry for a long time? Cold, wet, doughy, like
putty, almost, but Jesus Christ, how good it was. As for the wine, I sucked it all down in one draught, and it seemed to go straight into my veins and flow round my body like new blood. That made a difference. I wolfed the whole 2 pounds of bread without stopping to take breath. Maria stood with her hands on her hips, watching me eat. "Well, you feel better, eh?" she said, when I had finished. "Better," I said. "I feel perfect. I'm not the same man as I was 5 minutes ago. There's only one thing in the world I need now, a cigarette." Maria put her hand in her apron pocket. "You can't have it," she said. "I've no money. This is all I had left out of your 3 francs 50, 7 sous. It's no good. The cheapest cigarettes are 12 sous a packet." "Then I can have them," I said. "Jesus Christ, what a piece of luck. I've got 5 sous. It's just enough." Maria took the 12 sous and was starting out to the tobacconist's, and then something I had forgotten all this time came into my head. There was that cursed Saint Eloise. I had promised her a candle if she sent me money, and really, who could say that the prayer hadn't come true? 3 or 4 francs, I had said, and the next moment along came 3 francs 50. There was no getting away from it. I should have to spend my 12 sous on a candle. I called Maria back. "It's no use," I said. "There is Saint Eloise. I have promised her a candle. The 12 sous will have to go on that. Silly, isn't it? I can't have my cigarettes after all." "Saint Eloise?" said Maria. "What about Saint Eloise?" "I prayed to her for money and promised her a candle," I said. "She answered the prayer. At any rate, the money turned up. I shall have to buy that candle. It's a nuisance, but it seems to me I must keep my promise." "But what put Saint Eloise into your head?" said Maria. "It was her picture," I said, and I explained the whole thing. "There she is, you see," I said, and I pointed to the picture on the wall. Maria looked at the picture, and then, to my surprise, she burst into shouts of laughter. She laughed more and more, stamping about the room and holding her fat sides as though they would burst. I thought she had gone mad. It was 2 minutes before she could speak. "Idiot!" she cried at last. "Telouf! Telouf! Do you mean to tell me you really knelt down and prayed to that picture? Who told you it was Saint Eloise?" "But I made sure it was Saint Eloise," I said. "Imbecile! It isn't Saint Eloise at all. Who do you think it is?" "Who?" I said. "It is Suzanne May, the woman this hotel is called after." I had been praying to Suzanne May, the famous prostitute of the Empire. But after all, I wasn't sorry. Maria and I had a good laugh, and then we talked it over, and we made out that I didn't owe St. Eloise anything. Clearly it wasn't she who had answered the prayer, and there was no need to buy her a candle, so I had my packet of cigarettes, after all. Time went on, and the Auberge de Jean-Cottard showed no signs of opening. Boris and I went down there one day during our afternoon interval and found that none of the alterations had been done, except the indecent pictures, and there were 3 duns instead of 2. The patron greeted us with his usual blandness, and the next instant turned to me, his prospective dishwasher, and borrowed 5 francs. After that, I felt certain that the restaurant would never get beyond talk. The patron, however, again named the opening for exactly a fortnight from today, and introduced us to the woman who was to do the cooking, a Baltic Russian 5 feet tall and a yard across the hips. She told us that she had been a singer before she came down to cooking, and that she was very artistic and adored English literature, especially La Casse de l'Oncle Tom. In a fortnight, I had got so used to the routine of a plongeur's life that I could hardly imagine anything different. It was a life without much variation. At 5:45 one woke with a sudden start, tumbled into grease-stiffened clothes, and hurried out with dirty face and protesting muscles.
It was dawn, and the windows were dark except for the workmen's cafes. The sky was like a vast flat wall of cobalt, with roofs and spires of black paper pasted upon it. Drowsy men were sweeping the pavements with 10-foot besoms, and ragged families picking over the dustbins. Workmen and girls with a piece of chocolate in one hand and a croissant in the other were pouring into the metro stations. Trams filled with more workmen boomed gloomily past. One hastened down to the station, fought for a place — one does literally have to fight on the Paris metro at 6 a.m. — and stood jammed in the swaying mass of passengers, nose to nose with some hideous French face, breathing sour wine and garlic. And then one descended into the labyrinth of the hotel basement and forgot daylight till 2 o'clock, when the sun was hot and the town black with people and cars. After my first week at the hotel, I always spent the afternoon interval in sleeping, or when I had money, in a bistro. Except for a few ambitious waiters who went to English classes, the whole staff wasted their leisure in this way. One seemed too lazy after the morning's work to do anything better. Sometimes 6 plongeurs would make up a party and go to an abominable brothel in the Rue de Sayes, where the charge was only 5 francs 25 centimes, 10 halfpenny. It was nicknamed Le Prix Fixe, and they used to describe their experiences there as a great joke. It was a favourite rendezvous of hotel workers. The plongeurs' wages did not allow them to marry, and no doubt work in the basement does not encourage fastidious feelings. For another 4 hours one was in the cellars, and then one emerged, sweating, into the cool street. It was lamplight, that strange purplish gleam of the Paris lamps, and beyond the river the Eiffel Tower flashed from top to bottom with zigzag sky signs, like enormous snakes of fire. Streams of cars glided silently to and fro, and women, exquisite-looking in the dim light, strolled up and down the arcade. Sometimes a woman would glance at Boris or me, and then, noticing our greasy clothes, look hastily away again. One fought another battle in the metro, and was home by 10. Generally, from 10 to midnight, I went to a little bistro in our street, an underground place frequented by Arab navvies. It was a bad place for fights, and I sometimes saw bottles thrown, once with fearful effect, but as a rule the Arabs fought among themselves and let Christians alone. Raki, the Arab drink, was very cheap, and the bistro was open at all hours, for the Arabs, lucky men, had the power of working all day and drinking all night. It was the typical life of a plongeur, and it did not seem a bad life at the time. I had no sensation of poverty, for even after paying my rent and setting aside enough for tobacco and journeys and my food on Sundays, I still had 4 francs a day for drinks, and 4 francs was wealth. There was, it is hard to express it, a sort of heavy contentment, the contentment a well-fed beast might feel in a life which had become so simple. For nothing could be simpler than the life of a plongeur. He lives in a rhythm between work and sleep, without time to think, hardly conscious of the exterior world. His Paris has shrunk to the hotel, the metro, a few bistros, and his bed. If he goes afield, it is only a few streets away on a trip with some servant girl who sits on his knees swallowing oysters and beer. On his free day he lies in bed till noon, puts on a clean shirt, throws dice for drinks, and after lunch goes back to bed again. Nothing is quite real to him but the boulot, drinks, and sleep, and of these, sleep is the most important. One night, in the small hours, there was a murder just beneath my window. I was woken by a fearful uproar, and going to the window saw a man lying flat on the stones below. I could see the murderers, 3 of them, flitting away at the end of the street. Some of us went down and found that the man was quite dead, his skull cracked with a piece of lead piping. I remember the colour of his blood, curiously purple, like wine. It was still on the cobbles when I came home that evening, and they said the school-children had come from miles round to see it. But the thing that strikes me in looking back is that I was in bed,
and asleep within 3 minutes of the murder. So were most of the people in the street. We just made sure that the man was done for, and went straight back to bed. We were working people, and where was the sense of wasting sleep over a murder? Work in the hotel taught me the true value of sleep, just as being hungry had taught me the true value of food. Sleep had ceased to be a mere physical necessity. It was something voluptuous, a debauch more than a relief. I had no more trouble with the bugs. Mario had told me of a sure remedy for them, namely pepper, strewed thick over the bedclothes. It made me sneeze, but the bugs all hated it and emigrated to other rooms. With 30 francs a week to spend on drinks, I could take part in the social life of the quarter. We had some jolly evenings on Saturdays in the little bistro at the foot of the Hôtel des Trois Moineaux. The brick-floored room, 15 feet square, was packed with 20 people, and the air dim with smoke. The noise was deafening, for everyone was either talking at the top of his voice or singing. Sometimes it was just a confused din of voices. Sometimes everyone would burst out together in the same song, the Marseillaise, or the Internationale, or Madelon, or Les Fraises et les Framboises. Isaiah, a great clumping peasant girl who worked 14 hours a day in a glass factory, sang a song about Elle a perdu son pantalon, tout en dansant le charleston. Her friend, Marinette, a thin, dark Corsican girl of obstinate virtue, tied her knees together and danced the danse du ventre. The old Rougiers wandered in and out, cadging drinks and trying to tell a long, involved story about someone who had once cheated them over a bedstead. Ah, cadaverous and silent, sat in his corner quietly boozing. Charlie, drunk, half-danced, half-staggered to and fro with a glass of sham absinthe, balanced in one fat hand, pinching the women's breasts and declaiming poetry. People played darts and diced for drinks. Manuel, a Spaniard, dragged the girls to the bar and shook the dice box against their bellies for luck. Madame F. stood at the bar rapidly pouring chopine of wine through the pewter funnel, with a wet dishcloth always handy, because every man in the room tried to make love to her. 2 children, bastards of Big Louis the bricklayer, sat in a corner sharing a glass of sirop. Everyone was very happy, overwhelmingly certain that the world was a good place, and we a notable set of people. For an hour, the noise scarcely slackened. Then about midnight there was a piercing shout of "Citoyen!" and the sound of a chair falling over. A blond, red-faced workman had risen to his feet and was banging a bottle on the table. Everyone stopped singing. The word went round, "Shh, Fureur is starting." Fureur was a strange creature, a Limousin stonemason who worked steadily all the week and drank himself into a kind of paroxysm on Saturdays. He had lost his memory and could not remember anything before the war, and he would have gone to pieces through drink if Madame F. had not taken care of him. On Saturday evenings at about 5 o'clock she would say to someone, "Catch Fureur before he spends his wages," and when he had been caught she would take away his money, leaving him enough for one good drunk. One week he escaped, and rolling blind drunk in the Place Monge, was run over by a car and badly hurt. The queer thing about Fureur was that, though he was a communist when sober, he turned violently patriotic when drunk. He started the evening with good communist principles, but after 4 or 5 litres he was a rampant chauvinist, denouncing spies, challenging all foreigners to fight, and if he was not prevented, throwing bottles. It was at this stage that he made his speech, for he made a patriotic speech every Saturday night. The speech was always the same, word for word. It ran, "Citizens of the Republic, are there any Frenchmen here? If there are any Frenchmen here, I rise to remind them, in effect, of the glorious days of the war, when one looks back upon that time of comradeship and heroism, one looks back, in effect, upon that time of comradeship and heroism. when one remembers the heroes who are dead, one remembers, in effect, the heroes who are dead, citizens of the Republic. I was wounded at Verdun." Here he partially undressed and showed the wound he had received at Verdun. There were shouts of applause. We thought nothing in the world could be funnier than this speech of Fourier's. He was a well-known spectacle in the quarter. People used to come in from other bistros to watch him when his fit started. The word was passed round to bait Fourier. With a wink to the others, someone called for silence and asked him to sing the Marseillaise. He sang it well in a fine bass voice, with patriotic gurgling noises deep down in his chest when he came to "Aux armes, citoyens, armez vos bataillons." Veritable tears rolled down his cheeks. He was too drunk to see that everyone was laughing at him. Then, before he had finished, 2 strong workmen seized him by either arm and held him down, while Isaiah shouted, "Vive l'Allemagne!" just out of his reach. Fourier's face went purple at such infamy. Everyone in the bistro began shouting together, "Vive l'Allemagne! À bas la France!" while Fourier struggled to get at them, but suddenly he spoiled the fun. His face turned pale and doleful, his limbs went limp, and before anyone could stop him, he was sick on the table. Then Madame F. hoisted him like a sack and carried him up to bed. In the morning, he reappeared, quiet and civil, and bought a copy of L'Humanité. The table was wiped with a cloth. Madame F. brought more liter bottles and loaves of bread, and we settled down to serious drinking. There were more songs. An itinerant singer came in with his banjo and performed for 5-sou pieces. An Arab and a girl from the bistro down the street did a dance, the man wielding a painted wooden phallus the size of a rolling pin. There were gaps in the noise now. People had begun to talk about their love affairs, and the war, and the barbel fishing in the Seine, and the best way to faire la révolution, and to tell stories. Charlie, grown sober again, captured the conversation and talked about his soul for 5 minutes. The doors and windows were open to cool the room. The street was emptying, and in the distance one could hear the lonely milk train thundering down the boulevard Saint-Michel. The air blew cold on our foreheads, and the coarse African wine still tasted good. We were still happy, but meditatively, with the shouting and hilarious mood finished. By 1 o'clock, we were not happy any longer. We felt the joy of the evening wearing thin, and called hastily for more bottles, but Madame F. was watering the wine now, and it did not taste the same. Men grew quarrelsome. The girls were violently kissed, and hands thrust into their bosoms, and they made off, lest worse should happen. Big Louis, the bricklayer, was drunk and crawled about the floor barking and pretending to be a dog. The others grew tired of him and kicked at him as he went past. People seized each other by the arm and began long, rambling confessions, and were angry when these were not listened to. The crowd thinned. Manuel and another man, both gamblers, went across to the Arab bistro, where card-playing went on till daylight. Charlie suddenly borrowed 30 francs from Madame F. and disappeared, probably to a brothel. Men began to empty their glasses, call briefly "Sir," "Dame," and go off to bed. By 1:30, the last drop of pleasure had evaporated, leaving nothing but headaches. We perceived that we were not splendid inhabitants of a splendid world, but a crew of underpaid workmen grown squalidly and dismally drunk. We went on swallowing the wine, but it was only from habit, and the stuff seemed suddenly nauseating. One's head had swollen up like a balloon. The floor rocked. One's tongue and lips were stained purple. At last it was no use keeping it up any longer. Several men went out into the yard behind the bistro and were sick. We crawled up to bed, tumbled down half-dressed, and stayed there 10 hours. Most of my Saturday nights went in this way. On the whole, the 2 hours when one was perfectly and wildly happy seemed worth the subsequent headache. For many men in the quarter, Unmarried and with no future to think of, the weekly drinking bout was the one thing that made life worth living. Charlie told us a good story one Saturday night in the bistro. Try and picture him, drunk, but sober enough to talk consecutively. He bangs on the zinc bar and yells for silence. "Silence, Monsieur et Dame! Silence, I implore you, listen to this story that I am about to tell you. A memorable story, an instructive story, one of the souvenirs of a refined and civilized life. Silence, Monsieur et Dame! It happened at a time when I was hard up. You know what that is like, how damnable that a man of refinement should ever be in such a condition. My money had not come from home. I had pawned everything, and there was nothing open to me except to work, which is a thing I will not do. I was living with a girl at the time. Yvonne her name was. A great half-witted peasant girl, like Isaiah there, with yellow hair and fat legs. The two of us had eaten nothing in 3 days. Mon Dieu, what sufferings! The girl used to walk up and down the room with her hands on her belly, howling like a dog that she was dying of starvation. It was terrible. But to a man of intelligence, nothing is impossible. I propounded to myself the question, what is the easiest way to get money without working? And immediately the answer came. To get money easily, one must be a woman. Has not every woman something to sell? And then, as I lay reflecting upon the things I should do if I were a woman, an idea came into my head. I remembered the government maternity hospitals. You know the government maternity hospitals. There are places where women who are enceinte are given meals free and no questions are asked. It is done to encourage childbearing. Any woman can go there and demand a meal, and she is given it immediately. Mon Dieu, I thought, if only I were a woman, I would eat at one of those places every day. Who can tell whether a woman is enceinte or not without an examination? I turned to Yvonne. "Stop that insufferable bawling," I said. "I have thought of a way to get food." "How?" said she. "It is simple," I said. "Go to the government maternity hospital, tell them you are enceinte, and ask for food. They will give you a good meal, and ask no questions." Yvonne was appalled. "Mais mon Dieu," she cried, "I am not enceinte." "Who cares?" I said. "That is easily remedied. What you need, except a cushion, 2 cushions if necessary. It is an inspiration from heaven, ma chère. Don't waste it." Well, in the end, I persuaded her, and then we borrowed a cushion and got her ready and took her to the maternity hospital. They received her with open arms. They gave her a cabbage soup, a ragout of beef, a puree of potatoes, bread and cheese and beer, and all kinds of advice about her baby. Yvonne gorged till she almost burst her skin, and managed to slip some of the bread and cheese into her pocket for me. I took her there every day until I had money again. My intelligence had saved us. Everything went well until a year later. I was with Yvonne again, and one day we were walking down the Boulevard Port-Royal, near the barracks. Suddenly, Yvonne's mouth fell open, and she began turning red and white and red again. "Mon Dieu," she cried, "look at that, who is coming? It is the nurse who was in charge at the maternity hospital. I am ruined." "Quick," I said, "run." But it was too late. The nurse had recognized Yvonne, and she came straight up to us smiling. She was a big, fat woman with a gold pince-nez and red cheeks like the cheeks of an apple, a motherly, interfering kind of woman. "I hope you are well, ma petite," she said kindly. "And your baby? Is he well too? Was it a boy, as you were hoping?" Yvonne had begun trembling so hard that I had to grip her arm. "No," she said at last. "And then, évidemment, it was a girl."
Thereupon Yvonne, the idiot, lost her head completely. "No," she actually said again. The nurse was taken aback. "Comment?" she exclaimed. "Neither a boy nor a girl, but how can that be?" Figure to yourselves, monsieur et dame. It was a dangerous moment. Yvonne had turned the color of a beetroot and looked ready to burst into tears. Another second, and she would have confessed everything. Heaven knows what might have happened. But as for me, I had kept my head. I stepped in and saved the situation. "It was twins," I said calmly. "Twins!" exclaimed the nurse. And she was so pleased that she took Yvonne by the shoulders and embraced her on both cheeks publicly. Yes, twins!
One day, when we had been at the Hotel X 5 or 6 weeks, Boris disappeared without notice. In the evening, I found him waiting for me in the Rue de Rivoli. He slapped me gaily on the shoulder. "Free at last, mon ami. You can give notice in the morning. The auberge opens tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Well, possibly we shall need a day or two to arrange things, but at any rate no more cafeterie. Nous voilà lancés, mon ami. My tailcoat is out of pawn already." His manner was so hearty that I felt sure there was something wrong, and I did not at all want to leave my safe and comfortable job at the hotel. However, I had promised Boris, so I gave notice, and the next morning at 7 went down to the Auberge de Jean Cottard. It was locked, and I went in search of Boris, who had once more bolted from his lodgings and taken a room in the Rue de la Croix-Niver. I found him asleep, together with a girl whom he had picked up the night before, and who he told me was of a very sympathetic temperament. As to the restaurant, he said that it was all arranged. There were only a few little things to be seen to before we opened. At 10, I managed to get Boris out of bed, and we unlocked the restaurant. At a glance, I saw what the few little things amounted to. It was briefly this: that the alterations had not been touched since our last visit, the stoves for the kitchen had not arrived, the water and electricity had not been laid on, and there was all manner of painting, polishing, and carpentering to be done. Nothing short of a miracle could open the restaurant within 10 days, and by the look of things it might collapse without even opening. It was obvious what had happened. The patron was short of money, and he had engaged the staff, there were 4 of us, in order to use us instead of workmen. He would be getting our services almost free, for waiters are paid no wages, and though he would have to pay me, he would not be feeding me till the restaurant opened. In effect, he had swindled us of several hundred francs by sending for us before the restaurant was open. We had thrown up a good job for nothing. Boris, however, was full of hope. He had only one idea in his head, namely that here at last was a chance of being a waiter and wearing a tailcoat once more. For this he was quite willing to do 10 days' work unpaid, with the chance of being left jobless in the end. "Patience," he kept saying. "That will arrange itself. Wait till the restaurant opens, and we'll get it all back. Patience, mon ami." We needed patience. For days passed, and the restaurant did not even progress towards opening. We cleaned out the cellars, fixed the shelves, distempered the walls, polished the woodwork, whitewashed the ceiling, stained the floor, but the main work, the plumbing and gas fitting and electricity, was still not done, because the patron could not pay the bills. Evidently he was almost penniless, for he refused the smallest charges, and he had a trick of swiftly disappearing when asked for money. His blend of shiftiness and aristocratic manners made him very hard to deal with. Melancholy duns came looking for him at all hours, and by instruction we always told them that he was at Fontainebleau or Saint-Cloud, or some other place that was safely distant. Meanwhile, I was getting hungrier and hungrier. I had left the hotel with 30 francs, and I had to go back immediately to a diet of dry bread. Boris had managed in the beginning to extract an advance of 60 francs from the patron, but he had spent half of it in redeeming his waiter's clothes, and half on the girl of sympathetic temperament. He borrowed 3 francs a day from Jules, the second waiter, and spent it on bread. Some days we had not even money for tobacco. Sometimes the cook came to see how things were getting on, and when she saw that the kitchen was still bare of pots and pans, she usually wept. Jules, the second waiter, refused steadily to help with the work. He was a Magyar, a little dark, sharp-featured fellow in spectacles, and very talkative. He'd been a medical student, but had abandoned his training for lack of money. He had a taste for talking while other people were working, and he told me all about himself and his ideas. It appeared that he was a communist and had various strange theories. He could prove to you by figures that it was wrong to work, and he was also, like most Magyars, passionately proud. Proud and lazy men do not make good waiters. It was Jules's dearest boast that once, when a customer in a restaurant had insulted him, he had poured a plate of hot soup down the customer's neck, and then walked straight out without even waiting to be sacked. As each day went by, Jules grew more and more enraged at the trick the patron had played on us. He had a spluttering, oratorical way of talking. He used to walk up and down, shaking his fist, and trying to incite me not to work. "Put that brush down, you fool! You and I belong to proud races. We don't work for nothing, like these damned Russian serfs, I tell you. To be cheated like this is torture to me. There have been times in my life when someone has cheated me even of 5 sous, when I have vomited, yes, vomited, with rage. Besides, mon vieux, don't forget that I am a communist, a ballet bourgeois. Did any man alive ever see me working when I could avoid it? No. And not only I don't wear myself out working like you other fools, but I steal, just to show my independence. Once, I was in a restaurant where the patron thought he could treat me like a dog. Well, in revenge, I found out a way to steal milk from the milk cans and seal them up again so that no one should know. I tell you, I just swilled that milk down night and morning. Every day, I drank 4 liters of milk, besides half a liter of cream. The patron was at his wit's end to know where the milk was going. It wasn't that I wanted milk, you understand, because I hate the stuff. It was principle, just principle. Well, after 3 days, I began to get dreadful pains in my belly, and I went to the doctor. "What have you been eating?" he said. I said, "I drink 4 liters of milk a day and half a liter of cream." 4 liters, he said. "Then stop it at once. You'll burst if you go on." "What do I care?" I said. "With me, principle is everything. I shall go on drinking that milk, even if I do burst." Well, the next day the patron caught me stealing milk. "You're sacked," he said. "You leave at the end of the week." "Pardon, monsieur," I said. "I shall leave this morning." "No, you won't," he said. "I can spare you till Saturday." "Very well, mon patron," I thought to myself. "We'll see who gets tired of it first." And then I set to work to smash the crockery. I broke 9 plates the first day and 13 the second. After that, the patron was glad to see the last of me. I'm not one of your Russian moujiks. 10 days passed. It was a bad time. I was absolutely at the end of my money, and my rent was several days overdue. We loafed about the dismal, empty restaurant, too hungry even to get on with the work that remained. Only Boris now believed that the restaurant would open. He had set his heart on being maître d'hôtel, and he invented a theory that the patron's money was tied up in shares and he was waiting a favourable moment for selling. On the 10th day, I had nothing to eat or smoke, and I told the patron that I could not continue working without an advance on my wages. As blandly as usual, the patron promised the advance and then, according to his custom, vanished. I walked part of the way home, but I did not feel equal to a scene with Madame F. over the rent, so I passed the night on a bench on the boulevard. It was very uncomfortable. The arm of the seat cuts into your back, and much colder than I had expected. There was plenty of time in the long, boring hours between dawn and work to think what a fool I had been to deliver myself into the hands of these Russians. Then, in the morning, the luck changed. Evidently the patron had come to an understanding with his creditors, for he arrived with money in his pockets, set the alterations going, and gave me my advance. Boris and I bought macaroni and a piece of horse's liver, and had our first hot meal in 10 days. The workmen were brought in, and the alterations made hastily and with incredible shoddiness. The tables, for instance, were to be covered with baize, but when the patron found that baize was expensive, he bought instead disused army blankets, smelling incorrigibly of sweat. The tablecloths, they were check, to go with the Norman decorations, would cover them, of course. On the last night, we were at work till 2 in the morning, getting things ready. The crockery did not arrive till 8, and being new, had all to be washed. The cutlery did not arrive till the next morning, nor the linen either, so that we had to dry the crockery with a shirt of the patron's and an old pillow-slip belonging to the concierge. Boris and I did all the work. Jules was skulking, and the patron and his wife sat in the bar with a dun and some Russian friends, drinking success to the restaurant. The cook was in the kitchen with her head on the table crying, because she was expected to cook for 50 people, and there were not pots and pans enough for 10. About midnight there was a fearful interview with some duns, who came intending to seize 8 copper saucepans which the patron had obtained on credit. They were bought off with half a bottle of brandy. Jules and I missed the last metro home and had to sleep on the floor of the restaurant. The first thing we saw in the morning were 2 large rats sitting on the kitchen table, eating from a ham that stood there. It seemed a bad omen, and I was surer than ever that the auberge de Jean Cottard would turn out a failure. The patron had engaged me as kitchen plongeur. That is, my job was to wash up, keep the kitchen clean, prepare vegetables, make tea, coffee and sandwiches, do the simpler cooking, and run errands. The terms were, as usual, 500 francs a month and food, but I had no free day and no fixed working hours. At the Hotel X I had seen catering at its best, with unlimited money and good organization. Now at the auberge I learned how things are done in a thoroughly bad restaurant. It is worth describing, for there are hundreds of similar restaurants in Paris, and every visitor feeds in one of them occasionally. I should add, by the way, that the auberge was not the ordinary cheap eating-house frequented by students and workmen. We did not provide an adequate meal at less than 25 francs, and we were picturesque and artistic, which sent up our social standing. There were the indecent pictures in the bar, and the Norman decorations, sham beams on the wall, electric lights done up as candlesticks, peasant pottery, even a mounting block at the door, and the patron and the head waiter were Russian officers, and many of the customers titled Russian refugees. In short, we were decidedly chic. Nevertheless, the conditions behind the kitchen door were suitable for a pigsty, for this is what our service arrangements were like. The kitchen measured 15 feet long by 8 broad, and half this space was taken up by the stoves and tables. All the pots had to be kept on shelves out of reach, and there was only room for 1 dustbin. This dustbin used to be crammed full by midday, and the floor was normally an inch deep in a compost of trampled food. For firing we had nothing but 3 gas stoves without ovens, and all joints had to be sent out to the bakery. There was no larder. Our substitute for one was a half-roofed shed in the yard, with a tree growing in the middle of it. The meat, vegetables, and so forth lay there on the bare earth, raided by rats and cats. There was no hot water laid on. Water for washing up had to be heated in pans, and as there was no room for these on the stoves when meals were cooking, most of the plates had to be washed in cold water. This, with soft soap and the hard Paris water, meant scraping the grease off with bits of newspaper. We were so short of saucepans that I had to wash each one as soon as it was done with, instead of leaving them till the evening. This alone wasted probably an hour a day. Owing to some scamping of expense in the installation, the electric light usually fused at 8 in the evening. The patron would only allow us 3 candles in the kitchen, and the cook said 3 were unlucky, so we had only 2. Our coffee grinder was borrowed from a bistro nearby, and our dustbin and brooms from the concierge. After the first week, a quantity of linen did not come back from the wash, as the bill was not paid.
We were in trouble with the Inspector of Labour, who had discovered that the staff included no Frenchmen. He had several private interviews with the patron, who I believe was obliged to bribe him. The electric company was still dunning us, and when the duns found that we would buy them off with aperitifs, they came every morning. We were in debt at the grocery, and credit would have been stopped, only the grocer's wife, a mustachioed woman of 60, had taken a fancy to Jules, who was sent every morning to cajole her. Similarly, I had to waste an hour every day haggling over vegetables in the Rue de Commerce to save a few centimes. These are the results of starting a restaurant on insufficient capital. And in these conditions the cook and I were expected to serve 30 or 40 meals a day, and would later on be serving 100. From the first day it was too much for us. The cook's working hours were from 8 in the morning till midnight, and mine from 7 in the morning till 12:30 the next morning, 17.5 hours, almost without a break. We never had time to sit down till 5 in the afternoon, and even then there was no seat except the top of the dustbin. Boris, who lived nearby and had not to catch the last metro home, worked from 8 in the morning till 2 the next morning, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. Such hours, though not usual, are nothing extraordinary in Paris. Life settled at once into a routine that made the Hotel X seem like a holiday. Every morning at 6 I drove myself out of bed, did not shave, sometimes washed, hurried up to the Place d'Italie, and fought for a place on the metro. By 7 I was in the desolation of the cold, filthy kitchen, with the potato skins and bones and fishtails littered on the floor, and a pile of plates stuck together in their grease, waiting from overnight. I could not start on the plates yet because the water was cold, and I had to fetch milk and make coffee, for the others arrived at 8 and expected to find coffee ready. Also, there were always several copper saucepans to clean. Those copper saucepans are the bane of a plongeur's life. They have to be scoured with sand and bunches of chain, 10 minutes to each one, and then polished on the outside with brasso. Fortunately, the art of making them has been lost, and they are gradually vanishing from French kitchens, though one can still buy them second-hand. When I had begun on the plates, the cook would take me away from the plates to begin skinning onions, and when I had begun on the onions, the patron would arrive and send me out to buy cabbages. When I came back with the cabbages, the patron's wife would tell me to go to some shop half a mile away and buy a pot of rouge. By the time I came back, there would be more vegetables waiting, and the plates were still not done. In this way, our incompetence piled one job on another throughout the day, everything in arrears. Till 10, things went comparatively easily, though we were working fast, and no one lost his temper. The cook would find time to talk about her artistic nature, and say, did I not think Tolstoy was épatant, and sing in a fine soprano voice as she minced beef on the board. But at 10 the waiters began clamouring for their lunch, which they had early, and at 11 the first customers would be arriving. Suddenly everything became hurry and bad temper. There was not the same furious rushing and yelling as at the Hotel X, but an atmosphere of muddle, petty spite, and exasperation. Discomfort was at the bottom of it. It was unbearably cramped in the kitchen, and dishes had to be put on the floor, and one had to be thinking constantly about not stepping on them. The cook's vast buttocks banged against me as she moved to and fro. A ceaseless nagging chorus of orders streamed from her. "Unspeakable idiot! How many times have I told you not to bleed the beetroots? Quick! Let me get to the sink. Put those knives away. Get on with the potatoes. What have you done with my strainer? Oh, leave those potatoes alone. Didn't I tell you to skim the bouillon? Take that can of water off the stove. Never mind the washing up. Chop this celery. No, not like that, you fool, like this. There. Look at you letting those peas boil over. Now get to work and scale those herrings. Look, do you call this plate clean? Wipe it on your apron. Put that salad on the floor. That's right. Put it where I'm bound to step in it. Look out, that pot's boiling over. Get me down that saucepan. No, the other one. Put this on the grill. Throw those potatoes away. Don't waste time. Throw them on the floor. Tread them in. Now, throw down some sawdust. This floor's like a skating rink. Look, you fool, that steak's burning.
Mon Dieu, why did they send me an idiot for a plongeur? Who are you talking to? Do you realize that my aunt was a Russian countess? Etc., etc., etc. This went on till 3 o'clock, without much variation, except that about 11 the cook usually had a crise de nerfs and a flood of tears. From 3 to 5 was a fairly slack time for the waiters, but the cook was still busy, and I was working my fastest, for there was a pile of dirty plates waiting, and it was a race to get them done, or partly done, before dinner began. The washing up was doubled by the primitive conditions: a cramped draining board, tepid water, sodden cloths, and a sink that got blocked once in an hour. By 5 the cook and I were feeling unsteady on our feet, not having eaten or sat down since 7. We used to collapse, she on the dustbin and I on the floor, drink a bottle of beer, and apologize for some of the things we had said in the morning. Tea was what kept us going. We took care to have a pot always stewing, and drank pints during the day. At 5:30 the hurry and quarrelling began again, and now worse than before because everyone was tired out. The cook had a crise de nerfs at 6 and another at 9. They came on so regularly that one could have told the time by them. She would flop down on the dustbin, begin weeping hysterically, and cry out that never, no never, had she thought to come to such a life as this. Her nerves would not stand it. She had studied music at Vienna. She had a bedridden husband to support, etc., etc. At another time, one would have been sorry for her, but tired as we all were, her whimpering voice merely infuriated us. Jules used to stand in the doorway and mimic her weeping. The patron's wife nagged, and Boris and Jules quarrelled all day because Jules shirked his work, and Boris, as head waiter, claimed the larger share of the tips. Only the second day after the restaurant opened, they came to blows in the kitchen over a 2-franc tip, and the cook and I had to separate them. The only person who never forgot his manners was the patron. He kept the same hours as the rest of us, but he had no work to do, for it was his wife who really managed things. His sole job, besides ordering the supplies, was to stand in the bar smoking cigarettes and looking gentlemanly, and he did that to perfection. The cook and I generally found time to eat our dinner between 10 and 11 o'clock. At midnight, the cook would steal a packet of food for her husband, stow it under her clothes, and make off, whimpering that these hours would kill her, and she would give notice in the morning. Jules also left at midnight, usually after a dispute with Boris, who had to look after the bar till 2. Between 12 and past, I did what I could to finish the washing up. There was no time to attempt doing the work properly, and I used simply to rub the grease off the plates with table napkins. As for the dirt on the floor, I let it lie, or swept the worst of it out of sight under the stoves. At 12:30, I would put on my coat and hurry out. The patron, bland as ever, would stop me as I went down the alleyway past the bar. "Mais, monsieur, how tired you look. Please do me the favour of accepting this glass of brandy." He would hand me the glass of brandy as courteously as though I had been a Russian duke instead of a plongeur. He treated all of us like this. It was our compensation for working 17 hours a day. As a rule, the last metro was almost empty. A great advantage, for one could sit down and sleep for a quarter of an hour. Generally, I was in bed by 1:30. Sometimes I missed the train and had to sleep on the floor of the restaurant, but it hardly mattered, for I could have slept on cobblestones at that time. This life went on for about a fortnight, with a slight increase of work as more customers came to the restaurant. I could have saved an hour a day by taking a room near the restaurant, but it seemed impossible to find time to change lodgings, or for that matter to get my hair cut,
look at a newspaper, or even undress completely. After 10 days I managed to find a free quarter of an hour, and wrote to my friend B in London, asking him if he could get me a job of some sort, anything, so long as it allowed more than 5 hours sleep. I was simply not equal to going on with a 17-hour day, though there are plenty of people who think nothing of it. When one is overworked, it is a good cure for self-pity to think of the thousands of people in Paris restaurants who work such hours and will go on doing it, not for a few weeks, but for years. There was a girl in a bistro near my hotel who worked from 7 in the morning till midnight for a whole year, only sitting down to her meals. I remember once asking her to come to a dance, and she laughed and said that she had not been further than the street corner for several months. She was consumptive, and died about the time I left Paris. After only a week we were all neurasthenic with fatigue, except Jules, who skulked persistently. The quarrels, intermittent at first, had now become continuous. For hours one would keep up a drizzle of useless nagging, rising into storms of abuse every few minutes. "Get me down that saucepan, idiot," the cook would cry. She was not tall enough to reach the shelves where the saucepans were kept. "Get it down yourself, you old whore," I would answer. Such remarks seemed to be generated spontaneously from the air of the kitchen. We quarrelled over things of inconceivable pettiness. The dustbin, for instance, was an unending source of quarrels, whether it should be put where I wanted it, which was in the cook's way, or where she wanted it, which was between me and the sink. Once she nagged and nagged until at last, in pure spite, I lifted the dustbin up and put it out in the middle of the floor, where she was bound to trip over it. "Now, you cow," I said, "move it yourself." Poor old woman, it was too heavy for her to lift, and she sat down, put her head on the table, and burst out crying, and I jeered at her. This is the kind of effect that fatigue has upon one's manners. After a few days, the cook had ceased talking about Tolstoy and her artistic nature, and she and I were not on speaking terms except for the purposes of work, and Boris and Jules were not on speaking terms, and neither of them was on speaking terms with the cook. Even Boris and I were barely on speaking terms. We had agreed beforehand that the engueulade of working hours did not count between times, but we had called each other things too bad to be forgotten, and besides, there were no between times. Jules grew lazier and lazier, and he stole food constantly from a sense of duty, he said. He called the rest of us jaune, blackleg, when we would not join him in stealing. He had a curious, malignant spirit. He told me, as a matter of pride, that he had sometimes wrung a dirty dishcloth into a customer's soup before taking it in, just to be revenged upon a member of the bourgeoisie. The kitchen grew dirtier, and the rats bolder, though we trapped a few of them. Looking round that filthy room, with raw meat lying among the refuse on the floor, and cold, clotted saucepans sprawling everywhere, and the sink blocked and coated with grease, I used to wonder whether there could be a restaurant in the world as bad as ours. But the other three all said that they'd been in dirtier places. Jules took a positive pleasure in seeing things dirty. In the afternoon, when he had not much to do, he used to stand in the kitchen doorway jeering at us for working too hard. "Fool! Why do you wash that plate? Wipe it on your trousers. Who cares about the customers? They don't know what's going on. What is restaurant work? You are carving a chicken and it falls on the floor, you apologize, you bow, you go out, and in 5 minutes you come back by another door with the same chicken. That is restaurant work," etc. And strange to say, in spite of all this filth and incompetence, the Auberge de Géant-Cottard was actually a success. For the first few days all our customers were Russians, friends of the patron, and these were followed by Americans and other foreigners, no Frenchmen. Then one night there was tremendous excitement, because our first Frenchman had arrived. For a moment our quarrels were forgotten, and we all united in the effort to serve a good dinner. Boris tiptoed into the kitchen, jerked his thumb over his shoulder, and whispered conspiratorially, "Shh! Attention! Un Français!" A moment later the patron's wife came and whispered, "Attention!
Français, see that he gets a double portion of all vegetables."
While the Frenchman ate, the patron's wife stood behind the grill of the kitchen door and watched the expression of his face. Next night, the Frenchman came back with 2 other Frenchmen. This meant that we were earning a good name. The surest sign of a bad restaurant is to be frequented only by foreigners. Probably part of the reason for our success was that the patron, with the sole gleam of sense he had shown in fitting out the restaurant, had bought very sharp table knives. Sharp knives, of course, are the secret of a successful restaurant. I am glad that this happened, for it destroyed one of my illusions, namely, the idea that Frenchmen know good food when they see it. Or perhaps we were a fairly good restaurant by Paris standards, in which case the bad ones must be past imagining. In a very few days after I had written to B, he replied to say that there was a job he could get for me. It was to look after a congenital imbecile, which sounded a splendid rest cure after the auberge de Géant-Cottard. I pictured myself loafing in the country lanes, knocking thistle heads off with my stick, feeding on roast lamb and treacle tart, and sleeping 10 hours a night in sheets smelling of lavender. B sent me a $5 to pay my passage and get my clothes out of pawn, and as soon as the money arrived I gave 1 day's notice and left the restaurant. My leaving so suddenly embarrassed the patron, for as usual he was penniless, and he had to pay my wages 30 francs short. However, he stood me a glass of Courvoisier 48 brandy, and I think he felt that this made up the difference. They engaged a Czech, a thoroughly competent plongeur, in my place, and the poor old cook was sacked a few weeks later. Afterwards I heard that, with 2 first-rate people in the kitchen, the plongeur's work had been cut down to 15 hours a day. Below that, no one could have cut it, short of modernizing the kitchen. For what they are worth, I want to give my opinions about the life of a Paris plongeur. When one comes to think of it, it is strange that thousands of people in a great modern city should spend their waking hours swabbing dishes in hot dens underground. The question I am raising is why this life goes on, what purpose it serves, and who wants it to continue, and why. I am not taking the merely rebellious feignant attitude. I am trying to consider the social significance of a plongeur's life. I think one should start by saying that a plongeur is one of the slaves of the modern world. Not that there is any need to whine over him, for he is better off than many manual workers, but still, he is no freer than if he were bought and sold. His work is servile and without art. He is paid just enough to keep him alive. His only holiday is the sack. He is cut off from marriage, or if he marries, his wife must work too. Except by a lucky chance, he has no escape from this life, save into prison. At this moment there are men with university degrees scrubbing dishes in Paris for 10 or 15 hours a day. One cannot say that it is mere idleness on their part, for an idle man cannot be a plongeur. They have simply been trapped by a routine which makes thought impossible. If plongeurs thought at all, they would long ago have formed a union and gone on strike for better treatment. But they do not think, because they have no leisure for it. Their life has made slaves of them. The question is, why does this slavery continue? People have a way of taking it for granted that all work is done for a sound purpose. They see somebody else doing a disagreeable job and think that they have solved things by saying that the job is necessary. Coal mining, for example, is hard work, but it is necessary. We must have coal. Working in the sewers is unpleasant, but somebody must work in the sewers. And similarly with a plongeur's work, some people must feed in restaurants, and so other people must swab dishes for 80 hours a week. It is the work of civilization, therefore unquestionable. This point is worth considering. Is a plongeur's work really necessary to civilization? We have a vague feeling that it must be honest work, because it is hard and disagreeable. We have made a sort of fetish of manual work, We see a man cutting down a tree, and we make sure that he is filling a social need just because he uses his muscles. It does not occur to us that he may only be cutting down a beautiful tree to make room for a hideous statue. I believe it is the same with a plongeur. He earns his bread in the sweat of his brow, but it does not follow that he is doing anything useful. He may be only supplying a luxury which, very often, is not a luxury. As an example of what I mean by luxuries which are not luxuries, take an extreme case, such as one hardly sees in Europe. Take an Indian rickshaw puller, or a Gary pony. In any Far Eastern town there are rickshaw pullers by the 100, black wretches weighing 8 stone, clad in loincloths. Some of them are diseased, some of them are 50 years old. For miles on end they trot in the sun or rain, head down, dragging at the shafts, with the sweat dripping from their grey moustaches. When they go too slowly, the passenger calls them bainchut. They earn 30 or 40 rupees a month, and cough their lungs out after a few years. The Gary ponies are gaunt, vicious things that have been sold cheap as having a few years' work left in them. Their master looks on the whip as a substitute for food. Their work expresses itself in a sort of equation. Whip plus food equals energy. Generally, it is about 60% whip and 40% food. Sometimes their necks are encircled by one vast saw, so that they drag all day on raw flesh. It is still possible to make them work, however. It is just a question of thrashing them so hard that the pain behind outweighs the pain in front. After a few years, even the whip loses its virtue, and the pony goes to the knacker. These are instances of unnecessary work, for there is no real need for Garys and rickshaws. They only exist because Orientals consider it vulgar to walk. They are luxuries, and, as anyone who has ridden in them knows, very poor luxuries. They afford a small amount of convenience which cannot possibly balance the suffering of the men and animals. Similarly, with the plongeur. He is a king compared with a rickshaw puller or a Gary pony, but his case is analogous. He is the slave of a hotel or a restaurant, and his slavery is more or less useless. For after all, where is the real need of big hotels and smart restaurants? They are supposed to provide luxury, but in reality they provide only a cheap, shoddy imitation of it. Nearly everyone hates hotels. Some restaurants are better than others, but it is impossible to get as good a meal in a restaurant as one can get, for the same expense, in a private house. No doubt hotels and restaurants must exist, but there is no need that they should enslave hundreds of people. What makes the work in them is not the essentials. It is the shams that are supposed to represent luxury. Smartness, as it is called, means, in effect, merely that the staff work more and the customers pay more. No one benefits except the proprietor, who will presently buy himself a striped villa at Deauville. Essentially, a smart hotel is a place where 100 people toil like devils in order that 200 may pay through the nose for things they do not really want. If the nonsense were cut out of hotels and restaurants, and the work done with simple efficiency, plongeurs might work 6 or 8 hours a day instead of 10 or 15. Suppose it is granted that a plongeur's work is more or less useless. Then the question follows, why does anyone want him to go on working? I'm trying to go beyond the immediate economic cause, and to consider what pleasure it can give anyone to think of men swabbing dishes for life, for there is no doubt that people, comfortably situated people, do find a pleasure in such thoughts. A slave, Marcus Cato said, should be working when he is not sleeping. It does not matter whether his work is needed or not. He must work, because work in itself is good, for slaves, at least. This sentiment still survives, and it has piled up mountains of useless drudgery. I believe that this instinct to perpetuate useless work is at bottom simply fear of the mob. The mob, the thought runs, are such low animals that they would be dangerous if they had leisure. It is safer to keep them too busy to think. A rich man who happens to be intellectually honest, if he is questioned about the improvement of working conditions, usually says something like this: "We know that poverty is unpleasant. In fact, since it is so remote, we rather enjoy harrowing ourselves with the thought of its unpleasantness, but don't expect us to do anything about it. We are sorry for you lower classes, just as we are sorry for a cat with a mange, but we will fight like devils against any improvement of your condition. We feel that you are much safer as you are. The present state of affairs suits us, and we are not going to take the risk of setting you free, even by an extra hour a day. So, dear brothers, since evidently you must sweat to pay for our trips to Italy, sweat and be damned to you." This is particularly the attitude of intelligent, cultivated people. One can read the substance of it in 100 essays. Very few cultivated people have less than, say, £400 a year, and naturally they side with the rich, because they imagine that any liberty conceded to the poor is a threat to their own liberty. Foreseeing some dismal Marxian utopia as the alternative, the educated man prefers to keep things as they are. Possibly he does not like his fellow rich very much, but he supposes that even the vulgarest of them are less inimical to his pleasures, more his kind of people than the poor, and that he had better stand by them. It is this fear of a supposedly dangerous mob that makes nearly all intelligent people conservative in their opinions. Fear of the mob is a superstitious fear. It is based on the idea that there is some mysterious, fundamental difference between rich and poor, as though they were two different races, like Negroes and white men. But in reality, there is no such difference. The mass of the rich and the poor are differentiated by their incomes and nothing else, and the average millionaire is only the average dishwasher dressed in a new suit. Change places, and handy-dandy, which is the justice, which is the thief? Everyone who has mixed on equal terms with the poor knows this quite well, but the trouble is that intelligent, cultivated people, the very people who might be expected to have liberal opinions, never do mix with the poor. For what do the majority of educated people know about poverty? In my copy of Villon's poems, the editor has actually thought it necessary to explain the line "ne pas ne voyant qu'aux fenêtres" by a footnote. So remote is even hunger from the educated man's experience. From this ignorance, a superstitious fear of the mob results quite naturally. The educated man pictures a horde of sub-men, wanting only a day's liberty to loot his house, burn his books, and set him to work minding a machine or sweeping out a lavatory. Anything, he thinks, any injustice, sooner than let that mob loose. He does not see that since there is no difference between the mass of rich and poor, there is no question of setting the mob loose. The mob is in fact loose now, and in the shape of rich men, is using its power to set up enormous treadmills of boredom, such as smart hotels. To sum up, a plongeur is a slave, and a wasted slave, doing stupid and largely unnecessary work. He is kept at work ultimately because of a vague feeling that he would be dangerous if he had leisure, and educated people, who should be on his side, acquiesce in the process, because they know nothing about him and consequently are afraid of him. I say this of the plongeur because it is his case I have been considering. It would apply equally to numberless other types of worker. These are only my ideas about the basic facts of a plongeur's life, made without reference to immediate economic questions, and no doubt largely platitudes. I present them as a sample of the thoughts that are put into one's head by working in a hotel. As soon as I left the auberge de Géant-Cotard, I went to bed and slept the clock round, all but 1 hour. Then I washed my teeth for the first time in a fortnight, bathed and had my hair cut, and got my clothes out of pawn. I had 2 glorious days of loafing. I even went in my best suit to the auberge, leant against the bar, and spent 5 francs on a bottle of English beer. It is a curious sensation being a customer where you've been a slave's slave. Boris was sorry that I had left the restaurant just at the moment when we were lancés, and there was a chance of making money. I have heard from him since, and he tells me that he is making 100 francs a day, and has set up a girl who is très sérieuse and never smells of garlic. I spent a day wandering about our quarter, saying goodbye to everyone. It was on this day that Charlie told me about the death of old Roucault, the miser, who had once lived in the quarter. Very likely Charlie was lying as usual, but it was a good story. Roucault died, aged 74, a year or two before I went to Paris, but the people in the quarter still talked of him while I was there. He never equalled Daniel Dancer or anyone of that kind, but he was an interesting character. He went to Les Halles every morning to pick up damaged vegetables, and ate cat's meat, and wore newspaper instead of underclothes, and used the wainscoting of his room for firewood, and made himself a pair of trousers out of a sack. All this with 500,000 francs invested. I should like very much to have known him. Like many misers, Roucault came to a bad end through putting his money into a wildcat scheme. One day a Jew appeared in the quarter, an alert, businesslike young chap who had a first-rate plan for smuggling cocaine into England. It is easy enough, of course, to buy cocaine in Paris, and the smuggling would be quite simple in itself, only there is always some spy who betrays the plan to the customs or the police. It is said that this is often done by the very people who sell the cocaine, because the smuggling trade is in the hands of a large combine who do not want competition. The Jew, however, swore that there was no danger. He knew a way of getting cocaine direct from Vienna, not through the usual channels, and there would be no blackmail to pay. He'd got into touch with Roucault through a young Pole, a student at the Sorbonne, who was going to put 4,000 francs into the scheme if Roucault would put 6,000. For this they could buy 10 pounds of cocaine, which would be worth a small fortune in England. The Pole and the Jew had a tremendous struggle to get the money from between old Roucault's claws. 6,000 francs was not much. He had more than that sewn into the mattress in his room, but it was agony for him to part with a sou. The Pole and the Jew were at him for weeks on end, explaining, bullying, coaxing, arguing, going down on their knees and imploring him to produce the money. The old man was half frantic between greed and fear. His bowels yearned at the thought of getting perhaps 50,000 francs profit, and yet he could not bring himself to risk the money. He used to sit in a corner with his head in his hands, groaning and sometimes yelling out in agony, and often he would kneel down, he was very pious, and pray for strength, but still he couldn't do it. But at last, more from exhaustion than anything else, he gave in quite suddenly. He slit open the mattress where his money was concealed, and handed over 6,000 francs to the Jew. The Jew delivered the cocaine the same day, and promptly vanished. And meanwhile, as was not surprising after the fuss Roucault had made, the affair had been noised all over the quarter. The very next morning the hotel was raided and searched by the police. Roucault and the Pole were in agonies. The police were downstairs working their way up and searching every room in turn, and there was the great packet of cocaine on the table with no place to hide it, and no chance of escaping down the stairs. The Pole was for throwing the stuff out of the window, but Roucault would not hear of it. Charlie told me that he had been present at the scene. He said that when they tried to take the packet from Roucault, he clasped it to his breast and struggled like a madman, although he was 74 years old. He was wild with fright, but he would go to prison rather than throw his money away. At last, when the police were searching only one floor below, somebody had an idea. A man on Roucault's floor had a dozen tins of face powder, which he was selling on commission. It was suggested that the cocaine could be put into the tins and passed off as face powder. The powder was hastily thrown out of the window and the cocaine substituted, and the tins were put openly on Roucault's table, as though there were nothing to conceal. A few minutes later, the police came to search Roucault's room. They tapped the walls and looked up the chimney and turned out the drawers and examined the floorboards, and then, just as they were about to give it up, having found nothing, The inspector noticed the tins on the table.
"Tiens," he said. "Have a look at those tins. I hadn't noticed them. What's in them, eh?"
"Face powder," said the Pole as calmly as he could manage. But at the same instant Roucault let out a loud groaning noise from alarm, and the police became suspicious immediately. They opened one of the tins and tipped out the contents, and after smelling it, the inspector said that he believed it was cocaine. Roucault and the Pole began swearing on the names of the saints that it was only face powder, but it was no use. The more they protested, the more suspicious the police became. The two men were arrested and led off to the police station, followed by half the quarter. At the station, Roucault and the Pole were interrogated by the commissaire, while a tin of the cocaine was sent away to be analysed. Charlie said that the scene Roucault made was beyond description. He wept, prayed, made contradictory statements, and denounced the Pole all at once, so loud that he could be heard half a street away. The policeman almost burst with laughing at him. After an hour, a policeman came back with a tin of cocaine and a note from the analyst. He was laughing. "This is not cocaine, monsieur," he said. "What? Not cocaine?" said the commissaire. "Mais alors, what is it then?" "It is face powder." Roucault and the Pole were released at once, entirely exonerated, but very angry. The Jew had double-crossed them. Afterwards, when the excitement was over, it turned out that he had played the same trick on 2 other people in the quarter. The Pole was glad enough to escape, even though he had lost his 4,000 francs, but poor old Roucault was utterly broken down. He took to his bed at once, and all that day and half the night they could hear him thrashing about, mumbling, and sometimes yelling out at the top of his voice, 6,000 francs! Nom de Jesus Christ! 6,000 francs! 3 days later, he had some kind of stroke, and in a fortnight he was dead. Of a broken heart, Charlie said. I travelled to England 3rd class, via Dunkirk and Tilbury, which is the cheapest and not the worst way of crossing the Channel. You had to pay extra for a cabin, so I slept in the saloon, together with most of the 3rd-class passengers. I find this entry in my diary for that day. Sleeping in the saloon, 27 men, 16 women. Of the women, not a single one has washed her face this morning. The men mostly went to the bathroom, the women merely produced vanity cases and covered the dirt with powder. Question: a secondary sexual difference? On the journey I fell in with a couple of Romanians, mere children, who were going to England on their honeymoon trip. They asked innumerable questions about England, and I told them some startling lies. I was so pleased to be getting home after being hard up for months in a foreign city that England seemed to me a sort of paradise. There are indeed many things in England that make you glad to get home. Bathrooms, armchairs, mint sauce, new potatoes properly cooked, brown bread, marmalade, beer made with veritable hops. They are all splendid, if you can pay for them. England is a very good country when you are not poor, and of course, with a tame imbecile to look after, I was not going to be poor. The thought of not being poor made me very patriotic. The more questions the Romanians asked, the more I praised England, the climate, the scenery, the art, the literature, the laws. Everything in England was perfect. Was the architecture in England good, the Romanians asked. Splendid, I said, and you should just see the London statues. Paris is vulgar, half grandiosity and half slums, but London— Then the boat drew alongside Tilbury Pier. The first building we saw on the waterside was one of those huge hotels, all stucco and pinnacles, which stare from the English coast like idiots staring over an asylum wall. I saw the Romanians, too polite to say anything, cocking their eyes at the hotel. Built by French architects, I assured them. And even later, when the train was crawling into London through the eastern slums, I still kept it up about the beauties of English architecture. Nothing seemed too good to say about England now that I was coming home and was not hard up any more. I went to B's office, and his first words knocked everything to ruins. "I'm sorry," he said, "your employers have gone abroad, patient and all. However, they'll be back in a month. I suppose you can hang on till then." I was outside in the street before it even occurred to me to borrow some more money. There was a month to wait, and I had exactly 19 and sixpence in hand. The news had taken my breath away. For a long time I could not make up my mind what to do. I loafed the day in the streets, and at night, not having the slightest notion of how to get a cheap bed in London, I went to a family hotel where the charge was 7 and sixpence. After paying the bill, I had 10 and twopence in hand. By the morning, I had made my plans. Sooner or later, I should have to go to B for more money, but it seemed hardly decent to do so yet, and in the meantime I must exist in some hole-and-corner way. Past experience set me against pawning my best suit. I would leave all my things at the station cloakroom, except my second-best suit, which I could exchange for some cheap clothes and perhaps £1. If I was going to live a month on 30 shillings, I must have bad clothes. Indeed, the worse, the better. Whether 30 shillings could be made to last a month, I had no idea, not knowing London as I knew Paris. Perhaps I could beg, or sell bootlaces, and I remembered articles I had read in the Sunday papers about beggars who have £2,000 sewn into their trousers. It was, at any rate, notoriously impossible to starve in London, so there was nothing to be anxious about. To sell my clothes, I went down into Lambeth, where the people are poor, and there are a lot of rag shops. At the first shop I tried, the proprietor was polite but unhelpful. At the second, he was rude. At the third, he was stone-deaf, or pretended to be so. The fourth shopman was a large, blond young man, very pink all over, like a slice of ham. He looked at the clothes I was wearing and felt them disparagingly between thumb and finger. "Poor stuff," he said. "Very poor stuff, that is. It was quite a good suit. What do you want for him?" I explained that I wanted some older clothes and as much money as he could spare. He thought for a moment, then collected some dirty-looking rags and threw them onto the counter. "What about the money?" I said, hoping for £1. He pursed his lips, then produced a shilling and laid it beside the clothes. I did not argue. I was going to argue, but as I opened my mouth he reached out as though to take up the shilling again. I saw that I was helpless. He let me change in a small room behind the shop. The clothes were a coat, once dark brown, a pair of black dungaree trousers, a scarf, and a cloth cap. I had kept my own shirt, socks and boots, and I had a comb and razor in my pocket. It gives one a very strange feeling to be wearing such clothes. I had worn bad enough things before, but nothing at all like these. These were not merely dirty and shapeless. They had, how is one to express it, a gracelessness, a patina of antique filth quite different from mere shabbiness. They were the sort of clothes you see on a bootlace seller or a tramp. An hour later in Lambeth, I saw a hang-dog man, obviously a tramp, coming towards me, and when I looked again it was myself, reflected in a shop window. The dirt was plastering my face already. Dirt is a great respecter of persons. It lets you alone when you are well dressed, but as soon as your collar is gone, it flies towards you from all directions. I stayed in the streets till late at night, keeping on the move all the time. Dressed as I was half afraid that the police might arrest me as a vagabond, and I dared not speak to anyone, imagining that they must notice a disparity between my accent and my clothes. Later I discovered that this never happened. My new clothes had put me instantly into a new world. Everyone's demeanour seemed to have changed abruptly. I helped a hawker pick up a barrow that he had upset. "Thanks, mate," he said with a grin. No one had called me mate before in my life. It was the clothes that had done it.
For the first time I noticed, too, how the attitude of women varies with a man's clothes. When a badly dressed man passes them, they shudder away from him with a quite frank movement of disgust, as though he were a dead cat. Clothes are powerful things. Dressed in a tramp's clothes, it is very difficult, at any rate for the first day, not to feel that you are genuinely degraded. You might feel the same shame, irrational but very real, your first night in prison. At about 11, I began looking for a bed. I had read about doss houses. They are never called doss houses, by the way, and I supposed that one could get a bed for 4pence or thereabouts. Seeing a man, a navvy or something of the kind, standing on the curb in the Waterloo Road, I stopped and questioned him. I said that I was stony broke and wanted the cheapest bed I could get. "Oh," said he, "you go to that house across the street there with the sign, 'Good beds for single men.' That's a good kip, that is. I've been there myself on and off. You'll find it cheap and clean." It was a tall, battered-looking house, with dim lights in all the windows, some of which were patched with brown paper. I entered a stone passageway, and a little etiolated boy with sleepy eyes appeared from a door leading to a cellar. Murmurous sounds came from the cellar, and a wave of hot air and cheese. The boy yawned and held out his hand. "Want a kip? That'll be a odd, guv'nor." I paid the shilling, and the boy led me up a rickety, unlighted staircase to a bedroom. It had a sweetish reek of paregoric and foul linen. The windows seemed to be tight shut, and the air was almost suffocating at first. There was a candle burning, and I saw that the room measured 15 feet square by 8 high, and had 8 beds in it. Already 6 lodgers were in bed, queer, lumpy shapes with all their own clothes, even their boots, piled on top of them. Someone was coughing in a loathsome manner in one corner. When I got into the bed, I found that it was as hard as a board, and as for the pillow, it was a mere hard cylinder like a block of wood. It was rather worse than sleeping on a table, because the bed was not 6 feet long and very narrow, and the mattress was convex, so that one had to hold on to avoid falling out. The sheets stank so horribly of sweat that I could not bear them near my nose. Also, the bedclothes only consisted of the sheets and a cotton counterpane, so that though stuffy, it was none too warm. Several noises recurred throughout the night. About once in an hour the man on my left, a sailor, I think, woke up, swore vilely, and lighted a cigarette. Another man, victim of bladder disease, got up and noisily used his chamber pot 6 times during the night. The man in the corner had a coughing fit once in every 20 minutes, so regularly that one came to listen for it as one listens for the next yap when a dog is baying the moon. It was an unspeakably repellent sound, a foul bubbling and retching, as though the man's bowels were being churned up within him. Once, when he struck a match, I saw that he was a very old man, with a grey, sunken face like that of a corpse, and he was wearing his trousers wrapped round his head as a nightcap, a thing which, for some reason, disgusted me very much. Every time he coughed or the other man swore, a sleepy voice from one of the other beds cried out, "Shut up! Oh, for Christ's sake, shut up!" I had about an hour's sleep in all. In the morning, I was woken by a dim impression of some large brown thing coming towards me. I opened my eyes and saw that it was one of the sailor's feet sticking out of bed, close to my face. It was dark brown, quite dark brown like an Indian's with dirt. The walls were leprous, and the sheets, 3 weeks from the wash, were almost raw umber colour. I got up, dressed, and went downstairs. In the cellar were a row of basins and 2 slippery roller towels. I had a piece of soap in my pocket, and I was going to wash, when I noticed that every basin was streaked with grime, solid, sticky filth, as black as boot blacking. I went out unwashed. Altogether, the lodging-house had not come up to its description as cheap and clean.
It was, however, as I found later, a fairly representative lodging-house. I crossed the river and walked a long way eastward, finally going into a coffee shop on Tower Hill. An ordinary London coffee shop, like 1,000 others. It seemed queer and foreign after Paris. It was a little stuffy room with the high-backed pews that were fashionable in the 40s, the day's menu written on a mirror with a piece of soap, and a girl of 14 handling the dishes. Navvies were eating out of newspaper parcels and drinking tea in vast, saucerless mugs like china tumblers. In a corner by himself a Jew, muzzle down in the plate, was guiltily wolfing bacon. "Could I have some tea and bread and butter?" I said to the girl. She stared. "No butter, only Marge," she said, surprised. And she repeated the order in the phrase that is to London what the eternal coup de rouge is to Paris. "Large tea and 2 slices." On the wall beside my pew there was a notice saying, "Pocketing the sugar not allowed," and beneath it some poetic customer had written, "He that takes away the sugar shall be called a dirty." But someone else had been at pains to scratch out the last word. This was England. The tea and 2 slices cost 3 halfpenny, leaving me with 8 and 2. The 8 shillings lasted 3 days and 4 nights. After my bad experience in the Waterloo Road, I moved eastward, and spent the next night in a lodging-house in Pennyfields. This was a typical lodging-house like scores of others in London. It had accommodation for between 50 and 100 men, and was managed by a deputy for the owner, that is, for these lodging-houses are profitable concerns, and are owned by rich men. We slept 15 or 20 in a dormitory. The beds were again cold and hard, but the sheets were not more than a week from the wash, which was an improvement. The charge was 9p or a shilling. In the shilling dormitory the beds were 6 feet apart instead of 4, and the terms were cash down by 7 in the evening, or out you went. Downstairs there was a kitchen common to all lodgers, with free firing, and a supply of cooking pots, tea basins, and toasting forks. There were 2 great clinker fires, which were kept burning day and night the year through. The work of tending the fires, sweeping the kitchen, and making the beds was done by the lodgers, in rotation. One senior lodger, a fine Norman-looking stevedore named Steve, was known as head of the house, and was arbiter of disputes, and unpaid chucker-out. I liked the kitchen. It was a low-ceiled cellar deep underground, very hot and drowsy with coke fumes, and lighted only by the fires, which cast black velvet shadows in the corners. Ragged washing hung on strings from the ceiling. Red-lit men, stevedores mostly, moved about the fires with cooking pots. Some of them were quite naked, for they had been laundering, and were waiting for their clothes to dry. At night there were games of nap and draughts and songs. "I'm a chap what's done wrong by my parents" was a favourite, and so was another popular song about a shipwreck. Sometimes late at night men would come in with a pail of winkles they had bought cheap, and share them out. There was a general sharing of food, and it was taken for granted to feed men who were out of work. A little pale, wizened creature, obviously dying, referred to as poor Brown, been under the doctor and cut open 3 times, was regularly fed by the others. 2 or 3 of the lodgers were old-age pensioners. Till meeting them, I had never realized that there are people in England who live on nothing but the old-age pension of 10 shillings a week. None of these old men had any other resource whatever. One of them was talkative, and I asked him how he managed to exist. He said, "Well, there's 9p a night for your kip, that's 5 and 3 a week, and there's 3 on Saturdays for a shave, that's 5 and 6, and say you has a haircut once a month for 6p, that's another 3 a week, so he has about 4 and 4p for food and baccy." He could imagine no other expenses. His food was bread and margarine and tea. Towards the end of the week, dry bread and tea without milk, and perhaps he got his clothes from charity. He seemed contented, valuing his bed and the fire more than food. But with an income of 10 shillings a week to spend money on a shave, it is awe-inspiring. All day I loafed in the streets, east as far as Wapping, west as far as Whitechapel. It was queer after Paris. Everything was so much cleaner and quieter, and drearier. One missed the scream of the trams, and the noisy, festering life of the back streets, and the armed men clattering through the squares. The crowds were better dressed, and the faces comelier and milder, and more alike, without that fierce individuality and malice of the French. There was less drunkenness, and less dirt, and less quarrelling, and more idling. Knots of men stood at all the corners, slightly underfed, but kept going by the tea and 2 slices, which the Londoner swallows every 2 hours, and seemed to breathe a less feverish air than in Paris. It was the land of the tea-urn and the labour exchange, as Paris is the land of the bistro and the sweatshop. It was interesting to watch the crowds. The East London women are pretty. It is the mixture of blood, perhaps, and Limehouse was sprinkled with Orientals, Chinamen, Chittagonian Lascars, Dravidians selling silk scarves, even a few Sikhs, come goodness knows how. Here and there were street meetings. In Whitechapel somebody called the Singing Evangel undertook to save you from hell for the charge of 6pence. In the East India Dock Road the Salvation Army were holding a service. They were singing "Anybody Here Like Sneaking Judas" to the tune of "What's to be Done with the Drunken Sailor." On Tower Hill 2 Mormons were trying to address a meeting. Round their platform struggled a mob of men, shouting and interrupting. Someone was denouncing them for polygamists. A lame, bearded man, evidently an atheist, had heard the word God and was heckling angrily. There was a confused uproar of voices. "My dear friends, if you would only let us finish what we were saying. That's right, give 'em a say. Don't get on the argue. No, you answer me. Can you show me God? You show him me, then I'll believe in him. Oh, shut up, don't keep interrupting of him. Interrupt yourself, f***ing polygamists. Well, there's a lot to be said for polygamy. Take the f***ing women out of industry anyway. My dear friends, if you would just— No, don't you slip out of it. Have you seen God? Have you touched him? Have you shook hands with him? Oh, don't get on the argue, for Christ's sake, don't get on the argue," etc., etc. I listened for 20 minutes, anxious to learn something about Mormonism, but the meeting never got beyond shouts. It is the general fate of street meetings. In Middlesex Street, among the crowds at the market, a draggled, down-at-heel woman was hauling a brat of 5 by the arm. She brandished a tin trumpet in its face. The brat was squalling. "Enjoy yourself," yelled the mother. "What do you think I brought you out here for, and bought you a trumpet and all? Do you want to go across my knee, you little bastard? You shall enjoy yourself." Some drops of spittle fell from the trumpet. The mother and the child disappeared, both bawling. It was all very queer after Paris. The last night that I was in the Pennyfields lodging-house there was a quarrel between 2 of the lodgers. A vile scene. One of the old-age pensioners, a man of about 70, naked to the waist, he'd been laundering, was violently abusing a short, thick-set stevedore who stood with his back to the fire. I could see the old man's face in the light of the fire, and he was almost crying with grief and rage. Evidently something very serious had happened. The old-age pensioner. "You—" The stevedore. "Shut your mouth, you old before I set about you." The old-age pensioner. "Just you try it on, you f***ing hooligan. I'm 30 years older than you, but it wouldn't take much to make me give you one as to knock you into a bucket full of piss." The stevedore. "Oh, and then perhaps I wouldn't smash you up after, you old shit." Thus for 5 minutes. The lodgers sat round, unhappy, trying to disregard the quarrel. The stevedore looked sullen, but the old man was growing more and more furious. He kept making little rushes at the other, sticking out his face and screaming from a few inches distant, like a cat on a wall, and spitting. He was trying to nerve himself to strike a blow, and not quite succeeding. Finally, he burst out, "Arsehole! That's what you are! A thin arsehole! Take that in your dirty gob and suck it, you By God, I'll smash you before I've done with you. A shit, that's what you are, a son of a bitch whore. Lick that, you That's what I think of you, you black bastard." Whereat he suddenly collapsed on a bench, took his face in his hands, and began crying. The other man, seeing that public feeling was against him, went out. Afterwards I heard Steve explaining the cause of the quarrel. It appeared that it was all about a shilling's worth of food. In some way the old man had lost his store of bread and margarine, and so would have nothing to eat for the next 3 days, except what the others gave him in charity. The stevedore, who was in work and well-fed, had taunted him, hence the quarrel. When my money was down to 1 and 4pence, I went for a night to a lodging-house in Bow, where the charge was only 8pence. One went down an area and through an alleyway into a deep, stifling cellar, 10 feet square. 10 men, navvies mostly, were sitting in the fierce glare of the fire. It was midnight, but the deputy's son, a pale, sticky child of 5, was there playing on the navvy's knees. An old Irishman was whistling to a blind bullfinch in a tiny cage. There were other songbirds there, tiny, faded things that had lived all their lives underground. The lodgers habitually made water in the fire to save going across a yard to the lavatory. As I sat at the table I felt something stir near my feet, and looking down, saw a wave of black things moving slowly across the floor. They were black beetles. There were 6 beds in the dormitory, and the sheets marked in huge letters stolen from number Bow Road smelt loathsome. In the next bed to me lay a very old man, a pavement artist, with some extraordinary curvature of the spine that made him stick right out of bed, with his back a foot or 2 from my face. It was bare, and marked with curious swirls of dirt, like a marble tabletop. During the night a man came in drunk and was sick on the floor close to my bed. There were bugs, too, not so bad as in Paris, but enough to keep one awake. It was a filthy place. Yet the deputy and his wife were friendly people, and ready to make one a cup of tea at any hour of the day or night. In the morning, after paying for the usual tea and 2 slices and buying half an ounce of tobacco, I had a halfpenny left. I did not care to ask B for more money yet, so there was nothing for it but to go to a casual ward. I had very little idea how to set about this, but I knew that there was a casual ward at Rompton, so I walked out there, arriving at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Leaning against the pig pens in Rompton Marketplace was a wizened old Irishman, obviously a tramp. I went and leaned beside him, and presently offered him my tobacco box. He opened the box and looked at the tobacco in astonishment.
"By God," he said, "there's 6 penn'orth of good baccy here. Where the hell did you get hold of that? You ain't been on the road long."
"What, don't you have tobacco on the road?" I said.
"Oh, we has it. Look."
He produced a rusty tin, which had once held OXO cubes. In it were 20 or 30 cigarette ends, picked up from the pavement. The Irishman said that he rarely got any other tobacco. He added that with care one could collect 2 ounces of tobacco a day on the London pavements.
"Do you come out of one of the London spikes, eh?"
he asked me. I said yes, thinking this would make him accept me as a fellow tramp, and asked him what the spike at Rompton was like. He said,
"Well, 'tis a cocoa spike. There's tea spikes and cocoa spikes and skilly spikes. They don't give you skilly in Rompton, thank God. Leastways, they didn't the last time I was here. I've been up to York and round Wales since."
"What is skilly?" I said.
"Skilly? A can of hot water with some bloody oatmeal at the bottom, that's skilly. The skilly spikes is always the worst."
We stayed talking for an hour or 2. The Irishman was a friendly old man, but he smelt very unpleasant, which was not surprising when one learned how many diseases he suffered from. It appeared, he described his symptoms fully, that taking him from top to bottom he had the following things wrong with him. On his crown, which was bald, he had eczema, he was short-sighted and had no glasses, he had chronic bronchitis, he had some undiagnosed pain in the back, he had dyspepsia, he had urethritis, he had varicose veins, bunions, and flat feet. With this assemblage of diseases, he had tramped the roads for 15 years. At about 5, the Irishman said, "Could you do with a cup of tea? The Spike don't open till 6. "I should think I could." "Well, there's a place here where they gives you free cup of tea in a bun. Good tea it is. They makes you say a lot of bloody prayers after, but hell, it all passes the time away. You come with me." He led the way to a small, tin-roofed shed in a side street, rather like a village cricket pavilion. About 25 other tramps were waiting. A few of them were dirty old habitual vagabonds, the majority decent-looking lads from the north, probably miners or cotton operatives, out of work. Presently the door opened, and a lady in a blue silk dress wearing gold spectacles and a crucifix welcomed us in. Inside were 30 or 40 hard chairs, a harmonium, and a very gory lithograph of the crucifixion. Uncomfortably we took off our caps and sat down. The lady handed out the tea, and while we ate and drank, she moved to and fro, talking benignly. She talked upon religious subjects, about Jesus Christ, always having a soft spot for poor rough men like us, and about how quickly the time passed when you were in church, and what a difference it made to a man on the road if he said his prayers regularly. We hated it. We sat against the wall, fingering our caps. A tramp feels indecently exposed with his cap off, and turning pink, and trying to mumble something when the lady addressed us. There was no doubt that she meant it all kindly. As she came up to one of the North Country lads with a plate of buns, she said to him, "And you, my boy, how long is it since you knelt down and spoke with your Father in heaven?" Poor lad, not a word could he utter, but his belly answered for him, with the disgraceful rumbling which it set up at the sight of the food. Thereafter he was so overcome with shame that he could scarcely swallow his bun. Only one man managed to answer the lady in her style, and he was a spry, red-nosed fellow looking like a corporal who had lost his stripe for drunkenness. He could pronounce the words, "the dear Lord Jesus," with less sham than anyone I ever saw. No doubt he had learned the knack in prison. Tea ended, and I saw the tramps looking furtively at one another. An unspoken thought was running from man to man. Could we possibly make off before the prayers started? Someone stirred in his chair, not getting up actually, but with just a glance at the door, as though half suggesting the idea of departure. The lady quelled him with one look. She said in a more benign tone than ever, "I don't think you need go quite yet. The casual ward doesn't open till 6, and we have time to kneel down and say a few words to our Father first. I think we should all feel better after that. Shouldn't we?" The red-nosed man was very helpful, pulling the harmonium into place and handing out the prayer books. His back was to the lady as he did this, and it was his idea of a joke to deal the books like a pack of cards, whispering to each man as he did so, "There you are, mate. There's a fucking nap, and for you, 4 aces and a king," etc. Bareheaded, we knelt down among the dirty teacups, and began to mumble that we had left undone those things that we ought to have done, and done those things that we ought not to have done, and there was no health in us. The lady prayed very fervently, but her eyes roved over us all the time, making sure that we were attending. When she was not looking, we grinned and winked at one another, and whispered bawdy jokes, just to show that we did not care. But it stuck in our throats a little. No one except the red-nosed man was self-possessed enough to speak the responses above a whisper. We got on better with the singing, except that one old tramp knew no tune but "Onward, Christian Soldiers," and reverted to it sometimes, spoiling the harmony. The prayers lasted half an hour, and then, after a handshake at the door, we made off. "Well," said somebody as soon as we were out of hearing, "the trouble's over. Thought them fucking prayers was never going to end." "You had your bun,"
said another. "You got to pay for it." "Pray for it, you mean? Oh, you don't get much for nothing. They can't even give you a twopenny cup of tea without you go down on your fucking knees for it." There were murmurs of agreement. Evidently the tramps were not grateful for their free tea, and yet it was excellent tea, as different from coffee-shop tea as good Bordeaux is from the muck called colonial claret, and we were all glad of it. I'm sure, too, that it was given in a good spirit, without any intention of humiliating us, so in fairness, we ought to have been grateful. Still, we were not. At about 5:45, the Irishman led me to the spike. It was a grim, smoky yellow cube of brick, standing in a corner of the workhouse grounds. With its rows of tiny barred windows and a high wall and iron gate separating it from the road, it looked much like a prison. Already a long queue of ragged men had formed up, waiting for the gates to open. They were of all kinds and ages, the youngest a fresh-faced boy of 16, the oldest a doubled-up, toothless mummy of 75. Some were hardened tramps, recognizable by their sticks and billies and dust-darkened faces. Some were factory hands, out of work. Some agricultural labourers. One a clerk in collar and tie, two certainly imbeciles. Seen in the mass, lounging there, they were a disgusting sight, nothing villainous or dangerous, but a graceless, mangy crew, nearly all ragged and palpably underfed. They were friendly, however, and asked no questions. Many offered me tobacco, cigarette ends, that is. We leaned against the wall, smoking, and the tramps began to talk about the spikes they had been in recently. It appeared from what they said that all spikes are different, each with its peculiar merits and demerits, and it is important to know these when you are on the road. An old hand will tell you the peculiarities of every spike in England, as at A you are allowed to smoke, but there are bugs in the cells, at B the beds are comfortable, but the porter is a bully, at C they let you out early in the morning, but the tea is undrinkable, at D the officials steal your money, if you have any, and so on, interminably. There are regular beaten tracks where the spikes are within a day's march of one another. I was told that the Barnets and Albans route is the best, and they warned me to steer clear of Billericay and Chelmsford, also Ide Hill in Kent. Chelsea was said to be the most luxurious spike in England. Someone, praising it, said that the blankets there were more like prison than the spike. Tramps go far afield in summer, and in winter they circle as much as possible round the large towns, where it is warmer and there is more charity. But they have to keep moving, for you may not enter any one spike, or any two London spikes, more than once in a month, on pain of being confined for a week. Some time after 6 the gates opened, and we began to file in, one at a time. In the yard was an office where an official entered in a ledger our names and trades and ages, also the places we were coming from and going to. This last is intended to keep a check on the movements of tramps. I gave my trade as painter. I had painted watercolours, who was not. The official also asked us whether we had any money, and every man said no. It is against the law to enter the spike with more than 8pence, and any sum less than this one is supposed to hand over at the gate. But as a rule, the tramps prefer to smuggle their money in, tying it tight in a piece of cloth, so that it will not chink. Generally they put it in the bag of tea and sugar that every tramp carries, or among their papers. The papers are considered sacred, and are never searched. After registering at the office, we were led into the spike by an official known as the Tramp Major. His job is to supervise casuals, and he is generally a workhouse pauper, and a great bawling ruffian of a porter in a blue uniform, who treated us like cattle. The spike consisted simply of a bathroom and lavatory, and for the rest, long double rows of stone cells, perhaps 100 cells in all. It was a bare, gloomy place of stone and whitewash, unwillingly clean, with a smell which somehow I had foreseen from its appearance, a smell of soft soap, Jay's fluid, and latrines.
a cold, discouraging, prisonish smell. The porter herded us all into the passage, and then told us to come into the bathroom, 6 at a time, to be searched before bathing. The search was for money and tobacco, Brompton being one of those spikes where you can smoke once you have smuggled your tobacco in, but it will be confiscated if it is found on you. The old hands had told us that the porter never searched below the knee, so before going in, we had all hidden our tobacco in the ankles of our boots. Afterwards, while undressing, we slipped it into our coats, which we were allowed to keep to serve as pillows. The scene in the bathroom was extraordinarily repulsive. 50 dirty, stark-naked men elbowing each other in a room 20 feet square, with only 2 bathtubs and 2 slimy roller towels between them all. I shall never forget the reek of dirty feet. Less than half the tramps actually bathed. I heard them saying that hot water is weakening to the system, but they all washed their faces and feet, and the horrid, greasy little clouts known as toe rags which they bind round their toes. Fresh water was only allowed for men who were having a complete bath, so many men had to bathe in water where others had washed their feet. The porter shoved us to and fro, giving the rough side of his tongue when anyone wasted time. When my turn came for the bath, I asked if I might swill out the tub, which was streaked with dirt, before using it. He answered simply, "Shut your thin mouth and get on with your bath." That set the social tone of the place, and I did not speak again. When we had finished bathing, the porter tied our clothes in bundles and gave us workhouse shirts, grey cotton things of doubtful cleanliness, like abbreviated nightgowns. We were sent along to the cells at once, and presently the porter and the tramp major brought us supper across from the workhouse. Each man's ration was a half-pound wedge of bread smeared with margarine, and a pint of bitter, sugarless cocoa in a tin billy. Sitting on the floor, we wolfed this in 5 minutes, and at about 7 o'clock the cell doors were locked on the outside, to remain locked till 8 in the morning. Each man was allowed to sleep with his mate, the cells being intended to hold 2 men apiece. I had no mate, and was put in with another solitary man, a thin, scrubby-faced fellow with a slight squint. The cell, measured 8 feet by 5 by 8 high, was made of stone, and had a tiny barred window high up in the wall, and a spy-hole in the door, just like a cell in a prison. In it were 6 blankets, a chamber pot, a hot water pipe, and nothing else whatever. I looked round the cell with a vague feeling that there was something missing. Then, with a shock of surprise, I realized what it was, and exclaimed, "But I say, damn it, where are the beds?" "Beds?" said the other man, surprised. "There aren't no beds. What do you expect? This is one of them spikes where you sleeps on the floor. Christ, have you got used to that yet?" It appeared that no beds was quite a normal condition in the spike. We rolled up our coats and put them against the hot water pipe, and made ourselves as comfortable as we could. It grew foully stuffy, but it was not warm enough to allow of our putting all the blankets underneath, so that we could only use one to soften the floor. We lay a foot apart, breathing into one another's face, with our naked limbs constantly touching, and rolling against one another whenever we fell asleep. One fidgeted from side to side, but it did not do much good. Whichever way one turned, there would be first a dull, numb feeling, then a sharp ache as the hardness of the floor wore through the blanket. One could sleep, but not for more than 10 minutes on end. About midnight, the other man began making homosexual attempts upon me. A nasty experience in a locked, pitch-dark cell. He was a feeble creature, and I could manage him easily, but of course it was impossible to go to sleep again. For the rest of the night we stayed awake, smoking and talking. The man told me the story of his life. He was a fitter, out of work for 3 years. He said that his wife had promptly deserted him when he lost his job, and he had been so long away from women that he had almost forgotten what they were like. Homosexuality is general among tramps of long standing, he said. At 8, the porter came along the passage, unlocking the doors and shouting, "All out!" The doors opened, letting out a stale, fetid stink. At once the passage was full of squalid, grey-shirted figures, each chamber pot in hand, scrambling for the bathroom. It appeared that in the morning only one tub of water was allowed for the lot of us, and when I arrived 20 tramps had already washed their faces. I took one glance at the black scum floating on the water and went unwashed. After this, we were given a breakfast identical with the previous night's supper, our clothes were returned to us, and we were ordered out into the yard to work. The work was peeling potatoes for the paupers' dinner, but it was a mere formality to keep us occupied until the doctor came to inspect us. Most of the tramps frankly idled. The doctor turned up at about 10 o'clock, and we were told to go back to our cells, strip, and wait in the passage for the inspection. Naked and shivering, we lined up in the passage. You cannot conceive what ruinous, degenerate curs we looked, standing there in the merciless morning light. A tramp's clothes are bad, but they conceal far worse things. To see him as he really is, unmitigated, you must see him naked. Flat feet, pot-bellies, hollow chests, sagging muscles, every kind of physical rottenness was there. Nearly everyone was undernourished, and some clearly diseased. 2 men were wearing trusses, and as for the old mummy-like creature of 75, one wondered how he could possibly make his daily march. Looking at our faces unshaven and creased from the sleepless night, you would have thought that all of us were recovering from a week on the drink. The inspection was designed merely to detect smallpox and took no notice of our general condition. A young medical student smoking a cigarette walked rapidly along the line, glancing us up and down, and not inquiring whether any man was well or ill. When my cell companion stripped, I saw that his chest was covered with a red rash, and having spent the night a few inches away from him, I fell into a panic about smallpox. The doctor, however, examined the rash and said that it was due merely to undernourishment. After the inspection we dressed, and were sent into the yard, where the porter called our names over, gave us back any possessions we had left at the office, and distributed meal tickets. These were worth 6pence each, and were directed to coffee shops on the route we had named the night before. It was interesting to see that quite a number of the tramps could not read, and had to apply to myself and other schollards to decipher their tickets. The gates were opened, and we dispersed immediately. How sweet the air does smell, even the air of a back street in the suburbs, after the shut-in, sub-fecal stench of the spike. I had a mate now, for while we were peeling potatoes I had made friends with an Irish tramp named Paddy Jacks, a melancholy, pale man who seemed clean and decent. He was going to Edbury's spike, and suggested that we should go together. We set out, getting there at 3 in the afternoon. It was a 12-mile walk, but we made it 14 by getting lost among the desolate North London slums. Our meal tickets were directed to a coffee shop in Ilford. When we got there, the little chit of a serving-maid, having seen our tickets and grasped that we were tramps, tossed her head in contempt, and for a long time would not serve us. Finally she slapped on the table 2 large teas and 4 slices of bread and dripping, that is 8 pennyworth of food. It appeared that the shop habitually cheated the tramps of 2pence or so on each ticket. Having tickets instead of money, the tramps could not protest, or go elsewhere. Paddy was my mate for about the next fortnight, and as he was the first tramp I had known at all well, I want to give an account of him. I believe that he was a typical tramp, and there are tens of thousands in England like him. He was a tallish man, aged about 35, with fair hair going grizzled and watery blue eyes. His features were good, but his cheeks had lanked and had that greyish, dirty-in-the-grain look that comes of a bread-and-margarine diet. He was dressed, rather better than most tramps, in a tweed shooting jacket and a pair of very old evening trousers with the braid still on them. Evidently the braid figured in his mind as a lingering scrap of respectability, and he took care to sew it on again when it came loose. He was careful of his appearance altogether, and carried a razor and boot-brush that he would not sell, though he had sold his papers and even his pocket-knife long since. Nevertheless, one would have known him for a tramp 100 yards away. There was something in his drifting style of walk, and the way he had of hunching his shoulders forward, essentially abject. Seeing him walk, you felt instinctively that he would sooner take a blow than give one. He'd been brought up in Ireland, served 2 years in the war, and then worked in a metal polish factory, where he had lost his job 2 years earlier. He was horribly ashamed of being a tramp, but he had picked up all a tramp's ways. He browsed the pavements unceasingly, never missing a cigarette end, or even an empty cigarette packet, as he used the tissue paper for rolling cigarettes. On our way into Edbury he saw a newspaper parcel on the pavement, pounced on it, and found that it contained 2 mutton sandwiches, rather frayed at the edges. These he insisted on my sharing. He never passed an automatic machine without giving a tug at the handle, for he said that sometimes they are out of order and will eject pennies if you tug at them. He had no stomach for crime, however. When we were in the outskirts of Rompton, Paddy noticed a bottle of milk on a doorstep, evidently left there by mistake. He stopped, eyeing the bottle hungrily. "Christ," he said, "there's good food going to waste. Somebody could knock that bottle off, eh? Knock it off, easy." I saw that he was thinking of knocking it off himself. He looked up and down the street. It was a quiet residential street, and there was nobody in sight. Paddy's sickly, chap-fallen face yearned over the milk. Then he turned away, saying gloomily, "Best leave it. Don't do a man no good to steal. Thank God I ain't never stolen nothing yet." It was funk, bread of hunger, that kept him virtuous. With only 2 or 3 sound meals in his belly, he would have found courage to steal the milk. He had 2 subjects of conversation, the shame and come-down of being a tramp, and the best way of getting a free meal. As we drifted through the streets, he would keep up a monologue in this style, in a whimpering, self-pitying Irish voice. "It's hell being on the road, eh? It breaks your heart going into them bloody spikes. But what's a man to do else, eh? I ain't had a good meat meal for above 2 months, and my boots is getting bad, and Christ, how'd it be if we was to try for a cup of tea at one of them convents on the way to Edbury? Most times they're good for a cup of tea. Ah, what'd the man do without religion, eh? I've took cups of tea from the convents, and the Baptists, and the Church of England, and all sorts. I'm a Catholic myself. That's to say, I ain't been to confession for about 17 years, but still I got my religious feelings, you understand. And them convents is always good for a cup of tea," etc., etc. He would keep this up all day, almost without stopping. His ignorance was limitless and appalling. He once asked me, for instance, whether Napoleon lived before Jesus Christ or after. Another time, when I was looking into a bookshop window, he grew very perturbed because one of the books was called Of the Imitation of Christ. He took this for blasphemy. "What the hell did they want to go imitating of him for?" he demanded angrily. He could read, but he had a kind of loathing for books. On our way from Rompton to Edbury, I went into a public library, and though Paddy did not want to read, I suggested that he should come in and rest his legs, but he preferred to wait on the pavement. "No," he said, "the sight of all that bloody print makes me sick." Like most tramps, he was passionately mean about matches. He had a box of matches when I met him, but I never saw him strike one, and he used to lecture me for extravagance when I struck mine. His method was to cadge a light from strangers, sometimes going without a smoke for half an hour rather than strike a match. Self-pity was the clue to his character. The thought of his bad luck never seemed to leave him for an instant. He would break long silences to exclaim, apropos of nothing, "It's hell when your clothes begin to go up the spout, eh?" Or, "That tea in the spike ain't tea, it's piss," as though there were nothing else in the world to think about. And he had a low, worm-like envy of anyone who was better off, not of the rich, for they were beyond his social horizon, but of men in work. He pined for work, as an artist pines to be famous. If he saw an old man working, he would say bitterly, "Look at that old keeping able-bodied men out of work." Or if it was a boy, "It's them young devils what's taking the bread out of our mouths." And all foreigners to him were "dem bloody Dagos," for according to his theory, foreigners were responsible for unemployment. He looked at women with a mixture of longing and hatred. Young, pretty women were too much above him to enter into his ideas, but his mouth watered at prostitutes. A couple of scarlet-lipped old creatures would go past. Paddy's face would flush pale pink, and he would turn and stare hungrily after the women. "Tarts," he would murmur, like a boy at a sweet-shop window. He told me once that he had not had to do with a woman for 2 years, since he had lost his job, that is, and he had forgotten that one could aim higher than prostitutes. He had the regular character of a tramp, abject, envious, a jackal's character. Nevertheless, he was a good fellow, generous by nature, and capable of sharing his last crust with a friend. Indeed, he did literally share his last crust with me more than once. He was probably capable of work, too, if he had been well fed for a few months. But 2 years of bread and margarine had lowered his standards hopelessly. He had lived on this filthy imitation of food till his whole mind and body were compounded of inferior stuff. It was malnutrition, and not any native vice, that had destroyed his manhood. On the way to Edbury, I told Paddy that I had a friend from whom I could be sure of getting money, and suggested going straight into London rather than face another night in the Spike. But Paddy had not been in Edbury Spike recently, and tramp-like, he would not waste a night's free lodging. We arranged to go into London the next morning. I had only a halfpenny, but Paddy had 2 shillings, which would get us a bed each and a few cups of tea. The Edbury Spike did not differ much from the one at Rompton. The worst feature was that all tobacco was confiscated at the gate, and we were warned that any man caught smoking would be turned out at once. Under the Vagrancy Act, tramps can be prosecuted for smoking in the Spike. In fact, they can be prosecuted for almost anything, but the authorities generally save the trouble of a prosecution by turning disobedient men out of doors. There was no work to do, and the cells were fairly comfortable. We slept 2 in a cell, 1 up, 1 down, that is, 1 on a wooden shelf and 1 on the floor, with straw palliasses and plenty of blankets, dirty, but not verminous. The food was the same as at Rompton, except that we had tea instead of cocoa. One could get extra tea in the morning, as the tramp major was selling it at a halfpenny a mug, illicitly, no doubt. We were each given a hunk of bread and cheese to take away for our midday meal. When we got into London, we had 8 hours to kill before the lodging-houses opened. It is curious how one does not notice things. I had been in London innumerable times, and yet till that day I had never noticed one of the worst things about London, the fact that it costs money even to sit down. In Paris, if you had no money and could not find a public bench, you would sit on the pavement. Heaven knows what sitting on the pavement would lead to in London. Prison, probably. By 4 we had stood 5 hours, and our feet seemed red-hot from the hardness of the stones. We were hungry, having eaten our ration as soon as we left the Spike, and I was out of tobacco. It mattered less to Paddy, who picked up cigarette ends. We tried 2 churches and found them locked. Then we tried a public library, but there were no seats in it. As a last hope, Paddy suggested trying a Rowton house. By the rules, they would not let us in before 7, but we might slip in unnoticed. We walked up to the magnificent doorway, The Rowton houses really are magnificent, and very casually, trying to look like regular lodgers, began to stroll in. Instantly a man lounging in the doorway, a sharp-faced fellow, evidently in some position of authority, barred the way. "You men sleep here last night?" "No." "Then fuck off." We obeyed, and stood 2 more hours on the street corner. It was unpleasant, but it taught me not to use the expression street corner loafer, so I gained something from it. At 6, we went to a Salvation Army shelter. We could not book beds till 8, and it was not certain that there would be any vacant, but an official, who called us brother, let us in on condition that we paid for 2 cups of tea. The main hall of the shelter was a great whitewashed barn of a place, oppressively clean and bare, with no fires. 200 decentish, rather subdued-looking people were sitting packed on long wooden benches. 1 or 2 officers in uniform prowled up and down. On the wall were pictures of General Booth and notices prohibiting cooking, drinking, spitting, swearing, quarrelling, and gambling. As a specimen of these notices, here is one that I copied word for word. "Any man found gambling or playing cards will be expelled and will not be admitted under any circumstances. A reward will be given for information leading to the discovery of such persons. The officers in charge appeal to all lodgers to assist them in keeping this hostel free from the detestable evil of gambling." Gambling or playing cards is a delightful phrase. To my eye, these Salvation Army shelters, though clean, are far drearier than the worst of the common lodging-houses. There is such a hopelessness about some of the people there, decent, broken-down types, who have pawned their collars but are still trying for office jobs. Coming to a Salvation Army shelter, where it is at least clean, is their last clutch at respectability. At the next table to me were 2 foreigners, dressed in rags but manifestly gentlemen. They were playing chess verbally, not even writing down the moves. One of them was blind, and I heard them say that they had been saving up for a long time to buy a board, price ½ a crown, but could never manage it. Here and there were clerks out of work, pallid and moody. Among a group of them, a tall, thin, deadly pale young man was talking excitedly. He thumped his fist on the table and boasted in a strange, feverish style. When the officers were out of hearing, he broke into startling blasphemies. "I'll tell you what, boys, I'm going to get that job tomorrow. I'm not one of your bloody down-in-the-knee brigade. I can look after myself. Look at that fucking notice there. The Lord will provide a bloody lot he's ever provided me with. You don't catch me trusting to the fucking Lord. You leave it to me, boys. I'm going to get that job," etc., etc. I watched him, struck by the wild, agitated way in which he talked. He seemed hysterical, or perhaps a little drunk. An hour later I went into a small room, apart from the main hall, which was intended for reading. It had no books or papers in it, so few of the lodgers went there. As I opened the door, I saw the young clerk in there all alone. He was on his knees, praying. Before I shut the door again, I had time to see his face, and it looked agonized. Quite suddenly I realized from the expression of his face that he was starving. The charge for beds was 8p each. Paddy and I had 5p left, and we spent it at the bar, where food was cheap, though not so cheap as in some common lodging-houses. The tea appeared to be made with tea dust, which I fancy had been given to the Salvation Army in charity, though they sold it at 3 halfpence a cup. It was foul stuff. At 10 o'clock an officer marched round the hall blowing a whistle. Immediately everyone stood up. "What's this for?" I said to Paddy, astonished. "That means you have to go off to bed, and you has to look sharp about it too." Obediently as sheep, the whole 200 men trooped off to bed, under the command of the officers. The dormitory was a great attic, like a barrack room, with 60 or 70 beds in it. They were clean and tolerably comfortable, but very narrow and very close together, so that one breathed straight into one's neighbour's face. 2 officers slept in the room to see that there was no smoking and no talking after lights out. Paddy and I had scarcely a wink of sleep, but there was a man near us who had some nervous trouble, shell-shock perhaps, which made him cry out, "Pip!" at irregular intervals. It was a loud, startling noise, something like the toot of a small motor horn. You never knew when it was coming, and it was a sure preventer of sleep. It appeared that Pip, as the others called him, slept regularly in the shelter, and he must have kept 10 or 20 people awake every night. He was an example of the kind of thing that prevents one from ever getting enough sleep when men are herded as they are in these lodging-houses. At 7, another whistle blew, and the officers went round shaking those who did not get up at once. Since then I have slept in a number of Salvation Army shelters, and found that, though the different houses vary a little, this semi-military discipline is the same in all of them. They are certainly cheap, but they are too like workhouses for my taste. In some of them there is even a compulsory religious service once or twice a week, which the lodgers must attend, or leave the house. The fact is that the Salvation Army are so in the habit of thinking themselves a charitable body that they cannot even run a lodging-house without making it stink of charity. At 10, I went to B's office and asked him to lend me £1. He gave me £2 and told me to come again when necessary, so that Paddy and I were free of money troubles for a week at least. We loitered the day in Trafalgar Square, looking for a friend of Paddy's who never turned up, and at night went to a lodging-house in a back alley near the Strand. The charge was 11p, but it was a dark, evil-smelling place, and a notorious haunt of the Nancy boys. Downstairs, in the murky kitchen, 3 ambiguous-looking youths in smartish blue suits were sitting on a bench apart, ignored by the other lodgers. I suppose they were Nancy boys. They looked the same type as the Apache boys one sees in Paris, except that they wore no side-whiskers. In front of the fire, a fully dressed man and a stark-naked man were bargaining. They were newspaper sellers. The dressed man was selling his clothes to the naked man. He said, "Here you are, the best rig-out you ever had. A tosheroon for the coat, 2 hogs for the trousers, 1 and a tanner for the boots, and a hog for the cap and scarf. That's 7 bob. You got hope. I'll give you 1 and a tanner for the coat, a hog for the trousers, and 2 hogs for the rest. That's 4 and a tanner. Take the whole lot for 5 and a tanner, chum. Right, ya, off with 'em. I've got to get out to sell my late edition." The clothed man stripped, and in 3 minutes their positions were reversed, the naked man dressed, and the other kilted with a sheet of the Daily Mail. The dormitory was dark and close, with 15 beds in it. There was a horrible hot reek of urine so beastly that at first one tried to breathe in small, shallow puffs, not filling one's lungs to the bottom. As I lay down in bed, a man loomed out of the darkness, leant over me, and began babbling in an educated, half-drunken voice. "An old public schoolboy, what?" He'd heard me say something to Paddy. "Don't meet men of the old school here. I'm an old Etonian, 20 years hence this weather and all that." He began to quaver out the Eton boating song, not untunefully. "Jolly boating weather, and a harvest—" "Stop that fucking noise!" shouted several lodgers. "Low types," said the old Etonian. "Very low types. Funny sort of place for you and me. Do you know what my friends say to me? They say, 'You are past redemption.' Quite true. I am past redemption. I've come down in the world, not like these fuckers here who couldn't come down if they tried. We chaps who have come down ought to hang together a bit. Youth will be still in our faces, you know. May I offer you a drink?" He produced a bottle of cherry brandy, and at the same moment lost his balance and fell heavily across my legs. Paddy, who was undressing, pulled him upright. "Get back to your bed, you silly old cock." The old Etonian walked unsteadily to his bed and crawled under the sheets with all his clothes on, even his boots. Several times in the night I heard him murmuring, "You are past redemption," as though the phrase appealed to him. In the morning he was lying asleep, fully dressed, with the bottle clasped in his arms. He was a man of about 50, with a refined, worn face, and, curiously enough, quite fashionably dressed. It was queer to see his good patent leather shoes sticking out of that filthy bed. It occurred to me, too, that the cherry brandy must have cost the equivalent of a fortnight's lodging, so he could not have been seriously hard up. Perhaps he frequented common lodging-houses in search of the Nancy boys. The beds were not more than 2 feet apart. About midnight, I woke up to find that the man next to me was trying to steal the money from beneath my pillow. He was pretending to be asleep while he did it, sliding his hand under the pillow as gently as a rat. In the morning, I saw that he was a hunchback, with long, ape-like arms. I told Paddy about the attempted theft. He laughed and said, "Christ, you got to get used to that. These lodging-houses is full of thieves. In some houses there's nothing safe but to sleep with all your clothes on. I seen him steal a wooden leg off of a cripple before now. Once I see a man, 14-stone man he was, come into a lodging-house with £4.10. He puts it under his mattress. 'Now,' he says, 'any fucker that touches that money does it over my body,' he says. But they done him all the same. In the morning he woke up on the floor. 4 fellas had took his mattress by the corners and lifted him off as light as a feather. He never saw his £4.10 again." The next morning we began looking once more for Paddy's friend, who was called Bozo, and was a screever, that is, a pavement artist. Addresses did not exist in Paddy's world, but he had a vague idea that Bozo might be found in Lambeth, and in the end we ran across him on the Embankment, where he had established himself not far from Waterloo Bridge. He was kneeling on the pavement with a box of chalks, copying a sketch of Winston Churchill from a penny notebook. The likeness was not at all bad. Bozo was a small, dark, hook-nosed man, with curly hair growing low on his head. His right leg was dreadfully deformed, the foot being twisted, heel forward, in a way horrible to see. From his appearance one could have taken him for a Jew, but he used to deny this vigorously. He spoke of his hook nose as Roman, and was proud of his resemblance to some Roman emperor. It was Vespasian, I think. Bozo had a strange way of talking, cockneyfied and yet very lucid and expressive. It was as though he had read good books but had never troubled to correct his grammar. For a while Paddy and I stayed on the Embankment talking, and Bozo gave us an account of the screeving trade. I repeat what he said, more or less in his own words. "I'm what they call a serious screever. I don't draw in blackboard chalks like these others. I use proper colours, the same as what painters use. Bloody expensive they are, especially the reds. I use 5 bobs' worth of colours in a long day, and never less than 2 bobs' worth. Cartoons is my line, you know, politics and cricket and that. Look here," he showed me his notebook. "Here's likenesses of all the political blokes, what I've copied from the papers. I have a different cartoon every day. For instance, when the budget was on, I had one of Winston trying to push an elephant marked debt, and underneath I wrote, 'Will he budget?' See? You can have cartoons about any of the parties, but you mustn't put anything in favour of socialism, because the police won't stand it. Once I did a cartoon of a boa constrictor marked Capital, swallowing a rabbit marked Labour. The copper came along and saw it, and he says, 'You rub that out and look sharp about it,' he says. I had to rub it out. The copper's got a right to move you on for loitering, and it's no good giving him a back answer." I asked Bozo what one could earn at screeving. He said, "This time of year, when it don't rain, I take about £3 between Friday and Sunday. People get their wages Fridays, you see. I can't work when it rains. The colours gets washed off straight away. Take the year round, I make about £1 a week, 'cause you can't do much in the winter. Boat race day and cup final day I've took as much as £4, but you have to cut it out of 'em, you know. You don't take a bob if you just sit and look at them. A halfpenny's the usual drop, and you don't get even that unless you give 'em a bit of back chat. Once they've answered you, they feel ashamed not to give you a drop. The best thing's to keep changing your picture, 'cause when they see your drawing, they'll stop and watch you.
The trouble is, the beggars scatter as soon as you turn round with the hat. You really want a knobber at this game. You keep at work and get a crowd watching you, and the knobber comes casual light round the back of 'em. They don't know he's the knobber. Then suddenly he pulls off his cap, and you've got 'em between two fires, like. You'll never get a drop off real toffs. He's shabby sort of blokes you get most of, and foreigners. I've had even sixpences off Japs and blackies and that. They're not so bloody mean as what an Englishman is. Another thing to remember is to keep your money covered up, except perhaps a penny in the hat. People won't give you anything if they see you've got a bob or two already. Bozo had the deepest contempt for the other screevers on the embankment. He called them the salmon platers. At that time there was a screever almost every 25 yards along the embankment, 25 yards being the recognized minimum between pitches. Bozo contemptuously pointed out an old, white-bearded screever 50 yards away. "You see that silly old fool? He's been doing the same picture every day for 10 years. A faithful friend, he calls it. It's of a dog pulling a child out of the water. The silly old bastard can't draw any better than a child of 10. He's learned just that one picture by rule of thumb, like you learn to put a puzzle together. There's a lot of that sort about here. They come pinching my ideas sometimes, but I don't care. The silly sods can't think of anything for themselves, so I'm always ahead of them. The whole thing with cartoons is being up to date. Once, a child got his head stuck in the railings of Chelsea Bridge. Well, I heard about it, and my cartoon was on the pavement before they got the child's head out of the railings. Prompt, I am." Bozo seemed an interesting man, and I was anxious to see more of him. That evening I went down to the embankment to meet him, as he had arranged to take Paddy and myself to a lodging-house south of the river. Bozo washed his pictures off the pavement and counted his takings. It was about 16 shillings, of which he said 12 or 13 would be profit. We walked down into Lambeth. Bozo limped slowly, with a queer, crab-like gait, half sideways, dragging his smashed foot behind him. He carried a stick in each hand and slung his box of colours over his shoulder. As we were crossing the bridge, he stopped in one of the alcoves to rest. He fell silent for a minute or two, and to my surprise, I saw that he was looking at the stars. He touched my arm, and pointed to the sky with his stick. "Say, will you look at Aldebaran? Look at the colour, like a bloody great blood orange." From the way he spoke, he might have been an art critic in a picture gallery. I was astonished. I confess that I did not know which Aldebaran was. Indeed, I had never even noticed that the stars were of different colours. Bozo began to give me some elementary hints on astronomy, pointing out the chief constellations. He seemed concerned at my ignorance. I said to him, surprised, "You seem to know a lot about stars." "Not a great lot. I know a bit, though. I got 2 letters from the Astronomer Royal thanking me for writing about meteors. Now and again I go out at night and watch for meteors. The stars are a free show. It don't cost anything to use your eyes." "What a good idea. I should never have thought of it." "Well, you got to take an interest in something. It don't follow that because a man's on the road he can't think of anything but tea and 2 slices. But isn't it very hard to take an interest in things like stars, living this life?" "Screeving, you mean?" "Not necessarily. Don't turn you into a bloody rabbit, that is, not if you set your mind to it." "It seems to have that effect on most people." "Of course. Look at Paddy, a tea-swilling old moocher, only fit to scrounge for fag ends. That's the way most of 'em go. I despise 'em." "But you don't need to get like that. If you've got any education, it don't matter if you're on the road for the rest of your life." "Well, I've found just the contrary," I said. "It seems to me that when you take a man's money away, he's fit for nothing from that moment." "No, not necessarily. If you set yourself to it, you can live the same life, rich or poor. You can still keep on with your books and your ideas. You've just got to say to yourself, 'I'm a free man in here.'" He tapped his forehead. "And you're all right." Bozo talked further in the same strain, and I listened with attention.
He seemed a very unusual screever, and he was, moreover, the first person I had heard maintain that poverty did not matter. I saw a good deal of him during the next few days, for several times it rained and he could not work. He told me the history of his life, and it was a curious one. The son of a bankrupt bookseller, he'd gone to work as a house painter at 18, and then served 3 years in France and India during the war. After the war, he had found a house-painting job in Paris and had stayed there several years. France suited him better than England. He despised the English, and he'd been doing well in Paris, saving money, and engaged to a French girl. One day the girl was crushed to death under the wheels of an omnibus. Bozo went on the drink for a week, and then returned to work rather shaky. The same morning he fell from a stage on which he was working, 40 feet onto the pavement, and smashed his right foot to pulp. For some reason he received only £60 compensation. He returned to England, spent his money in looking for jobs, tried hawking books in Middlesex Street Market, then tried selling toys from a tray, and finally settled down as a screever. He had lived hand to mouth ever since, half-starved throughout the winter, and often sleeping in the spike or on the embankment. When I knew him, he owned nothing but the clothes he stood up in, and his drawing materials, and a few books. The clothes were the usual beggar's rags, but he wore a collar and tie, of which he was rather proud. The collar, a year or more old, was constantly going round the neck, and Bozo used to patch it with bits cut from the tail of his shirt, so that the shirt had scarcely any tail left. His damaged leg was getting worse, and would probably have to be amputated, and his knees, from kneeling on the stones, had pads of skin on them as thick as boot soles. There was clearly no future for him but beggary, and death in the workhouse. With all this, he had neither fear, nor regret, nor shame, nor self-pity. He had faced his position, and made a philosophy for himself. Being a beggar, he said, was not his fault, and he refused either to have any compunction about it, or to let it trouble him. He was the enemy of society, and quite ready to take to crime if he saw a good opportunity. He refused on principle to be thrifty. In the summer, he saved nothing, spending his surplus earnings on drink, as he did not care about women. If he was penniless when winter came on, then society must look after him. He was ready to extract every penny he could from charity, provided that he was not expected to say thank you for it. He avoided religious charities, however, for he said that it stuck in his throat to sing hymns for buns. He had various other points of honour. For instance, it was his boast that never in his life, even when starving, had he picked up a cigarette end. He considered himself in a class above the ordinary run of beggars, who, he said, were an abject lot, without even the decency to be ungrateful. He spoke French passably, and had read some of Zola's novels, all Shakespeare's plays, Gulliver's Travels, and a number of essays. He could describe his adventures in words that one remembered. For instance, speaking of funerals, he said to me, "Have you ever seen a corpse burnt? I have, in India. I put the old chap on a fire, and the next moment I almost jumped out of my skin, because he'd started kicking. It was only his muscles contracting in the heat still. Give me a turn. Well, he wriggled about for a bit like a kipper on hot coals, and then his belly blew up and went off with a bang. You could have heard 50 yards away. Fair put me against cremation." Or again, apropos of his accident, "The doctor says to me, 'You fell on one foot, my man, and bloody lucky for you didn't fall on both feet,' he says, 'cause if you had have fallen on both feet, you'd have shut up like a bloody concertina, and your thigh bones would be sticking out your ears.'" Clearly, the phrase was not the doctor's, but Bozo's own. He had a gift for phrases. He had managed to keep his brain intact and alert, and so nothing could make him succumb to poverty. He might be ragged and cold, or even starving, but so long as he could read, think, and watch for meteors, he was, as he said, free in his own mind. He was an embittered atheist, the sort of atheist who does not so much disbelieve in God as personally dislike him, and took a sort of pleasure in thinking that human affairs would never improve. Sometimes, he said, when sleeping on the embankment, it had consoled him to look up at Mars or Jupiter and think that there were probably embankment sleepers there. He had a curious theory about this. Life on Earth, he said, is harsh because the planet is poor in the necessities of existence. Mars, with its cold climate and scanty water, must be far poorer, and life correspondingly harsher. Whereas on Earth, you are merely imprisoned for stealing sixpence. On Mars, you are probably boiled alive. This thought cheered Bozo. I do not know why. He was a very exceptional man. The charge at Bozo's lodging-house was 9p a night. It was a large, crowded place, with accommodation for 500 men, and a well-known rendezvous of tramps, beggars, and petty criminals. All races, even black and white, mixed in it on terms of equality. There were Indians there, and when I spoke to one of them in bad Urdu, he addressed me as Tum, a thing to make one shudder if it had been in India. We'd got below the range of colour prejudice. One had glimpses of curious lives. Old Grandpa, a tramp of 70 who made his living or a great part of it by collecting cigarette ends and selling the tobacco at 3p an ounce. The doctor, he was a real doctor who had been struck off the register for some offence, and besides selling newspapers gave medical advice at a few pence a time. A little Chittagonian lascar, barefoot and starving, who had deserted his ship and wandered for days through London, so vague and helpless that he did not even know the name of the city he was in. He thought it was Liverpool until I told him. A begging letter writer, a friend of Bozo's, who wrote pathetic appeals for aid to pay for his wife's funeral, and when a letter had taken effect, blew himself out with huge solitary gorges of bread and margarine. He was a nasty, hyena-like creature. I talked to him and found that, like most swindlers, he believed a great part of his own lies. The lodging-house was an Alsatia for types like these. While I was with Bozo, he taught me something about the technique of London begging. There is more in it than one might suppose. Beggars vary greatly, and there is a sharp social line between those who merely cadge and those who attempt to give some value for money. The amounts that one can earn by the different gags also vary. The stories in the Sunday papers about beggars who die with £2,000 sewn into their trousers are, of course, lies, but the better-class beggars do have runs of luck when they earn a living wage for weeks at a time. The most prosperous beggars are street acrobats and street photographers. On a good pitch, a theatre queue for instance, a street acrobat will often earn £5 a week. Street photographers can earn about the same, but they are dependent on fine weather. They have a cunning dodge to stimulate trade. When they see a likely victim approaching, one of them runs behind the camera and pretends to take a photograph. Then, as the victim reaches them, they exclaim, "There you are, sir. Took your photo lovely. That'll be a bob." "But I never asked you to take it," protests the victim. "What, you didn't want it took? Why, we thought you signalled with your hand." "Well, there's a plate wasted that's cost us 6p, that has." At this, the victim usually takes pity and says he will have the photo after all. The photographers examine the plate and say that it is spoiled, and that they will take a fresh one free of charge. Of course, they've not really taken the first photo, and so, if the victim refuses, they waste nothing. Organ grinders, like acrobats, are considered artists rather than beggars. An organ grinder named Shorty, a friend of Bozo's, told me all about his trade. He and his mate worked the coffee shops and public houses round Whitechapel and the Commercial Road. It is a mistake to think that organ grinders earn their living in the street. 9/10 of their money is taken in coffee shops and pubs, only the cheap pubs, for they are not allowed into the good-class ones. Shorty's procedure was to stop outside a pub and play one tune, after which his mate, who had a wooden leg and could excite compassion, went in and passed round the hat. It was a point of honour with Shorty always to play another tune after receiving the drop, an encore, as it were, the idea being that he was a genuine entertainer and not merely paid to go away. He and his mate took £2 or £3 a week between them, but as they had to pay 15 shillings a week for the hire of the organ, they only averaged £1 a week each. They were on the streets from 8 in the morning till 10 at night, and later on Saturdays. Screevers can sometimes be called artists, sometimes not. Bozo introduced me to one who was a real artist, that is, he had studied art in Paris and submitted pictures to the Salon in his day. His line was copies of old masters, which he did marvellously, considering that he was drawing on stone. He told me how he began as a screever. "My wife and kids were starving. I was walking home late at night with a lot of drawings I'd been taking round the dealers and wondering how the devil to raise a bob or two. Then in the Strand I saw a fellow kneeling on the pavement drawing, and people giving him pennies. As I came past, he got up and went into a pub, and damn it, I thought, if he can make money at that, so can I. So on the impulse I knelt down and began drawing with his chalks. Heaven knows how I came to do it. I must have been light-headed with hunger. The curious thing was that I'd never used pastels before. I had to learn the technique as I went along. Well, people began to stop and say that my drawing wasn't bad, and they gave me 9p between them. At this moment the other fellow came out of the pub. "What in God's name are you doing on my patch?" he said. I explained that I was hungry and had to earn something. "Oh," said he, "come and have a pint with me." So I had a pint, and since that day I've been a screever. I make £1 a week. You can't keep 6 kids on £1 a week, but luckily my wife earns a bit taking in sewing. The worst thing in this life is the cold, and the next worst is the interference you have to put up with. First, not knowing any better, I used sometimes to copy a nude on the pavement. First I did was outside St. Martin's in the Fields Church. A fellow in black, I suppose he was a church warden or something, came out in a tearing rage. "Do you think we can have that obscenity outside God's holy house?" he cried, so I had to wash it out. It was a copy of Botticelli's Venus. Another time I copied the same picture on the embankment. A policeman passing looked at it and then, without a word, walked onto it and rubbed it out with his great flat feet. Bozo told the same tale of police interference. At the time when I was with him, there had been a case of immoral conduct in Hyde Park, in which the police had behaved rather badly. Bozo produced a cartoon of Hyde Park with policemen concealed in the trees and the legend, "Puzzle, find the policeman." I pointed out to him how much more telling it would be to put, "Puzzle, find the immoral conduct," but Bozo would not hear of it. He said that any policeman who saw it would move him on, and he would lose his pitch for good. Below screevers come the people who sing hymns, or sell matches or bootlaces, or envelopes containing a few grains of lavender, called, euphemistically, perfume. All these people are frankly beggars, exploiting an appearance of misery, and none of them takes on an average more than £0.5 a day. The reason why they have to pretend to sell matches and so forth instead of begging outright is that this is demanded by the absurd English law about begging. As the law now stands, if you approach a stranger and ask him for 2p, he can call a policeman and get you 7 days for begging. But if you make the air hideous by droning "Nearer, my God, to thee," or scrawl some chalk daubs on the pavement, or stand about with a tray of matches, in short, if you make a nuisance of yourself, you are held to be following a legitimate trade and not begging. Match-selling and street-singing are simply legalized crimes, not profitable crimes, however. There is not a singer or match-seller in London who could be sure of £50 a year, a poor return for standing 84 hours a week on the curb, with the cars grazing your backside. It is worth saying something about the social position of beggars, for when one has consorted with them, and found that they are ordinary human beings, one cannot help being struck by the curious attitude that society takes towards them. People seem to feel that there is some essential difference between beggars and ordinary working men. They are a race apart, outcasts, like criminals and prostitutes. Working men work. Beggars do not work. They are parasites, worthless in their very nature. It is taken for granted that a beggar does not earn his living as a bricklayer or a literary critic earns his. He is a mere social excrescence, tolerated because we live in a humane age, but essentially despicable. Yet if one looks closely, one sees that there is no essential difference between a beggar's livelihood and that of numberless respectable people. Beggars do not work, it is said, but then, what is work? A navvy works by swinging a pick. An accountant works by adding up figures. A beggar works by standing out of doors in all weathers and getting varicose veins, chronic bronchitis, etc. It is a trade like any other, quite useless, of course, but then many reputable trades are quite useless. And as a social type, a beggar compares well with scores of others. He is honest compared with the sellers of most patent medicines, high-minded compared with a Sunday newspaper proprietor, amiable compared with a hire purchase tout, in short, a parasite, but a fairly harmless parasite. He seldom extracts more than a bare living from the community, and what should justify him according to our ethical ideas, he pays for it over and over in suffering. I do not think there is anything about a beggar that sets him in a different class from other people, or gives most modern men the right to despise him. Then the question arises, why are beggars despised? For they are despised, universally. I believe it is for the simple reason that they fail to earn a decent living. In practice, nobody cares whether work is useful or useless, productive or parasitic. The sole thing demanded is that it shall be profitable. In all the modern talk about energy, efficiency, social service, and the rest of it, what meaning is there except get money, get it legally, and get a lot of it? Money has become the grand test of virtue. By this test, beggars fail, and for this they are despised. If one could earn even £10 a week at begging, it would become a respectable profession immediately. A beggar, looked at realistically, is simply a businessman, getting his living, like other businessmen, in the way that comes to hand. He has not, more than most modern people, sold his honour. He has merely made the mistake of choosing a trade at which it is impossible to grow rich. I want to put in some notes as short as possible on London slang and swearing. These, omitting the ones that everyone knows, are some of the cant words now used in London. A gagger, a beggar or street performer of any kind. A moocher, one who begs outright without pretence of doing a trade. A nobber, one who collects pennies for a beggar. A chanter, a street singer. A clodhopper, a street dancer. A mug faker, a street photographer. A glimmer, one who watches vacant motor cars. A G, the accomplice of a cheapjack who stimulates trade by pretending to buy something. A split, a detective. A flatty, a policeman. A didakai, a gypsy. A toby, a tramp. A drop, money given to a beggar. Funkum, lavender or other perfume sold in envelopes. A boozer, a public house. A slang, a hawker's license. A kip, a place to sleep in, or a night's lodging. Smoke, London. A Judy, a woman. The spike, the casual ward. The lump, the casual ward. A tosharoon, a half-crown. A denar, a shilling. A hog, a shilling. A sprousey, a sixpence. Clods, coppers. A drum, a billy can. Shackles, soup. A chat, a louse. Hard up, tobacco made from cigarette ends. A stick or cane, a burglar's jemmy. A peter, a safe. A bligh, a burglar's oxyacetylene blow lamp. To bawl, to suck or swallow. To knock off, to steal. To skipper, to sleep in the open. About half of these words are in the larger dictionaries. It is interesting to guess at the derivation of some of them. The one or two, for instance, funkum and tosharoon, are beyond guessing. Denar presumably comes from denier.
Glimmer, with the verb to glim, may have something to do with the old word glim, meaning a light, or another old word, glim, meaning a glimpse. But it is an instance of the formation of new words, for in its present sense it can hardly be older than motor cars. G is a curious word. Conceivably it has arisen out of G meaning horse, in the sense of stalking horse. The derivation of screever is mysterious. It must come ultimately from scribo, but there has been no similar word in English for the past 150 years, nor can it have come directly from French, for pavement artists are unknown in France. Judy and ball are East End words, not found west of Tower Bridge. Smoke is a word used only by tramps. Kip is Danish. Till quite recently the word doss was used in this sense, but it is now quite obsolete. The London slang and dialect seem to change very rapidly. The old London accent described by Dickens and Surtees, with V for W and W for V and so forth, has now vanished utterly. The Cockney accent, as we know it, seems to have come up in the 40s. It is first mentioned in an American book, Herman Melville's White Jacket, and Cockney is already changing. There are few people now who say face for face, norse for nice, and so forth as consistently as they did 20 years ago. The slang changes together with the accent. 25 or 30 years ago, for instance, the rhyming slang was all the rage in London. In the rhyming slang, everything was named by something rhyming with it. A hit or miss for a kiss, plates of meat for feet, etc. It was so common that it was even reproduced in novels. Now it is almost extinct. Perhaps all the words I have mentioned above will have vanished in another 20 years. The swear words also change, or at any rate they are subject to fashions. For example, 20 years ago the London working classes habitually used the word bloody. Now they have abandoned it, utterly, though novelists still represent them as using it. No born Londoner, it is different with people of Scotch or Irish origin, now says bloody, unless he is a man of some education. The word has, in fact, moved up in the social scale and ceased to be a swear word for the purposes of the working classes. The current London adjective now tacked onto every noun is fucking. No doubt in time, fucking, like bloody, will find its way into the drawing room and be replaced by some other word. The whole business of swearing, especially English swearing, is mysterious. Of its very nature, swearing is as irrational as magic. Indeed, it is a species of magic. But there is also a paradox about it, namely this: our intention in swearing is to shock and wound, which we do by mentioning something that should be kept secret, usually something to do with the sexual functions. But the strange thing is that when a word is well established as a swear word, it seems to lose its original meaning. That is, it loses the thing that made it into a swear word. A word becomes an oath because it means a certain thing, and because it has become an oath, it ceases to mean that thing. For example, fuck. The Londoners do not now use, or very seldom use, this word in its original meaning. It is on their lips from morning till night, but it is a mere expletive and means nothing. Similarly with bugger, which is rapidly losing its original sense. One can think of similar instances in French, for example, foutre, which is now quite a meaningless expletive. The word bougre, also, is still used occasionally in Paris, but the people who use it, or most of them, have no idea of what it once meant. The rule seems to be that words accepted as swear words have some magical character, which sets them apart and makes them useless for ordinary conversation. Words used as insults seem to be governed by the same paradox as swear words. A word becomes an insult, one would suppose, because it means something bad, but in practice its insult value has little to do with its actual meaning. For example, the most bitter insult one can offer to a Londoner is bastard, which taken for what it means is hardly an insult at all, and the worst insult to a woman, either in London or Paris, is cow, a name which might even be a compliment, for cows are among the most likeable of animals. Evidently a word is an insult simply because it is meant as an insult, without reference to its dictionary meaning.
Words, especially swear words, being what public opinion chooses to make them. In this connection, it is interesting to see how a swear word can change character by crossing a frontier. In England, you can print je m'en fous without protest from anybody. In France, you have to print it je m'en f. Or as another example, take the word barn shoot, a corruption of the Hindustani word barnshoot. A vile and unforgivable insult in India, this word is a piece of gentle badinage in England. I've even seen it in a school textbook. It was in one of Aristophanes' plays, and the annotator suggested it as a rendering of some gibberish spoken by a Persian ambassador. Presumably the annotator knew what barnshoot meant, but because it was a foreign word, it had lost its magical swear-word quality and could be printed. One other thing is noticeable about swearing in London, and that is that the men do not usually swear in front of the women. In Paris, it is quite different. A Parisian workman may prefer to suppress an oath in front of a woman, but he is not at all scrupulous about it, and the women themselves swear freely. The Londoners are more polite or more squeamish in this matter. These are a few notes that I have set down more or less at random. It is a pity that someone capable of dealing with the subject does not keep a yearbook of London slang and swearing, registering the changes accurately. It might throw useful light upon the formation, development, and obsolescence of words. The £2 that B had given me lasted about 10 days. That it lasted so long was due to Paddy, who had learnt parsimony on the road, and considered even one sound meal a day a wild extravagance. Food, to him, had come to mean simply bread and margarine, the eternal tea and 2 slices, which will cheat hunger for an hour or two. He taught me how to live, food, bed, tobacco, and all, at the rate of £0.5 a crown a day, and he managed to earn a few extra shillings by glimming in the evenings. It was a precarious job because illegal, but it brought in a little, and eked out our money. One morning we tried for a job as sandwich men. We went at 5 to an alleyway behind some offices, but there was already a queue of 30 or 40 men waiting, and after 2 hours we were told that there was no work for us. We had not missed much, for sandwich men have an unenviable job. They are paid about 3 shillings a day for 10 hours' work. It is hard work, especially in windy weather, and there is no skulking, for an inspector comes round frequently to see that the men are on their beats. To add to their troubles, they are only engaged by the day, or sometimes for 3 days, never weekly, so that they have to wait hours for their job every morning. The number of unemployed men who are ready to do the work makes them powerless to fight for better treatment. The job all sandwich men covet is distributing handbills, which is paid for at the same rate. When you see a man distributing handbills, you can do him a good turn by taking one, for he goes off duty when he has distributed all his bills. Meanwhile, we went on with the lodging-house life, a squalid, eventless life of crushing boredom. For days together there was nothing to do but sit in the underground kitchen, reading yesterday's newspaper, or when one could get hold of it, a back number of the Union Jack. It rained a great deal at this time, and everyone who came in steamed, so that the kitchen stank horribly. One's only excitement was the periodical tea and 2 slices. I do not know how many men are living this life in London. It must be thousands at the least. As to Paddy, it was actually the best life he had known for 2 years past. His interludes from tramping, the times when he had somehow laid hands on a few shillings, had all been like this. The tramping itself had been slightly worse. Listening to his whimpering voice, he was always whimpering when he was not eating, one realized what torture unemployment must be to him. People are wrong when they think that an unemployed man only worries about losing his wages. On the contrary, an illiterate man, with the work habit in his bones, needs work even more than he needs money. An educated man can put up with enforced idleness, which is one of the worst evils of poverty, but a man like Paddy, with no means of filling up time, is as miserable out of work as a dog on the chain. That is why it is such nonsense to pretend that those who have come down in the world
are to be pitied above all others. The man who really merits pity is the man who has been down from the start and faces poverty with a blank, resourceless mind. It was a dull time, and little of it stays in my mind except for talks with Bozo. Once the lodging-house was invaded by a slumming party. Paddy and I had been out, and coming back in the afternoon we heard sounds of music downstairs. We went down to find 3 gentle people, sleekly dressed, holding a religious service in our kitchen. They were a grave and reverend seigneur in a frock coat, a lady sitting at a portable harmonium, and a chinless youth toying with a crucifix. It appeared that they had marched in and started to hold the service without any kind of invitation whatever. It was a pleasure to see how the lodgers met this intrusion. They did not offer the smallest rudeness to the slummers, they just ignored them. By common consent, everyone in the kitchen, 100 men perhaps, behaved as though the slummers had not existed. There they stood, patiently singing and exhorting, and no more notice was taken of them than if they had been earwigs. The gentleman in the frock coat preached a sermon, but not a word of it was audible. It was drowned in the usual din of songs, oaths, and the clattering of pans. Men sat at their meals and card games 3 feet away from the harmonium, peaceably ignoring it. Presently the slummers gave it up and cleared out, not insulted in any way, but merely disregarded. No doubt they consoled themselves by thinking how brave they had been, freely venturing into the lowest dens, etc., etc. Bozo said that these people came to the lodging-house several times a month. They had influence with the police, and the deputy could not exclude them. It is curious how people take it for granted that they have a right to preach at you and pray over you as soon as your income falls below a certain level. After 9 days, B's £2 was reduced to 1 9/9. Paddy and I set aside 18 pence for our beds, and spent 3 on the usual tea and 2 slices which we shared, an appetizer rather than a meal. By the afternoon we were damnably hungry, and Paddy remembered a church near King's Cross Station where a free tea was given once a week to tramps. This was the day, and we decided to go there. Bozo, though it was rainy weather, and he was almost penniless, would not come, saying that churches were not his style. Outside the church, quite 100 men were waiting, dirty types who had gathered from far and wide at the news of a free tea, like kites round a dead buffalo. Presently the doors opened, and a clergyman and some girls shepherded us into a gallery at the top of the church. It was an evangelical church, gaunt and wilfully ugly, with texts about blood and fire blazoned on the walls, and a hymn-book containing 1,251 hymns. Reading some of the hymns, I concluded that the book would do as it stood for an anthology of bad verse. There was to be a service after the tea, and the regular congregation were sitting in the well of the church below. It was a weekday, and there were only a few dozen of them, mostly stringy old women who reminded one of boiling fowls. We ranged ourselves in the gallery pews, and were given our tea. It was a £1 jam jar of tea each, with 6 slices of bread and margarine. As soon as tea was over, a dozen tramps who had stationed themselves near the door bolted to avoid the service. The rest stayed, less from gratitude than lacking the cheek to go. The organ let out a few preliminary hoots, and the service began. And instantly, as though at a signal, the tramps began to misbehave in the most outrageous way. One would not have thought such scenes possible in a church. All round the gallery men lolled in their pews, laughed, chatted, leaned over and flicked pellets of bread among the congregation. I had to restrain the man next to me more or less by force from lighting a cigarette. The tramps treated the service as a purely comic spectacle. It was indeed a sufficiently ludicrous service, the kind where there are sudden yells of "Hallelujah" and endless extempore prayers, but their behaviour passed all bounds. There was one old fellow in the congregation, Brother Bootle or some such name, who was often called on to lead us in prayer, and whenever he stood up,
the tramps would begin stamping as though in a theatre. They said that on a previous occasion he had kept up an extempore prayer for 25 minutes until the minister had interrupted him. Once, when Brother Bootle stood up, a tramp called out, "2 to 1 he don't be 7 minutes," so loud that the whole church must hear. It was not long before we were making far more noise than the minister. Sometimes somebody below would send up an indignant "hush," but it made no impression. We had set ourselves to guy the service, and there was no stopping us. It was a queer, rather disgusting scene. Below were the handful of simple, well-meaning people trying hard to worship, and above were the 100 men whom they had fed, deliberately making worship impossible. A ring of dirty, hairy faces grinned down from the gallery, openly jeering. What could a few women and old men do against 100 hostile tramps? They were afraid of us, and we were frankly bullying them. It was our revenge upon them for having humiliated us by feeding us. The minister was a brave man. He thundered steadily through a long sermon on Joshua, and managed almost to ignore the sniggers and chattering from above. But in the end, perhaps goaded beyond endurance, he announced loudly, "I shall address the last 5 minutes of my sermon to the unsaved sinners," having said which, he turned his face to the gallery and kept it so for 5 minutes, lest there should be any doubt about who were saved and who unsaved. But much we cared. Even while the minister was threatening hell-fire, we were rolling cigarettes, and at the last amen, we clattered down the stairs with a yell, many agreeing to come back for another free tea next week. The scene had interested me. It was so different from the ordinary demeanour of tramps, from the abject worm-like gratitude with which they normally accept charity. The explanation, of course, was that we outnumbered the congregation, and so were not afraid of them. A man receiving charity practically always hates his benefactor. It is a fixed characteristic of human nature, and when he has 50 or 100 others to back him, he will show it. In the evening, after the free tea, Paddy unexpectedly earned another 18 pence at glimming. It was exactly enough for another night's lodging, and we put it aside and went hungry till 9 the next evening. Bozo, who might have given us some food, was away all day. The pavements were wet, and he had gone to the Elephant and Castle, where he knew of a pitch under shelter. Luckily, I still had some tobacco, so that the day might have been worse. At 8:30, Paddy took me to the Embankment, where a clergyman was known to distribute meal tickets once a week. Under Charing Cross Bridge 50 men were waiting, mirrored in the shivering puddles. Some of them were truly appalling specimens. They were embankment sleepers, and the embankment dredges up worse types than the Spike. One of them, I remember, was dressed in an overcoat without buttons, laced up with rope, a pair of ragged trousers, and boots exposing his toes, not a rag else. He was bearded like a fakir, and he had managed to streak his chest and shoulders with some horrible black filth resembling train oil. What one could see of his face under the dirt and hair was bleached white as paper by some malignant disease. I heard him speak, and he had a goodish accent, as of a clerk or shop-walker. Presently the clergyman appeared, and the men ranged themselves in a queue in the order in which they had arrived. The clergyman was a nice, chubby, youngish man, and curiously enough very like Charlie, my friend in Paris. He was shy and embarrassed, and did not speak except for a brief good evening. He simply hurried down the line of men, thrusting a ticket upon each, and not waiting to be thanked. The consequence was that for once there was genuine gratitude, and everyone said that the clergyman was a good fella. Someone, in his hearing, I believe, called out, "Well, he'll never be a fucking bishop." This, of course, intended as a warm compliment. The tickets were worth 6 each, and were directed to an eating-house not far away. When we got there, we found that the proprietor, knowing that the tramps could not go elsewhere, was cheating by only giving 4 pennyworth of food for each ticket. Paddy and I pooled our tickets, and received food which we could have got for 7p or 8p at most coffee shops. The clergyman had distributed well over £1 in tickets, so that the proprietor was evidently swindling the tramps to the tune of 7 shillings or more a week. This kind of victimization is a regular part of a tramp's life, and it will go on as long as people continue to give meal tickets instead of money. Paddy and I went back to the lodging-house, and still hungry, loafed in the kitchen, making the warmth of the fire a substitute for food. At 10:30, Bozo arrived, tired out and haggard, for his mangled leg made walking an agony. He'd not earned a penny at Screeving, all the pictures under shelter being taken, and for several hours he had begged outright with one eye on the policeman. He had amassed 8p, a penny short of his kip. It was long past the hour for paying, and he had only managed to slip indoors when the deputy was not looking. At any moment he might be caught and turned out, to sleep on the embankment. Bozo took the things out of his pockets and looked them over, debating what to sell. He decided on his razor, took it round the kitchen, and in a few minutes he'd sold it for 3p, enough to pay his kip, buy a basin of tea, and leave a halfpenny over. Bozo got his basin of tea and sat down by the fire to dry his clothes. As he drank the tea, I saw that he was laughing to himself, as though at some good joke. Surprised, I asked him what he had to laugh at. "He's bloody funny," he said. "He's funny enough for Punch. What do you think I've been and done? What, sold my razor without having a shave first? Oh, all the fools." He had not eaten since the morning, had walked several miles with a twisted leg, his clothes were drenched, and he had a halfpenny between himself and starvation. With all this, he could laugh over the loss of his razor. One could not help admiring him. The next morning, our money being at an end, Paddy and I set out for the Spike. We went southward by the Old Kent Road, making for Cromley. We could not go to a London Spike, for Paddy had been in one recently, and did not care to risk going again. It was a 16-mile walk over asphalt, blistering to the heels, and we were acutely hungry. Paddy browsed the pavement, laying up a store of cigarette ends against his time in the Spike. In the end, his perseverance was rewarded, for he picked up a penny. We bought a large piece of stale bread, and devoured it as we walked. When we got to Cromley, it was too early to go to the Spike, and we walked several miles further to a plantation beside a meadow, where one could sit down. It was a regular caravanserai of tramps. One could tell it by the worn grass and the sodden newspaper and rusty cans that they had left behind. Other tramps were arriving by ones and twos. It was jolly autumn weather. Nearby, a deep bed of tansies was growing. It seems to me that even now I can smell the sharp reek of those tansies warring with the reek of tramps. In the meadow, 2 cart-horse colts, raw sienna colour with white manes and tails, were nibbling at a gate. We sprawled about on the ground, sweaty and exhausted. Someone managed to find dry sticks and get a fire going, and we all had milkless tea out of a tin drum which was passed around. Some of the tramps began telling stories. One of them, Bill, was an interesting type, a genuine sturdy beggar of the old breed, strong as Hercules, and a frank foe of work. He boasted that with his great strength he could get a navvying job any time he liked, but as soon as he drew his first week's wages, he went on a terrific drunk and was sacked. Between whiles he mooched, chiefly from shopkeepers. He talked like this. "Oh, I ain't going far in fucking Kent. Kent's a tight county, Kent is. There's too many been mooching about here. Fucking bakers get so they'll throw their bread away sooner than give it to you. Now Oxford, that's the place for mooching, Oxford is.
When I was in Oxford I mooched bread, and I mooched bacon, and I mooched beef, and every night I mooched tanners for my kip off of the students. Last night I was twopence short of my kip, so I goes up to a parson and mooches him for threepence. He give me threepence, and the next moment he turns round and gives me in charge for begging. You been begging, the copper says. No, I ain't, I says. I was asking the gentleman the time, I says. The copper starts feeling inside my coat, and he pulls out a pound of meat and 2 loaves of bread. Well, what's all this then, he says. You better come along to the station, he says. The beat give me 7 days. I don't mooch from no more fucking parsons. But Christ, what do I care for a lay-up of 7 days? Etc., etc.
It seemed that his whole life was this, a round of mooching, drunks, and lay-ups. He laughed as he talked of it, taking it all for a tremendous joke. He looked as though he made a poor thing out of begging, for he wore only a corduroy suit, scarf, and cap, no socks or linen. Still he was fat and jolly, and he even smelt of beer, a most unusual smell in a tramp nowadays. 2 of the tramps had been in Cromley Spike recently, and they told a ghost story connected with it. Years earlier, they said, there had been a suicide there. A tramp had managed to smuggle a razor into his cell, and there cut his throat. In the morning, when the tramp major came round, the body was jammed against the door, and to open it they had to break the dead man's arm. In revenge for this, the dead man haunted his cell, and anyone who slept there was certain to die within the year. There were copious instances, of course. If a cell door stuck when you tried to open it, you should avoid that cell like the plague, for it was the haunted one. 2 tramps, ex-sailors, told another grisly story. A man, they swore they'd known him, had planned to stow away on a boat bound for Chile. It was laden with manufactured goods, packed in big wooden crates, and with the help of a docker the stowaway had managed to hide himself in one of these. But the docker had made a mistake about the order in which the crates were to be loaded. The crane gripped the stowaway, swung him aloft, and deposited him at the very bottom of the hold beneath hundreds of crates. No one discovered what had happened until the end of the voyage, when they found the stowaway rotting, dead of suffocation. Another tramp told the story of Gilderoy, the Scottish robber. Gilderoy was the man who was condemned to be hanged, escaped, captured the judge, who had sentenced him, and, splendid fellow, hanged him. The tramps liked the story, of course, but the interesting thing was to see that they had got it all wrong. Their version was that Gilderoy escaped to America, whereas in reality he was recaptured and put to death. The story had been amended, no doubt deliberately, just as children amend the stories of Samson and Robin Hood, giving them happy endings which are quite imaginary. This set the tramps talking about history, and a very old man declared that the one-bite law was a survival from days when the nobles hunted men instead of deer. Some of the others laughed at him, but he had the idea firm in his head. He had heard, too, of the Corn Laws, and the Jus Primae Noctis. He believed it had really existed. Also of the Great Rebellion, which he thought was a rebellion of poor against rich. Perhaps he had got it mixed up with the peasant rebellions. I doubt whether the old man could read, and certainly he was not repeating newspaper articles. His scraps of history had been passed from generation to generation of tramps, perhaps for centuries in some cases. It was oral tradition lingering on, like a faint echo from the Middle Ages. Paddy and I went to the Spike at 6 in the evening, getting out at 10 in the morning. It was much like Rompton and Edbury, and we saw nothing of the ghost. Among the casuals were 2 young men named William and Fred, ex-fishermen from Norfolk, a lively pair, and fond of singing. They had a song called Unhappy Bella that is worth writing down. I heard them sing it 6 times during the next 2 days, and I managed to get it by heart except a line or 2, which I have guessed. It ran, Bella was young and Bella was fair, with bright blue eyes and golden hair, oh, unhappy Bella. Her step was light and her heart was gay, but she had no sense, and one fine day she got herself put in the family way by a wicked, heartless, cruel deceiver. Poor Bella was young. She didn't believe that the world is hard and men deceive. Oh, unhappy Bella. She said, "My man will do what's just. He'll marry me now because he must." Her heart was full of loving trust in a wicked, heartless, cruel deceiver. She went to his house. That dirty skunk had packed his bags and done a bunk. Oh, unhappy Bella. Her landlady said, "Get out, you whore. I won't have your sort darkening my door." Poor Bella was put to affliction sore by a wicked, heartless, cruel deceiver. All night she tramped the cruel snows. What she must have suffered nobody knows. Oh, unhappy Bella. And when the morning dawned so red, alas, alas, poor Bella was dead, sent so young to her lonely bed by a wicked, heartless, cruel deceiver. So thus, you see, do what you will, the fruits of sin are suffering still. Oh, unhappy Bella. As into the grave they laid her low, the men said, "Alas, but life is so." But the women chanted sweet and low, "It's all the men, the dirty bastards." Written by a woman, perhaps. William and Fred, the singers of this song, were thorough scallywags, the sort of men who get tramps a bad name. They happened to know that the tramp major at Cromley had a stock of old clothes, which were to be given at need to casuals. Before going in, William and Fred took off their boots, ripped the seams, and cut pieces off the soles, more or less ruining them. Then they applied for 2 pairs of boots, and the tramp major, seeing how bad their boots were, gave them 2 almost new pairs. William and Fred were scarcely outside the Spike in the morning before they had sold these boots for 1 and 9pence. It seemed to them quite worthwhile for 1 and 9pence to make their own boots practically unwearable. Leaving the Spike, we all started southward, a long, slouching procession for Lower Binfield and Ide Hill. On the way there was a fight between 2 of the tramps. They had quarrelled overnight. There was some silly casus belli about one saying to the other bullshit, which was taken for Bolshevik, a deadly insult, and they fought it out in a field. A dozen of us stayed to watch them. The scene sticks in my mind for one thing, the man who was beaten going down, and his cap falling off and showing that his hair was quite white. After that some of us intervened and stopped the fight. Paddy had meanwhile been making inquiries, and found that the real cause of the quarrel was, as usual, a few pennyworth of food. We got to Lower Binfield quite early, and Paddy filled in the time by asking for work at back doors. At one house he was given some boxes to chop up for firewood, and saying he had a mate outside, he brought me in, and we did the work together. When it was done, the householder told the maid to take us out a cup of tea. I remember the terrified way in which she brought it out, and then, losing her courage, set the cups down on the path, and bolted back to the house, shutting herself in the kitchen. So dreadful is the name of tramp. They paid us 6pence each, and we bought a 3-penny loaf and half an ounce of tobacco, leaving 5pence. Paddy thought it wiser to bury our 5pence, for the tramp major at Lower Binfield was renowned as a tyrant, and might refuse to admit us if we had any money at all. It is quite a common practice of tramps to bury their money. If they intend to smuggle at all a large sum into the Spike, they generally sew it into their clothes, which may mean prison if they are caught, of course. Paddy and Bozo used to tell a good story about this. An Irishman, Bozo said it was an Irishman, Paddy said an Englishman, not a tramp, and in possession of £30, was stranded in a small village where he could not get a bed. He consulted a tramp, who advised him to go to the workhouse. It is quite a regular proceeding if one cannot get a bed elsewhere to get one at the workhouse, paying a reasonable sum for it. The Irishman, however, thought he would be clever and get a bed for nothing, so he presented himself at the workhouse as an ordinary casual. He had sewn the £30 into his clothes. Meanwhile the tramp who had advised him had seen his chance, and that night he privately asked the tramp major for permission to leave the Spike early in the morning, as he had to see about a job. At 6 in the morning he was released and went out in the Irishman's clothes. The Irishman complained of the theft, and was given 30 days for going into a casual ward under false pretences. Arrived at Lower Binfield, we sprawled for a long time on the green, watched by cottagers from their front gates. A clergyman and his daughter came and stared silently at us for a while, as though we had been aquarium fishes, and then went away again. There were several dozen of us waiting. William and Fred were there, still singing, and the men who had fought, and Bill the moocher. He'd been mooching from Baker's, and had quantities of stale bread tucked away between his coat and his bare body. He shared it out, and we were all glad of it. There was a woman amongst us, the first woman tramp I had ever seen. She was a fattish, battered, very dirty woman of 60, in a long, trailing black skirt. She put on great airs of dignity, and if anyone sat down near her, she sniffed and moved further off. "Where you bound for, missus?" one of the tramps called to her. The woman sniffed and looked into the distance. "Come on, missus," he said. "Cheer up. Be chummy. We're all in the same boat here." "Thank you," said the woman bitterly. "When I want to get mixed up with a set of tramps, I'll let you know." I enjoyed the way she said tramps. It seemed to show you in a flash the whole of her soul, a small, blinkered, feminine soul that had learned absolutely nothing from years on the road. She was, no doubt, a respectable widow woman, become a tramp through some grotesque accident. The Spike opened at 6. This was Saturday, and we were to be confined over the weekend, which is the usual practice. Why, I do not know, unless it is from a vague feeling that Sunday merits something disagreeable. When we registered, I gave my trade as journalist. It was truer than painter, for I had sometimes earned money from newspaper articles, but it was a silly thing to say, being bound to lead to questions. As soon as we were inside the Spike and had been lined up for the search, the tramp major called my name. He was a stiff, soldierly man of 40, not looking the bully he had been represented, but with an old soldier's gruffness. He said sharply, "Which of you is blank?" I forget what name I'd given. "Me, sir." "So, you are a journalist?" "Yes, sir," I said, quaking. A few questions would betray the fact that I'd been lying, which might mean prison. But the tramp major only looked me up and down and said, "Then, you are a gentleman?" "I suppose so." He gave me another long look. "Well, that's bloody bad luck, Governor," he said. "Bloody bad luck, that is." And thereafter he treated me with unfair favouritism, and even with a kind of deference. He did not search me, and in the bathroom he actually gave me a clean towel to myself, an unheard-of luxury. So powerful is the word gentleman in an old soldier's ear. By 7 we had wolfed our bread and tea, and were in our cells. We slept one in the cell, and there were bedsteads and straw palliasses, so that one ought to have had a good night's sleep. But no Spike is perfect, and the peculiar shortcoming at Lower Binfield was the cold. The hot pipes were not working, and the 2 blankets we had been given were thin cotton things and almost useless. It was only autumn, but the cold was bitter. One spent the long 12-hour night in turning from side to side, falling asleep for a few minutes and waking up shivering. We could not smoke, for our tobacco, which we had managed to smuggle in, was in our clothes, and we should not get these back till the morning. All down the passage one could hear groaning noises, and sometimes a shouted oath. No one, I imagine, got more than an hour or 2 of sleep. In the morning, after breakfast and the doctor's inspection, the tramp major herded us all into the dining room and locked the door upon us. It was a lime-washed, stone-floored room, unutterably dreary, with its furniture of deal boards and benches and its prison smell. The barred windows were too high to look out of, and there were no ornaments save a clock and a copy of the workhouse rules. Packed elbow to elbow on the benches, we were bored already, though it was barely 8 in the morning. There was nothing to do, nothing to talk about, not even room to move. The sole consolation was that one could smoke, for smoking was connived at so long as one was not caught in the act. Scotty, a little hairy tramp with a bastard accent sired by Cockney out of Glasgow, was tobaccoless, his tin of cigarette ends having fallen out of his boot during the search and been impounded. I stood him the makings of a cigarette. We smoked furtively, thrusting our cigarettes into our pockets, like schoolboys when we heard the tramp major coming. Most of the tramps spent 10 continuous hours in this comfortless, soulless room. Heaven knows how they put up with it. I was luckier than the others, for at 10 o'clock the tramp major told off a few men for odd jobs, and he picked me out to help in the workhouse kitchen, the most coveted job of all. This, like the clean towel, was a charm worked by the word gentleman. There was no work to do in the kitchen, and I sneaked off into the small shed used for storing potatoes, where some workhouse paupers were skulking to avoid the Sunday morning service. There were comfortable packing cases to sit on, and some back numbers of the Family Herald, and even a copy of Raffles from the workhouse library. The paupers talked interestingly about workhouse life. They told me, among other things, that the thing really hated in the workhouse as a stigma of charity is the uniform. If the men could wear their own clothes, or even their own caps and scarves, they would not mind being paupers. I had my dinner from the workhouse table, and it was a meal fit for a boa constrictor, the largest meal I'd eaten since my first day at the Hotel X. The paupers said that they habitually gorged to the bursting point on Sunday and were underfed the rest of the week. After dinner, the cook set me to do the washing up, and told me to throw away the food that remained. The wastage was astonishing, and in the circumstances appalling. Half-eaten joints of meat and bucketfuls of broken bread and vegetables were pitched away like so much rubbish, and then defiled with tea leaves. I filled 5 dustbins to overflowing with quite eatable food, and while I did so 50 tramps were sitting in the spike, with their bellies half-filled by the spike dinner of bread and cheese, and perhaps 2 cold boiled potatoes, each in honour of Sunday. According to the paupers, the food was thrown away from deliberate policy, rather than that it should be given to the tramps. At 3, I went back to the spike. The tramps had been sitting there since 8, with hardly room to move an elbow, and they were now half mad with boredom. Even smoking was at an end, for a tramp's tobacco is picked up cigarette ends, and he starves if he is more than a few hours away from the pavement. Most of the men were too bored even to talk. They just sat packed on the benches, staring at nothing, their scrubby faces split in 2 by enormous yawns. The room stank of ennui. Paddy, his backside aching from the hard bench, was in a whimpering mood, and to pass the time away I talked with a rather superior tramp, a young carpenter, who wore a collar and tie, and was on the road, he said, for lack of a set of tools. He kept a little aloof from the other tramps, and held himself more like a free man than a casual. He had literary tastes, too, and carried a copy of Quentin Durward in his pocket. He told me that he never went into a spike unless driven there by hunger, sleeping under hedges and behind ricks in preference. Along the south coast he had begged by day and slept in bathing huts for weeks at a time. We talked of life on the road. He criticized the system that makes a tramp spend 14 hours a day in the spike and the other 10 in walking and dodging the police. He spoke of his own case, 6 months at the public charge for want of a few pounds' worth of tools. It was idiotic, he said. Then I told him about the wastage of food in the workhouse kitchen and what I thought of it, and at that he changed his tone instantly. I saw that I had awakened the pew renter, who sleeps in every English workman. Though he had been famished along with the others, he at once saw reasons why the food should have been thrown away rather than given to the tramps. He admonished me quite severely. "They have to do it," he said. "If they made these places too comfortable, you'd have all the scum of the country flocking into them. It's only the bad food as keeps all that scum away. These here tramps are too lazy to work. That's all that's wrong with them. You don't want to go encouraging of them. They're scum." I produced arguments to prove him wrong, but he would not listen. He kept repeating, "You don't want to have any pity on these here tramps. Scum they are. You don't want to judge them by the same standards as men like you and me. They're scum, just scum." It was interesting to see the subtle way in which he dissociated himself from these here tramps. He'd been on the road 6 months, but in the sight of God he seemed to imply he was not a tramp. I imagine there are quite a lot of tramps who thank God they are not tramps. They are like the trippers who say such cutting things about trippers. 3 hours dragged by. At 6, supper arrived, and turned out to be quite uneatable. The bread, tough enough in the morning, it had been cut into slices on Saturday night, was now as hard as ship's biscuit. Luckily it was spread with dripping, and we scraped the dripping off and ate that alone, which was better than nothing. At 6:15 we were sent to bed. New tramps were arriving, and in order not to mix the tramps of different days, for fear of infectious diseases, the new men were put in the cells and we in dormitories. Our dormitory was a barn-like room with 30 beds close together and a tub to serve as a common chamber pot. It stank abominably, and the older men coughed and got up all night. But being so many together kept the room warm, and we had some sleep. We dispersed at 10 in the morning, after a fresh medical inspection, with a hunk of bread and cheese for our midday dinner. William and Fred, strong in the possession of a shilling, impaled their bread on the spike railings as a protest, they said. This was the second spike in Kent that they had made too hot to hold them, and they thought it a great joke. They were cheerful souls for tramps. The imbecile, there is an imbecile in every collection of tramps, said that he was too tired to walk and clung to the railings, until the tramp major had to dislodge him and start him with a kick. Paddy and I turned north for London. Most of the others were going on to Ide Hill, said to be about the worst spike in England. Once again it was jolly autumn weather, and the road was quiet, with few cars passing. The air was like sweet briar after the spike's mingled stenches of sweat, soap, and drains. We two seemed the only tramps on the road. Then I heard a hurried step behind us, and someone calling. It was little Scotty, the Glasgow tramp, who had run after us, panting. He produced a rusty tin from his pocket. He wore a friendly smile, like someone repaying an obligation. "Here you are, mate," he said cordially. "I owe you some fag-ends. You stood me a smoke yesterday. The tramp major gave me back my box of fag-ends when we come out this morning. One good turn deserves another. Here you are." And he put 4 sodden, debauched, loathly cigarette ends into my hand. I want to set down some general remarks about tramps. When one comes to think of it, tramps are a queer product, and worth thinking over. It is queer that a tribe of men, tens of thousands in number, should be marching up and down England like so many wandering Jews. But though the case obviously wants considering, one cannot even start to consider it until one has got rid of certain prejudices. These prejudices are rooted in the idea that every tramp, ipso facto, is a blackguard. In childhood we have been taught that tramps are blackguards, and consequently there exists in our minds a sort of ideal or typical tramp, a repulsive, rather dangerous creature who would die rather than work or wash, and wants nothing but to beg, drink, and rob henhouses. This tramp monster is no truer to life than the sinister Chinaman of the magazine stories. But he is very hard to get rid of. The very word tramp evokes his image, and the belief in him obscures the real questions of vagrancy. To take a fundamental question about vagrancy, why do tramps exist at all? It is a curious thing, but very few people know what makes a tramp take to the road. And because of the belief in the tramp monster, the most fantastic reasons are suggested. It is said, for instance, that tramps tramp to avoid work, to beg more easily, to seek opportunities for crime, even, least probable of reasons, because they like tramping. I have even read in a book of criminology that the tramp is an atavism, a throwback to the nomadic stage of humanity, and meanwhile the quite obvious cause of vagrancy is staring one in the face. Of course a tramp is not a nomadic atavism. One might as well say that a commercial traveller is an atavism. A tramp tramps not because he likes it, but for the same reason as a car keeps to the left, because there happens to be a law compelling him to do so. A destitute man, if he is not supported by the parish, can only get relief at the casual wards, and as each casual ward will only admit him for one night, he is automatically kept moving. He is a vagrant because, in the state of the law, it is that or starve. But people have been brought up to believe in the tramp monster, and so they prefer to think that there must be some more or less villainous motive for tramping. As a matter of fact, very little of the tramp monster will survive inquiry. Take the generally accepted idea that tramps are dangerous characters. Quite apart from experience, one can say a priori that very few tramps are dangerous because if they were dangerous, they would be treated accordingly. A casual ward will often admit 100 tramps in one night, and these are handled by a staff of at most 3 porters. 100 ruffians could not be controlled by 3 unarmed men. Indeed, when one sees how tramps let themselves be bullied by the workhouse officials, it is obvious that they are the most docile, broken-spirited creatures imaginable. Or take the idea that all tramps are drunkards, an idea ridiculous on the face of it. No doubt many tramps would drink if they got the chance, but in the nature of things they cannot get the chance. At this moment a pale, watery stuff called beer is 7p a pint in England. To be drunk on it would cost at least ½ a crown, and a man who can command ½ a crown at all often is not a tramp. The idea that tramps are impudent social parasites, sturdy beggars, is not absolutely unfounded, but it is only true in a few % of the cases. Deliberate, cynical parasitism, such as one reads of in Jack London's books on American tramping, is not in the English character. The English are a conscience-ridden race, with a strong sense of the sinfulness of poverty. One cannot imagine the average Englishman deliberately turning parasite, and this national character does not necessarily change because a man is thrown out of work. Indeed, if one remembers that a tramp is only an Englishman out of work, forced by law to live as a vagabond, then the tramp monster vanishes. I'm not saying, of course, that most tramps are ideal characters. I am only saying that they are ordinary human beings, and that if they are worse than other people, it is the result and not the cause of their way of life. It follows that the serve-them-damned-well-right attitude that is normally taken towards tramps is no fairer than it would be towards cripples or invalids. When one has realized that, one begins to put oneself in a tramp's place and understand what his life is like. It is an extraordinarily futile, acutely unpleasant life. I have described the casual ward, the routine of a tramp's day, but there are 3 especial evils that need insisting upon. The first is hunger, which is the almost general fate of tramps. The casual ward gives them a ration which is probably not even meant to be sufficient, and anything beyond this must be got by begging, that is, by breaking the law. The result is that nearly every tramp is rotted by malnutrition, for proof of which one need only look at the men lining up outside any casual ward. The second great evil of a tramp's life, it seems much smaller at first sight, but it is a good second, is that he is entirely cut off from contact with women. This point needs elaborating. Tramps are cut off from women in the first place because there are very few women at their level of society. One might imagine that among destitute people the sexes would be as equally balanced as elsewhere, but it is not so. In fact, one can almost say that below a certain level, society is entirely male. The following figures, published by the LCC from a night census taken on February the 13th, 1931, will show the relative numbers of destitute men and destitute women. Spending the night in the streets, 60 men, 18 women. In shelters and homes not licensed as common lodging houses, 1,057 men, 137 women. In the crypt of St. Martin's-in-the-Fields Church, 88 men, 12 women. In LCC casual wards and hostels, 674 men, 15 women. It will be seen from these figures that at the charity level, men outnumber women by something like 10 to 1. The cause is presumably that unemployment affects women less than men, also that any presentable woman can, in the last resort, attach herself to some man. The result for a tramp is that he is condemned to perpetual celibacy. For of course it goes without saying that if a tramp finds no women at his own level, those above, even a very little above, are as far out of his reach as the moon. The reasons are not worth discussing, but there is no doubt that women never, or hardly ever, condescend to men who are much poorer than themselves. A tramp, therefore, is a celibate from the moment when he takes to the road. He is absolutely without hope of getting a wife, a mistress, or any kind of woman except, very rarely, when he can raise a few shillings, a prostitute. It is obvious what the results of this must be. Homosexuality, for instance, and occasional rape cases. But deeper than these, there is the degradation worked in a man who knows that he is not even considered fit for marriage. The sexual impulse, not to put it any higher, is a fundamental impulse, and starvation of it can be almost as demoralizing as physical hunger. The evil of poverty is not so much that it makes a man suffer, as that it rots him physically and spiritually, and there can be no doubt that sexual starvation contributes to this rotting process. Cut off from the whole race of women, a tramp feels himself degraded to the rank of a cripple or a lunatic. No humiliation could do more damage to a man's self-respect. The other great evil of a tramp's life is enforced idleness. By our vagrancy laws, things are so arranged that when he is not walking the road, he is sitting in a cell, or in the intervals, lying on the ground waiting for the casual ward to open. It is obvious that this is a dismal, demoralizing way of life, especially for an uneducated man. Besides these, one could enumerate scores of minor evils, to name only one: discomfort, which is inseparable from life on the road. It is worth remembering that the average tramp has no clothes but what he stands up in, wears boots that are ill-fitting, and does not sit in a chair for months together. But the important point is that a tramp's sufferings are entirely useless. He lives a fantastically disagreeable life, and lives it to no purpose whatever. One could not, in fact, invent a more futile routine than walking from prison to prison, spending perhaps 18 hours a day in the cell and on the road. There must be at the least several tens of thousands of tramps in England. Each day they expend innumerable foot-pounds of energy, enough to plough thousands of acres, build miles of road, put up dozens of houses in mere, useless walking. Each day they waste between them possibly 10 years of time in staring at cell walls. They cost the country at least £1 a week a man, and give nothing in return for it. They go round and round, on an endless boring game of general post, which is of no use, and is not even meant to be of any use to any person whatever. The law keeps this process going, and we have got so accustomed to it that we are not surprised, but it is very silly. Granting the futility of a tramp's life, the question is whether anything could be done to improve it. Obviously it would be possible, for instance, to make the casual wards a little more habitable, and this is actually being done in some cases. During the last year, some of the casual wards have been improved beyond recognition, if the accounts are true, and there is talk of doing the same to all of them. But this does not go to the heart of the problem. The problem is how to turn the tramp from a bored, half-alive vagrant into a self-respecting human being. A mere increase of comfort cannot do this. Even if the casual wards became positively luxurious, they never will, a tramp's life would still be wasted. He would still be a pauper, cut off from marriage and home life, and a dead loss to the community. What is needed is to de-pauperize him, and this can only be done by finding him work, not work for the sake of working, but work of which he can enjoy the benefit. At present, in the great majority of casual wards, tramps do no work whatever. At one time they were made to break stones for their food, but this was stopped when they had broken enough stone for years ahead and put the stone-breakers out of work. Nowadays they are kept idle because there is seemingly nothing for them to do. Yet there is a fairly obvious way of making them useful, namely this: each workhouse could run a small farm, or at least a kitchen garden, and every able-bodied tramp who presented himself could be made to do a sound day's work. The produce of the farm or garden could be used for feeding the tramps, and at the worst it would be better than the filthy diet of bread and margarine and tea. Of course, the casual wards could never be quite self-supporting, but they could go a long way towards it, and the rates would probably benefit in the long run. It must be remembered that under the present system tramps are as dead a loss to the country as they could possibly be, for they not only do no work, but they live on a diet that is bound to undermine their health. The system, therefore, loses lives as well as money. A scheme which fed them decently and made them produce at least a part of their own food would be worth trying. It may be objected that a farm or even a garden could not be run with casual labour, but there is no real reason why tramps should only stay a day at each casual ward. They might stay a month or even a year if there were work for them to do. The constant circulation of tramps is something quite artificial. At present, a tramp is an expense to the rates, and the object of each workhouse is therefore to push him on to the next, hence the rule that he can stay only one night. If he returns within a month, he is penalized by being confined for a week, and as this is much the same as being in prison, naturally he keeps moving. But if he represented labour to the workhouse, and the workhouse represented sound food to him, it would be another matter. The workhouses would develop into partially self-supporting institutions, and the tramps, settling down here or there according as they were needed, would cease to be tramps. They would be doing something comparatively useful, getting decent food, and living a settled life. By degrees, if the scheme worked well, they might even cease to be regarded as paupers, and be able to marry, and take a respectable place in society. This is only a rough idea, and there are some obvious objections to it. Nevertheless, it does suggest a way of improving the status of tramps without piling new burdens on the rates, and the solution must, in any case, be something of this kind. For the question is, what to do with men who are underfed and idle, and the answer, to make them grow their own food, imposes itself automatically. A word about the sleeping accommodation open to a homeless person in London. At present, it is impossible to get a bed in any non-charitable institution in London for less than 7p a night. If you cannot afford 7p for a bed, you must put up with one of the following substitutes. 1. The Embankment. Here is the account that Paddy gave me of sleeping on the Embankment. The whole thing with the Embankment is getting to sleep early. You got to be on your bench by 8 o'clock, 'cause there ain't too many benches, and sometimes they're all taken. And you got to try to get to sleep at once. 'Tis too cold to sleep much after 12 o'clock, and the police turns you off at 4 in the morning. It ain't easy to sleep, though, with them bloody trams flying past your head all the time, and them sky signs across the river flicking on and off in your eyes. The cold's cruel. Them as sleeps there generally wraps themselves up in newspaper, but it don't do much good. You'd be bloody lucky if you got 3 hours' sleep. I have slept on the Embankment and found that it corresponded to Paddy's description. It is, however, much better than not sleeping at all, which is the alternative if you spend the night in the streets, elsewhere than on the Embankment. According to the law in London, you may sit down for the night, but the police must move you on if they see you asleep. The Embankment and 1 or 2 odd corners, there is one behind the Lyceum Theatre, are special exceptions. This law is evidently a piece of wilful offensiveness. Its object, so it is said, is to prevent people from dying of exposure, but clearly, if a man has no home and is going to die of exposure, die he will, asleep or awake. In Paris there is no such law. There people sleep by the score under the Seine bridges, and in doorways, and on benches in the squares, and round the ventilating shafts of the metro, and even inside the metro stations. It does no apparent harm. No one will spend a night in the street if he can possibly help it, and if he is going to stay out of doors, he might as well be allowed to sleep if he can. 2. The twopenny hangover. This comes a little higher than the Embankment. At the twopenny hangover, the lodgers sit in a row on a bench. There is a rope in front of them, and they lean on this as though leaning over a fence. A man humorously called the valet cuts the rope at 5 in the morning. I have never been there myself, but Bozo had been there often. I asked him whether anyone could possibly sleep in such an attitude, and he said that it was more comfortable than it sounded, at any rate better than the bare floor. There are similar shelters in Paris, but the charge there is only 25 centimes a halfpenny, instead of twopence. The coffin, at 4p a night. At the coffin you sleep in a wooden box with a tarpaulin for covering. It is cold, and the worst thing about it are the bugs, which being enclosed in a box you cannot escape. Above this come the common lodging-houses, with charges varying between 7p and 1.1 a night. The best are the Rowton houses, where the charge is £1, for which you get a cubicle to yourself and the use of excellent bathrooms. You can also pay £0.50 for a special, which is practically hotel accommodation. The Rowton houses are splendid buildings, and the only objection to them is the strict discipline, with rules against cooking, card-playing, etc. Perhaps the best advertisement for the Rowton houses is the fact that they are always full to overflowing. The Bruce houses, at 1.1, are also excellent. Next best, in point of cleanliness, are the Salvation Army hostels, at 7p or 8p. They vary. I've been in one or two that were as dirty as ordinary common lodging-houses, but most of them are clean, and they have good bathrooms. You have to pay extra for a bath, however. You can get a cubicle for £1. In the 8p dormitories the beds are comfortable, but there are so many of them, as a rule at least 40 to a room, and so close together, that it is impossible to get a quiet night. The numerous restrictions stink of prison and charity. The Salvation Army hostels would only appeal to people who put cleanliness before anything else. Beyond this, there are the ordinary common lodging-houses. Whether you pay 7p or £1, they are all stuffy and noisy, and the beds are uniformly dirty and uncomfortable. What redeems them are their laissez-faire atmosphere and the warm, home-like kitchens, where one can lounge at all hours of the day or night. They are squalid dens, but some kind of social life is possible in them. The women's lodging-houses are said to be generally worse than the men's, and there are very few houses with accommodation for married couples. In fact, it is nothing out of the common for a homeless man to sleep in one lodging-house and his wife in another. At this moment, at least 15,000 people in London are living in common lodging-houses. For an unattached man earning £2 a week or less, a lodging-house is a great convenience. He could hardly get a furnished room so cheaply, and the lodging-house gives him free firing, a bathroom of sorts, and plenty of society. As for the dirt, it is a minor evil. The really bad fault of lodging-houses is that they are places in which one pays to sleep, and in which sound sleep is impossible. All one gets for one's money is a bed measuring 5 feet 6 by 2 feet 6, with a hard convex mattress and a pillow like a block of wood, covered by one cotton counterpane and 2 grey stinking sheets. In winter there are blankets, but never enough, and this bed is in a room where there are never less than 5 and sometimes 50 or 60 beds, a yard or 2 apart. Of course, no one can sleep soundly in such circumstances. The only other places where people are herded like this are barracks and hospitals. In the public wards of a hospital, no one even hopes to sleep well. In barracks, the soldiers are crowded, but they have good beds, and they are healthy. In a common lodging-house, nearly all the lodgers have chronic coughs, and a large number have bladder diseases, which make them get up at all hours of the night. The result is a perpetual racket, making sleep impossible. So far as my observation goes, no one in a lodging-house sleeps more than 5 hours a night, a damnable swindle when one has paid 7p or more. Here legislation could accomplish something. At present there is all manner of legislation by the LCC about lodging-houses, but it is not done in the interests of the lodgers. The LCC only exert themselves to forbid drinking, gambling, fighting, etc., etc. There is no law to say that the beds in a lodging-house must be comfortable. This would be quite an easy thing to enforce, much easier, for instance, than restrictions upon gambling. The lodging-house keepers should be compelled to provide adequate bedclothes and better mattresses, and above all to divide their dormitories into cubicles. It does not matter how small a cubicle is. The important thing is that a man should be alone when he sleeps. These few changes, strictly enforced, would make an enormous difference. It is not impossible to make a lodging-house reasonably comfortable at the usual rates of payment. In the Croydon municipal lodging-house, where the charge is only 9p, there are cubicles, good beds, chairs, a very rare luxury in lodging-houses, and kitchens above ground instead of in a cellar. There is no reason why every 9p lodging-house should not come up to this standard. Of course, the owners of lodging-houses would be opposed en bloc to any improvement, for their present business is an immensely profitable one. The average house takes £5 or £10 a night, with no bad debts credit being strictly forbidden, and except for rent, the expenses are small. Any improvement would mean less crowding, and hence less profit. Still, the excellent municipal lodging-house at Croydon shows how well one can be served for 9p. A few well-directed laws could make these conditions general. If the authorities are going to concern themselves with lodging-houses at all, they ought to start by making them more comfortable, not by silly restrictions that would never be tolerated in a hotel. After we left the Spike at Lower Binfield, Paddy and I earned £0.50 at weeding and sweeping in somebody's garden, stayed the night at Cromley, and walked back to London. I parted from Paddy a day or two later. B lent me a final £2, and, as I had only another 8 days to hold out, that was the end of my troubles. My tame imbecile turned out worse than I had expected, but not bad enough to make me wish myself back in the Spike, or the Auberge de Géant-Cottard. Paddy set out for Portsmouth, where he had a friend who might conceivably find work for him, and I have never seen him since. A short time ago I was told that he had been run over and killed, but perhaps my informant was mixing him up with someone else. I had news of Bozo only 3 days ago. He's in Wandsworth, 14 days for begging. I do not suppose prison worries him very much. My story ends here. It is a fairly trivial story, and I can only hope that it has been interesting in the same way as a travel diary is interesting. I can at least say, here is the world that awaits you if you are ever penniless. Some day I want to explore that world more thoroughly. I should like to know people like Mario and Paddy and Bill the Moocher, not from casual encounters, but intimately. I should like to understand what really goes on in the souls of plongeurs and tramps and embankment sleepers. At present, I do not feel that I have seen more than the fringe of poverty. Still, I can point to 1 or 2 things I have definitely learned by being hard up. I shall never again think that all tramps are drunken scoundrels, nor expect a beggar to be grateful when I give him a penny, nor be surprised if men out of work lack energy, nor subscribe to the Salvation Army, nor pawn my clothes, nor refuse a handbill, nor enjoy a meal at a smart restaurant. That is a beginning.
That was Jeremy Northam reading Down and Out in Paris and London by George Orwell. You may like to know that George Orwell's 1984, read by Philip Glenister, and Animal Farm are also available from CSA Word. Thank you for listening.